Dorothy Miller was married to Alpha Darius Silverclaw for 3 years, and for 3 years she was nothing but a forced blood donor for his beloved Sophia. Dorothy had enough. Slamming the divorce papers on his desk, she stared him down. "I'm done being your blood bag. Sign it, or I'll make you regret ever using me." "You're just an omega. You'll be nothing without me," Darius sneered, dismissing her outright. He thought she couldn't survive without his name. Little did he know that, in the near future, she looked down at him, her voice cold and unforgiving. "You wanted a blood bag, now you're begging for mercy. But mercy is for those who deserve it, and neither you nor Sophia do."
The words flickering on the phone screen were like sharp blades, each message piercing precisely into the depths of my heart. Isolde was taken to the territory clinic. She needs a blood binding. You know your duty. Come to Valleybrook Clinic now. Where are you, Dorothy? You're late. 15 minutes. If you're going to complain about the arrangement, the compensation has been increased to $100,000. Check your account. Dorothy Miller, 20 minutes. No more. A pact doesn't bend to excuses. I scrolled through Darius's messages, my fingers trembling as knuckles turned pale. His voice always came wrapped in winter. No warmth, just ice and order. These weren't messages from a caring mate. These were commands, the kind an alpha issued to a subordinate wolf. Our arrangement wasn't love, it was a hierarchy. He ruled. I complied. He barely touched me when we shared a room. He never let our scents mingle outside of necessity. He reminded me of this constantly, at any time and any place. The fact that I'd stepped into the healing den 3 times already this moon cycle, offering up blood and strength. After every blood donation, my body was extremely weak, unable to withstand any additional harm. Yet all of this meant nothing to Darius. Suck it up. A pact is a pact. That's what he always said. To Alpha Darius Silverclaw, I was not his Luna, just an accessory asset to the woman he deeply loved, a resource kept to sustain that relationship. I was not worthy of any of his needs beyond money. When he wasn't busy ruling over the pact's affairs, he was at Isolde's side. Isolde, Darius's partner, was also the reason I entered their relationship due to her accident. 3 years ago, Isolde needed an emergency transfusion, and the Wolf Elder saw an opportunity. Preserve the blood, secure the power, strike a pact. And here I was. You want to be my chosen mate? In the antiseptic tang of the Pact's makeshift hospital, I'd met Darius's cold gaze. Even surrounded by the wolfkin, the world faded down to the timbre of his voice and the weight of his demand. I kept my chin high, answering with a silent nod. He spoke, deep and unmistakable. We'll mate for the sake of the pack, but you're her donor first. If Isolde needs you, you come. I'll make sure you're taken care of. Financially. I'd said yes, thinking I was securing a future. My arrogance made me firmly believe that I could withstand the influence of the bond between them and become Darius's true lover. But 3 years have passed, and every time Isolde was injured, I had to become her blood supply and appear by her side. My body, her reserve tank. My life, her backup plan. This had to end. I had to leave, cutting off this toxic relationship with my own hands. I stood up, got into the car, and my phone received another message. I tapped my phone and brought up a photo. It was sent to me, unsigned but unmistakable. Even at rest, Darius looked like something dreamed up by nature for the purest display of predatory power. His features were all sharp lines and harsh beauty, the type of man whose mouth, firm as it was, could have been carved for softness, though I'd never tasted it. His eyes, burnished brown and slicing right through you, reminded every wolf of who ruled this pack. Jet black lashes, short-cropped sable hair, and a jawline of cold marble. The first time I saw him, my heart gave that traitorous leap that comes from hope, and each time it still did. We never shared a bed, but now and then when the doors were ajar and the moonlight was kind, I caught a glimpse of him. Broad shoulders open, heavy with muscle beneath tailored shirts. But it wasn't that image that held me spellbound now. No, it was because Isolde pressed her head to his shoulder. Darius sat in an old maroon chair, legs sprawled, arms crossed, eyes closed, every inch the alpha at rest. Isolde, lips curved just so, looked victorious even in slumber. And I knew she sent this, along with the taunting message, "We're perfectly matched, you should step aside. A true alpha deserves his fated mate, not some interloper." I flicked to my camera, staring at my own reflection. Isolde wasn't wrong. I was pale, lips faded to ash. There was a hollowness under my eyes where sleep should have lived, a fatigue that blood loss alone couldn't explain. Every time I gave to Isolde, I seemed to lose a piece of myself. Is that why Darius never looked my way for anything but obligations? Isolde was all curves and heat, lips bitten scarlet, eyes thick lashed and deep. Me, I looked like the shadow in the corner, always watching, never belonging. Let them embrace each other. When the car stopped in the hospital driveway, I immediately opened the door, jumped out, and walked towards Isolde's hospital room. The front door of the pack house burst open, the scent hitting me before I saw him. Pine, earth, and that distinctive alpha musk that made my inner wolf instinctively lower her head. Darius strode inside, swift and sure, that rare suit cut perfectly to his tall frame. The feral grace of an alpha, impossible not to notice, impossible not to feel, even as he loomed over me. When he spotted me in the living room, annoyance flickered in those burnished brown eyes. It intensified to fury when he noted the iPhone clutched in my trembling hand. "Your phone works," he said, voice clipped and icy. "Why the hell didn't you answer my texts or calls? The pack's healers are waiting." I breathed in his scent, committing his striking features to memory. The sharp jawline, the intense eyes that could command submission with a glance, the powerful shoulders tensed with barely controlled anger. This would probably be the last time we stood this close together. He didn't hesitate, crossing the distance to grab my wrist, his grip strong but impersonal. "You're needed at the clinic. Now, I know." My voice barely registered over the pounding in my temples. I dug my heels in, anchoring myself with one arm hooked on the couch. I wasn't ready to be dragged out one more time, not while everything inside me screamed for something different. Darius's lips twisted. "Then why are you still standing here?" My heart thundered. I remembered the old pack legends, stories of wolves who chose to bite back, even when their place in the hierarchy demanded silence. I wondered in that instant, could I do that? Just once? I did. "I'll go to the clinic. I'll give blood," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "But there's one thing I need from you first. Money? It's already been transferred to your account." Darius thrust both hands into his pockets, his stance radiating impatience. "Check it. It's not about money." My words came out brittle, emotion held at bay by pure force of will. "Then what?" The alpha tone sharpened. "You're wasting everybody's time. Say what you want." "I want to break our bond," I said, my icy tone matching his. "I want a divorce." Time stopped. I watched as Darius's carefully guarded composure faltered, just for a heartbeat. He stared at me, searching my face as if my request must be the result of some mistake in the tether that bound. I could almost see the wheels turning behind those calculating eyes. The packless Omega wolf who had used her rare blood type to secure a place in his prestigious lineage? What had changed? "You want out? Just like that?" he demanded, his alpha voice making the air vibrate between us. "There isn't one that matters," I told him, fighting to keep my breath steady. "I'll give blood for Isolde, but only if you grant me this." "That wasn't our pact," he growled, eyes flashing with the amber glow of his wolf. "I know, I broke my word. Report me to the pack council if you want." I shrugged, the gesture more defiant than I'd ever dared before. For once, I saw something unreadable dance across Darius's face. Confusion, maybe faint surprise. In the 3 years since our forced union, he'd never seen me as anything but compliant, always skirting sidelong around his anger, never meeting it head on. But I was done living quietly. He stared, trying to puzzle it out. "Fine," he said, the edges of his voice sharpened by a reluctance he didn't know how to hide. "Have you drawn up the papers?" For an alpha so obsessed with control, he was quick to let go. That hurt more than I expected. "No, not yet." I breathed, caught off guard by his sudden capitulation. It shouldn't have surprised me. Darius always preferred efficiency, even with his own bonds. He stared at me for a long time, as if pondering whether every crack on my body was real. "All right," he said, with a hint of reluctance in his tone, as if forced to concede. "Beta Charles, go prepare the documents." My heart skipped a beat, as if this vast room had suddenly amplified all echoes. His decisiveness caught me off guard, while also making me more sober. He had no intention of trying to keep me. My eyes welled up with tears that nearly spilled out, but I quickly raised my hand to wipe them away, forcing myself to remain calm, lifting my head as if I had practiced it 1,000,000 times. Soon, Beta Charles returned with 2 printed divorce agreements. We stood shoulder to shoulder, yet like 2 strangers separated by 1,000 mountains and rivers. He scribbled his name carelessly, without hesitation. At that moment, a faint glimmer flashed in his eyes, perhaps relief, perhaps melancholy, but before I could even confirm, it quickly returned to calmness. "Deal," he said coldly, putting the agreement belonging to him into an envelope. "I'll have Beta Charles send it to the council immediately. Don't waste any more time." I put my own copy into my bag, my fingertips icy cold, my throat tight, yet forcing myself to swallow the lump stuck in my chest. 3 years of restraint, longing, and struggle ended with just 2 signatures. "Let's go. Isolde is waiting for you," he said, taking the first step to leave. I didn't stop him, nor did I look back. When we reached the VIP suite, Isolde was propped up in bed, her posture making her seem even more delicate. She wore a deep rose silk robe against her olive skin, a calculated image. Beside her, the territory physician, the Silver Creek Pack's elder healer, nodded off, exhaustion tugging at his features. The instant Darius entered, Isolde's eyes brightened, captivating and hungry for his attention. Then she saw me, and those painted lashes narrowed. "Darius, honestly," she purred, her voice silken and familiar. "I told you I'm fine. You didn't need to drag Dorothy along." Isolde offered a fragile cough, calculated, not convincing, then reclined with a practiced sigh. Darius didn't look at her. "She's here now. She can do her part." He nodded to me, all alpha command once more. "Dorothy, roll up your sleeve." I walked to the bedside and stood in front of Isolde. "Dorothy, thank you for coming." Her voice trembled, a little too staged for my taste. A high, wounded cry tore from her throat before she finished. I'd reached forward and with a single practiced motion, tore the gauze away from her forehead. The scent of adhesive and skin, a far cry from blood, hit my sensitive nose. Darius's reaction was instant. "What are you doing?" His alpha snarl filled the room, echoing Isolde's own shocked outburst. He stepped in, seizing my shoulder, dragging me back with a grip that was more reflex than cruelty. "You think this is some kind of stunt, Dorothy?" I heard a note of worry in his tone, disguised as anger. Isolde, for her part, recovered quickly, shifting from wounded to indignant, her pride stinging worse than any physical affront. "Why would you do that?" Isolde's words trembled with practiced vulnerability, but the hurt in her eyes was half-baked. She pressed her perfect hands to her temple, as if shielding herself from my attack. I ignored the melodrama, raising the pristine roll of gauze. No wound, no trauma, no tragedy, just a performance. "You might win awards next month, Isolde." Darius frowned, scenting the air, his gaze landing on Isolde's now exposed, flawless skin. Not a drop of blood, not the faintest abrasion. "You said she had an accident, Darius. That Isolde needed urgent transfusion, lost too much blood." I could hardly hide my contempt. "Unless she bleeds invisible now?" I saw irritation flicker in his eyes, quickly replaced by suspicion. He rounded on the healer. Dr. Patel, a human under pack protection whose fierce sweat made the air stifling. "Explain," Darius demanded, his tone all dark alpha thunder. "Your diagnosis was head trauma. You called Swan and demanded a transfusion." The doctor rose, hands visibly trembling. He glanced furtively at Isolde before speaking. "Alpha, I only followed orders." Darius stepped closer, his presence alone enough to make even humans drop their gaze. "Whose orders?" "Yours, Alpha Silverclaw," the doctor insisted, staring at his own shoes. The fear in the Alpha's scent soured the room. "You think I ordered you to fake all this?" Darius's posture radiated disbelief, but he was already putting the pieces together. I drew back, arms folded, watching the tableau unfold with a detachment born of exhaustion. I'd seen this game too many times. The doctor's voice wavered. "Miss Isolde, she gave the instructions. She told me that you wanted the records to show severe trauma, so Luna Dorothy would be called in to donate." Isolde's eyes flashed with mounting panic. "Darius, don't listen. He's making this up." She sat up straighter, clutching the hospital sheet. But Darius raised a hand. Alpha decree for silence. Even Isolde fell quiet beneath that command. My heart pounded. Darius waited for the explanation. The doctor was sweating through his shirt. "She warned she'd see me out of work if I didn't comply," he muttered. "And the rest, there was no actual blood loss, so the Rh negative could be resold. It's rare, more valuable than gold in these parts. He trailed off, shame twisting his scent. For a moment, Isolde looked almost small, color leaching back into her perfect face. "I can explain," she began, but I cut her off. "No need." I pulled out my phone, tapping quickly. "I just sent Darius a photo, annotated, of the real situation. Your little performance didn't just need a fake wound. It needed a story too, right?" Darius's phone buzzed. He glanced down, lips tightening as he saw what I sent. A photo with unmistakable clarity, of Isolde pressed up against him, intimacy written in posture and smile. I held Darius's gaze, letting him see the truth that lived in my bones. "Your security can trace the sender. You get to decide if this is worth your Luna's explanation." Darius's voice was low now, almost dangerous. "Where did this come from?" I shrugged. "Not my secret to reveal. Maybe Isolde should answer." Isolde's composure faltered, but in true Luna candidate fashion, she regrouped, batting her eyes through another wave of false vulnerability. I didn't wait for her excuses. "My deal here is void," I told her, voice flat. "You'll have to find another blood bag next time Isolde decides she's in peril." Behind me, the doctor slunk away the instant the Alpha's attention shifted. Instead, Isolde chose that moment to tumble dramatically from the bed. Her knees hit the vinyl with a thud. She pressed a manicured hand to her chest, breathing fast. "Darius, I don't feel well, I think." Her voice trailed off as she feigned collapse. Darius hesitated for a heartbeat. He turned to her, jaw clenched, that flickering alpha softness reserved for his true mate threatening to surface. "What's wrong?" I feel faint. Please, don't leave." She clung to his arm, her sobs muffled against his crisp shirt. "I miss Lucien. If only he were still here. He wouldn't let me fall." Darius froze. For a second, I caught the ghost of sorrow in his eyes, the shadow of old wounds reopening. Some memories of lost brothers, of loyal wolves who never made it home. Isolde must have sensed his hesitation, for she upped the ante, squeezing harder, letting her body go limp until she slumped into some imitation of unconsciousness. I left and pressed the elevator button, counting the seconds, straining for a sound that never came. Footsteps, a call, anything. Nothing. No Alpha barreling down the hall to stop me. No whispered promises. No goodbye. The silence inside the elevator was louder than any goodbye. It echoed every night I'd gone to sleep with emptiness beside me. I smiled to myself, sharp and bitter as frostbite. 3 years, and the great Darius Silverclaw couldn't even spare a parting word to the Omega who'd nearly bled dry for his precious Luna. It was almost funny, in a twisted way. Was my absence a relief for him, or did I simply leave no trace at all? The elevator doors slid open. I stepped inside. In the underground garage, Darius's black Bugatti gleamed in the Alpha's reserved spot, as imperious and untouchable as its owner. I passed it by without a backward glance. At a polished Rolls-Royce Phantom, smoky quartz with the Blackwood pack insignia, I paused, bowing my head. Let Isolde have her sob story. Let Darius drown in silence. I was done bleeding for people who only ever took. I wasn't Dorothy Miller anymore. The heiress of the Blackwood pack, Dorothy McAllister, had returned. The rear left window of the Rolls-Royce rolled down soundlessly. My brother, Lucien McAllister's handsome, dark-eyed face peered out, his alpha scent, different from Darius's but equally commanding, washing over me like a protective blanket. "Get in, little wolf." The door lock popped, my cue, and I slipped inside. I pressed my brow to Lucien's thigh. Laying my head on his lap felt safe, almost like when I returned from a bad run as a pup, scolded, but ultimately sheltered. His hand found my back without hesitation, large, warm, with a stabilizing pressure only my family could deliver. There, he murmured quietly, stroking me with a patience he seldom showed anyone else. "Let it out." At a nod from Lucien, our pack driver rolled the car into gear. The smooth purr of a well-kept engine vibrated in my bones. I let the tears come, silent and shaking. Tears hit my lap like broken glass. "I was so stupid," I rasped. "Blind, like I'd tied my heart to a cliff edge and jumped." "We all chase the wrong moon sometimes, honey. I knew you'd come to your senses eventually." Lucien's voice was warm, lacking the judgment I'd feared. How long had I craved this? Pack, home, family. I cried until my lungs grew raw, until I could taste the salt and shame at the back of my throat. When I finally straightened up, I left damp streaks on the fine wool of his suit. I wiped my tears on my big brother's tailored trousers, then straightened up, trying to regain some dignity. Thank you for coming to pick me up. I hope I didn't pull you out of an important meeting with the Pack Council. The Blackwood Pack had enterprises spanning half the continent, our holdings running deep as the oldest trees in the reserve. It had offices in over 20 cities across 7 countries, each a strategic outpost in Blackwood territory. As the oldest son and heir apparent to the Blackwood Pack Alpha position, Lucian was currently serving as president of the family business, while our father remained the reigning alpha. Lucian glanced sideways at me, black eyes flashing with a love only an eldest sibling could summon. You texted, he said. The world can wait. Anything for my Princess Dolly, he said smoothly. Don't call me that, I protested weakly, my wolf responding to the childhood nickname. It makes me sound like a 3-year-old with a Barbie doll. He snorted, then ruffled my hair. You were one once, not so long ago either. The warmth of old jokes, the comfort of home pack cracks, it hurt and it soothed. That was a lifetime ago. Lucian just patted my head, his touch leaving comforting pack scent in my hair as he smiled indulgently at his kid sister. He smiled, watching me carefully as if weighing if I might bolt again. I never lost track of you. Thank you for the photo, Trace, I said, picking at my sleeve. It saved me, you have no idea. It just took a couple of calls. With the pat of his thumb, Lucian wiped away the tears on my cheeks, his scent mingling with mine in the familial bonding that Silver Creek had never allowed me to experience. The moment you mentioned suspicions about Isolde's behavior, I had our enforcers watching. The weight of my loneliness crashed again. I missed you, I whispered, voice breaking. As have I, Dolly. We've all missed you. Father howls for you on full moons. The admission carried weight, our alpha father's ritual acknowledgement of a missing pack member. I threw myself into my brother's arms again, breathing in the scent of home, of acceptance. I was such a fool, I muttered. You warned me. Dad did. Hell, half the pack warned me. But I ran off anyway. I should have listened when you said Darius would never bond with me properly. He held me back just as fiercely, his palm heavy on my back. No one ever thinks the burn will reach them until it does. I sniffled, managing a weak grin as I swiped my nose. I'm officially done with the Silver Creek pack. My voice caught. The divorce papers are on Alpha Silverclaw's desks by now. His shoulders eased. About time you shed that name, Lucian rumbled. You're Blackwood again now, and don't forget it, little wolf. He pressed his lips to my brow, inspecting my sunken cheeks and puffy eyes with a gentleness I hadn't known I was starving for. Darius Silverclaw never deserved you. The Sliver pack never did. Every wolf in Blackwood pack knew it. I barked a laugh, brittle, shaky, but real. You were right. My arm still aches sometimes. Scar tissue's harder to heal than a broken heart. Lucian tapped me on the nose, that old pack gesture. You've always been the most stubborn in the pack. The blinkers are off now, I promise. No more stubborn Dolly. From now onwards, I'm going to be the one who listens to her family and makes smart, informed decisions about pack alliances. His eyes crinkled. Does this mean you're coming back? Claiming your place as Blackwood's heir? I slouched, pouting just to tease him. Don't you think an Omega deserves at least a couple days of sulking after being used as a blood bag? He gave me a sidelong look. Work's the best medicine for a raw soul. Take it from someone married to the job. I shook my head, smiling despite the ache in my chest. Truth was, that kind of steady, alpha work had always baffled me. You sound like Dad, he chuckled, the sound rumbling through the car. The alpha line comes with its quirks. Lucian was the workaholic alpha in training in the family, and the worrier. 3 years he'd kept his distance, honoring my choice even when it infuriated him. But he'd been keeping tabs on me remotely, as pack brothers were wont to do. The familial bond, though strained by distance, had never fully broken. I remembered how he'd reacted the day I'd chosen to bind with Darius, how cold his expression had gone. Each warning came not as a command, but with the heavy, disappointed growl of a wolf forced to watch his kin walk into a hunter's trap. I was the Omega who'd run to a rival Alpha, trading the Blackwood crest for the Silver Creek mark, all for a doomed fairy tale. The more my family objected, the more I dug in my heels, my wolf stubbornly certain she'd found her match. until I practically ran away from home and started living under a different name, denying my heritage for a promise that was never kept. Luckily, that rebellious phase had finally passed. My wolf had accepted the painful truth. Darius's wolf had never seen me as more than a convenient resource. I was supposed to live the life of a pack princess, not a blood donor. I looked out the tinted window as the car left the hospital. I'd said goodbye to my failed attempt at becoming Luna of Silver Creek. "You are right," I declared, straightening my shoulders. "Work might actually help my wolf heal." But first, a celebration. Lucien handed me a tablet with a smile. "Pick a restaurant in our territory. The pack wants to welcome you home. My treat, pack law, the Alpha provides for returning members." I planted a kiss on my brother's clean-shaven cheek. "Thanks, bro." Author's POV. Back at Silver Creek, Darius Silverclaw emerged from the Luna's private ward, the burn of stress and confusion in his scent. The council healers swarmed Isolde, already assuring him that she'd simply fainted. No real crisis beyond feigned frailty. Darius's hand was tight around his phone. He glowered at my last number on the screen, jaw twitching, thumb hovering uncertainly. Then, with uncharacteristic hesitation, he called. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." He gritted his teeth, nostrils flaring with contained anger. He dialed again, this time calling his Beta Charles. 15 minutes later, Beta Charles Leaf tracked him down in the corridor. "No trace of Dorothy Miller in the hospital, Alpha. I've checked every level. She's gone." Even the name, Dorothy Miller, not Luna Dorothy, not even his mate, jarred a nerve. He was the one who ordered his pack not to address her as Luna Silverclaw. He'd never completed the mating bond, never given her his mark, keeping her perpetually in limbo, neither fully accepted nor rejected. Their bond, never that of true mates, had dissolved as cleanly as any transaction. Contract dissolved, resource withdrawn. The ward door clicked shut behind him. The air hung thick with antiseptic and something else. Absence. A scent that should have been there and wasn't. Why did it agitate him so, this Shadow Omega's absence? Why did it matter that she'd vanished out of his pack and life without a backward look? Darius wasn't one to indulge in excessive contemplation. Alpha decisions were made quickly, decisively. All he knew was he didn't want Dorothy to just disappear on him like that, taking her rare blood and something else he couldn't name with her. So he had to find her. His wolf demanded it. Chapter 4. What You Didn't See, Alpha. When Darius married Dorothy 3 years ago, she was nothing but a penniless, jobless Omega with an extraordinarily rare blood type. He had been practical about it, a resource to be claimed before other packs discovered her value. He wasn't even sure if she'd finished college or if she'd ever gone to one. Come to think of it, he also had no idea where she'd been living before he brought her to Silver Creek territory. The background check his enforcers had run was perfunctory at best. They'd confirmed her blood type and little else. As Alpha, he hadn't needed more. He also realized, with a faint prickle of guilt, that he'd never cared what part of the continent she'd run from before she entered his territory. Once she became his mate in name, she sank quietly into housewolf duties in the Luna's wing. Gentle, silent, her wolf nearly invisible in the bustling hierarchy of Silver Pack. She was a shadow, always present, never seen. Now, she'd left with nothing but the clothes he saw her in last, no claim to the territory, no demand for compensation, not even a plea for sanctuary. Yet sometimes, when he crossed the threshold, his wolf twitched, expecting her, missing her. How was she supposed to fend for herself now, with nothing and no one? Would her wolf even remember how to survive alone after years of submission? Darius dreaded the emptiness her absence left. He ran through possibilities, each one making his muscles tense, his Alpha's instincts bristling. Had she reached her old pack? Was she holed up in some hospital room, weaker than before? Did she have anyone left in the world? His wolf growled, agitated. He barked a command to his Beta. "Leaf, contact the clinic's director. I want all security footage for the past hour, this wing and the parking compound, and send 2 enforcers to my estate. If they spot Dorothy anywhere near the territory boundary, report to me directly." "Yes, Alpha," Leaf nodded, immediately pulling out his phone. The Beta's eyes betrayed a question he wouldn't dare voice. Why such urgency over an Omega the Alpha had publicly dismissed? Darius ignored the unspoken query. His wolf was restless, unsatisfied. The pack's resource, rare blood that could sustain Isolde through her pregnancy, had walked out. He needed to track it. That was all. That had to be all. He told himself it had nothing to do with the memory of Dorothy's scent fading from their bedroom, or the empty spaces in the closet she'd left behind, or the fact that, foolishly, she'd never once complained during 3 years of being treated as less than Luna. Dorothy's POV. I started fidgeting as the Rolls-Royce pulled into the circular driveway in front of the 5-story house perched atop a hill. My wolf stirred anxiously, recognizing the sense of home territory after 3 long years away. Grand and leafy trees, some of which were 100 years old, stood silently like sentries, guarding the front entrance, welcoming me home. The Blackwood pack lands always had this effect: ancient, powerful, protective. Lucian got out, held open the door for me. His alpha scent, similar to our father's but with its own distinct notes, washed over me reassuringly. I climbed out, walked past green lawns and flowering shrubs on both sides, jogged up the stone steps, paused at the threshold. I hesitated, uncertain of her welcome after such a long absence. Go on. Lucian gave me a bolstering pat on the shoulder. The Blackwood pack has found their lost princess. I stepped inside and everything was just as I'd left it. The same sun through the same windows, the same scent of cedar polish and distant jasmine. As if the house had waited, holding its breath for 3 years. Tall arched windows let in plenty of natural light, illuminating my father as he rose to his feet. Matthias McAllister, alpha of the Blackwood pack, set down the newspaper he'd clearly been pretending to read. He rose slowly, his powerful frame unfolding as he faced me. So, you finally decided to end your rebellion and come back to your pack? I launched myself into my father's arms, burst into tears. His scent, pine, authority, home, enveloped me completely. Dad sighed, one large hand stroking my back in slow, soothing motions. You didn't even let me finish my speech. I had a whole thing prepared about wayward wolves and pack loyalty. I smiled through my tears, feeling the vibration of his chest against my cheek. You can still lecture me, Alpha Matthias. I'm all ears. My father pulled back, studying my face with eyes that missed nothing. He shook his head. Looks like Silver Pack has punished you enough. Anger flashed across his eyes. I cowered slightly, though I knew the anger wasn't directed at me. He was thinking about Darius. Like Lucian, he had used his own resources to monitor my situation, discreetly and from a distance. The pack bonds, though strained by my voluntary exile, had never fully broken. The more he learned about the kind of life I led in the Silver Creek pack, the more he grew to despise Darius. If not for his promise to me, he'd have challenged Darius years ago, alpha to alpha. I'm sorry, Daddy, I whispered, guilt washing over me as I thought about what I'd put him through. I suppose you've learned your lesson. His voice softened, the alpha giving way to the father. I have. All done with that Silverclaw wolf? A hint of a growl threaded through the question. All done. And I meant it. Matthias considered me for a moment, his expression softening. The moon goddess creates many wolves for many reasons, honey. Your true mate is still out there. I smiled. I know, Daddy. Lucian perched on the arm of a sofa, his posture relaxed. I've booked a private room at Lutter and Wegner, 8 o'clock reservation. Good. Dad seemed to have just realized his eldest son was also in the room. Aren't you supposed to be at work? I took the day off. Lucian grinned, flashing canines briefly. Which, as the boss, I'm entitled to. I wouldn't miss Dolly's homecoming for the world. But now that your job's done, don't you think the pack business needs tending? The company's not going to run itself, you know. The alpha tone returned. Speaking of pack business, Lucian replied, Dolly has agreed to take her position in the pack hierarchy. We can discuss details over dinner. Well now, that's a pleasant surprise, Dad said. Before I left 3 years ago, my father had been grooming me for a management position within the Blackwood Pack's holdings. Despite being an Omega, I had inherited the McAllister business acumen, was ruthless at the negotiating table, but still needed some honing in the area of strategic planning. My father never saw my Omega status as a limitation. In the Blackwood Pack, every wolf contributed according to their strengths. Dad hoped to groom me, his youngest daughter, to eventually take the helm of the entire group. In his mind, Being an Omega just meant I'd bring different, equally valuable qualities to leadership. I nodded firmly. I'm not just ready to serve, Daddy. I'm ready to lead. I had wasted 3 years chasing a mate bond that never formed, ignoring my wolf's increasingly distressed whines. Now that I'd had my heart thoroughly shredded by Silverpack's rejection, it was time to embrace my true place in the wolf hierarchy. That's my girl, but work can wait till tomorrow. Come, let me show you to your old room. Dad took me by the hand, steered me towards the spiraling central staircase. Billinger kept everything as it was. How is Uncle Bill? I asked, perking up at the mention of our Pax Beta, who had helped raise me. Tall, gangly, with a mind like a steel trap, Uncle Bill was one of the respected elders of the pack. He's fine, just ran out for groceries. He knows how much you like those ruby Roman grapes. The mention of the pack elder remembering my preferences made me feel truly welcome back. I bounded into my old bedroom, flung myself onto the Super Caesar-sized bed, inhaled the lavender scent of the freshly laundered sheets, then hugged Poe, my favorite childhood stuffed toy in the shape of a giant panda. Uncle Bill never missed a trick. He'd kept my space ready, as though confident I would return to the pack where I belonged. You should take a nap, Dad said from the doorway, his alpha scent protective and soothing. I'll come and get you when it's time to go out for dinner. Okay, thanks, Daddy. Author's POV. Alpha Matthias watched until Dorothy's eyes drifted closed before pulling the door shut. His powerful presence commanded respect. Lucian was waiting for him downstairs. Matthias sat down, folded both hands over his lap. Now tell me what you found about the Silver Creek pack. I don't want the publicity stuff. I want the dirt. Lucian brought up a pass-coded file on his tablet, scanned it to refresh his memory. We can start with a she-wolf called Isolde Reed. After a 3-hour strategy dinner that ended well past midnight, Alpha Matthias tucked Dorothy into bed, pressing a kiss to her forehead before slipping out into the hall. Downstairs in his study, Lucian was already waiting with a dossier spread out across the desk. Plans for the week were scrawled with ruthless precision: pack business, alliance maneuvering, and one particular event in bold lettering. Welcome back, Gala. Dorothy of Blackwood pack as heir. The guest list? Matthias asked, sipping his aged whiskey. Handled. Lucian flicked a finger across his tablet and narrowed his eyes. You'll be happy to know the silver claws are at the top of it. Matthias gave a dangerous smirk, the kind only an alpha who'd been challenged too many times and had never lost could wear. Let them come see what they threw away. Dorothy's POV. At exactly 5:58 the next morning, a loud, throaty engine echoed through the Blackwood Estate's upper driveway, followed minutes later by the unmistakable boom of my bedroom door being flung open like a battering ram. Dolly! Before I could sit up fully, I was smothered in the scent of vanilla hairspray from my best friend Kaya. Can't breathe, I muttered, muffled by the impressive mountain range that was my best friend Kaya Mooncrest's chest. Still dramatic as ever, Kaya grinned as she pulled back, cupping my face between her hands. Her hazel eyes darted over my sleep-creased face, her lush lashes twitching with judgment. You look like shit, like a puppy dragged backward through a thorn bush. My lips curved despite myself. Well, good morning to you too, sunshine. Missed you more than I care to admit. Uncle Bill gave me the heads up last night, she said, poking me lightly in the shoulder, which is something you should have texted me the minute you dumped that self-important meathead and came to your senses. I didn't dump anyone, I muttered, dragging myself upright. I just walked out. Fine, you slinked out like a ghost in the damn night, whatever. Kaya huffed, climbing fully into my bed like it belonged to her. Now show me. Show you what? The divorce decree. Her brows arched. I need to see it to believe it's real. Silverclaw was like a plague in this world, infectious arrogance. I dragged the wrinkled parchment from my purse on the nightstand. Here. Kaya took one look, squinted at the seal, and exhaled with the drama of a theater wolf. Praise the moon goddess. It's legit. For a second, I didn't think you'd actually go through with it. I didn't think I would either. She tossed the document like it offended her, then tackled me into a bone-rattling hug. You're back, finally, and you're never leaving again. I'm not. Her tone sobered as she pulled away. So the wolfy charm finally wore off, huh? He forget to pet your head in public enough? I snorted. No, though, funnily enough, you'd be surprised how rare that was. Ugh, I told you 3 years ago. That man might have had a jawline that could cut granite, but he had the emotional range of a pine cone. You were just high off his alpha aura. You should have scratched that itch, moved on like any sane wolf. I was in love. Deliriously, stupidly, completely, she said flatly, walking over to rummage through my closet. She held up a white Dion Lee mini. This is hanging on you. You've lost too much weight. Darius didn't just suck out your feelings, he sucked out your nutrition. I padded into the bathroom, brushing my teeth as she flung clothes onto the bed. I've got a velvet mini and boots, she said cheerfully. Let's hit Pangea, sunrise cocktails, and bad decisions. Here we come. I gargled and spat, raising a brow. You want me to go clubbing at 6 a.m? Moon above, my father would faint. Your father is the same alpha who told me at dinner that there are plenty of fish in the sea, I retorted, walking out. You should have seen the way he smirked when he said it. Said the moon goddess has plans for me yet. Great minds, girl, great minds, Kaya winked. Anyway, partying is just hunting in heels. I laughed. I'm not ready for hunting yet. I pulled on a knit midi dress, smoothing it over my hips, but I do need your help. I want to swing by the Silver Creek house, pick up a few of my things, maybe intercept the final divorce file. Kaya froze, one hand on her boot. You want to go back? There? Just for my stuff. 5 minutes. I'm coming. There's no way I'm letting you walk into that Luna-devouring den alone. And if Darius shows up, she cracked her knuckles, I will make sure that smug alpha learns what a wolf can really do. The drive was long and tense. Almost 2 hours later, her Porsche zipped through Avalon Manor's iron-trimmed gates with barely a glance from the guards. I recognized the ivy-draped pathway leading to the house where I'd once played at being Luna. I was halfway up the front walk when she appeared. Celine Silverclaw. Darius's mother. The real Luna of that house. Not me. Never me. She stood like a statue on the topmost step, arms akimbo, powdered face tight with disdain. Well, well, she sneered. Where the hell have you been, missy? Laundry wasn't done. Dishes were still in the sink. You forget what your duties are before you're legally dismissed? Kaya let out a low growl. You talking to a rejected mate or to your cleaning staff, 'cause one would hope you know how to separate them. Celine barely spared her a glance, her eyes narrowing with venom. Didn't I tell you, Dorothy, no riffraff in the house? Oh, wait, right. You never listened to anything I said. And you never grew out of your superiority complex, Kaya snapped. Judging from the polyester stink on your perfume, the Luna title doesn't come with an ounce of grace. Excuse me, Celine's jaw dropped. Oh, you're excused. From sensibility, from class, possibly from reality too, Kaya replied sweetly. Time does that to certain she-wolves. I tried to hold my laugh in. I really did, but it slipped out and spooked the tension. Goddess, I miss this woman. Celine turned her wrath back to me. That how you raise your friends, Dorothy. No respect. No Luna manners. No wonder Darius never looked twice at you. You were always more pet than partner. My jaw tensed. There was a time her words would have gutted me like claws to belly, but now they bounced off. My wolf lifted her head behind my ribs, calm and steady. I'm just here to pick up a few things, I said, sidestepping her venom. I don't think so, Celine hissed, thrusting an arm out and shoving me hard. I stumbled back, catching myself, fury flooding my blood. I bared my teeth. Touch me again and forget Darius. I'll drag you before Alpha Matthias myself. Celine's face paled for a blink at the mention of my father's name. And for the record, Kaya stepped between us, voice low and charged with threat. If you ever lay a hand on her again, I'll make sure your Botox cracks in all the wrong places. You wouldn't dare, Celine hissed. Oh, honey, Kaya said, smiling wide and savage. I already did. I scanned the house, once a prison, now just empty walls. I wasn't here to win or argue. I was here to end it, all of it. I'm walking through that door, I said, stepping forward once more, eyes locked on hers. You can move or you can fall, your choice. I barely had time to regain my footing before Kaya caught me by the elbow, steadying me with an angry snarl reverberating from her chest. Kaya's eyes flicked to Celine crouched smugly on the threshold, and before I could say a word, she had stalked up the stone steps and shoved the older wolf hard in the chest. Celine yelped, knocked off balance by the force. Her designer heels skidded awkwardly on the polished marble, and she crashed backward against the front door with a graceless thud before sliding pathetically onto the floor. "Watch your step, Luna," Kaya said dryly, nudging Celine's legs aside with the toe of her boot. She pushed open the double doors and looked back at me over her shoulder. "Shall we?" I didn't answer. I just walked. "Dorothy Miller," Celine screeched from the floor, thumping her fists against the doorway where she sat, flailing like a collapsed marionette. "Help me up right now, or I swear by the moon, I'll tell Alpha you let your trashy friend assault me." I stopped just inside the arching hallway of the Silver Creek house. Not my home. It never had been. I turned my head slowly, meeting her eyes with deadly calm. "Why should I help you?" I asked flatly. I could smell the fear under it, the anger laced with disbelief. Maybe I was supposed to still be that obedient little thing she could command. But that version of me had vanished the day I left this house for good. "You stood there," I continued softly, "and let Lyra humiliate me every day. Sometimes you even lent her your words. You called it teaching discipline. I called it cruelty." I stepped wide around her like she was a mud-stained rug I couldn't bother to touch and moved through the foyer into the living room. I walked past every memory embedded in that gaudy wallpaper and made my way to the coffee table where a stack of express mail sat unopened, except for one. I reached for the torn paper and slipped the document free. Black ink on ivory cardstock, the final divorce certification. Legal, binding, absolute. The Silver Creek Luna title no longer held my name. I tucked it into my purse, barely aware of Celine sputtering behind me, and headed upstairs. 5 minutes later, I was back at the threshold of the room I used to scrub until my hands were raw. The memories hit me in a wave. Hours spent on my knees, mopping that marble floor until the scent of bleach burned my nostrils. No Luna ever lived like that. I took one last look at the impossible gleam of stone white as bone and felt nothing. "I'm done here," I said. Kaya was standing guard like a personal sentinel, still watching Celine on the floor with narrowed eyes. Her jaw relaxed when I approached, and she linked our arms together like we were claiming territory. "About time." She slipped her sunglasses over her sharp hazel eyes. "I swear, all the excitement and not a single decent chandelier to swing from. Let's blow this cursed den." We exited without ceremony, the front gates parting once again before the powerful roar of her sleek obsidian Porsche. As the estate disappeared behind us, another engine pulled in, low, guttural, commanding. A black Bugatti, of course. Alpha Darius, author's POV. By the time Kaya's car cleared the lane, Darius had already leapt from the driver's seat, his long limbs carrying him swiftly up the steps as he spotted his mother sprawled like a toppled angel. He crouched down, gripping Celine's arms, his voice sharp with urgency. "Mom, are you okay? What happened?" Celine puffed theatrically, allowing herself to be hoisted onto the nearest velvet-draped sofa. "Your ex," she spat like bile, "let one of her filthy little friends assault me." Darius's silver eyes skimmed her quickly, checking for bruises, blood, any sign of actual harm, but there were none. "You don't look hurt," he said cautiously. "Are you sure you're all right?" "No, I'm not all right," Celine snapped. "Not until you do something about that Luna impersonator. You divorced her, Darius. Now make sure she's kept away." Darius's brows drew together. "Dorothy attacked you?" "Well, not her, but the other one. That she-wolf with the ridiculous hair and the mouth like a sailor's wife." "Kaya?" he muttered. Celine surged forward again. "I don't care what her name is. She's gutter trash, and she shoved me." And Dorothy just stood there? Didn't lift a finger. Had the nerve to question me, to walk right into this house like she owned it. Darius leaned back slowly, appraising his mother with a searching stare. Something wasn't adding up, and he knew it. "I want her blacklisted," Celine continued, gaining steam. "I mean it. Pull our alliance with Blackwood. Enough is enough." Darius said nothing. "Don't tell me you're going after her," Celine snapped, her eyes narrowing as he headed for the front door. He hesitated. "I need to check something." "Darius Silverclaw, you are not chasing after that gold-digging little thief." He stopped halfway through the entryway. "Thief?" He turned back, a glint of confusion flashing through his expression. "What did you just say? She stole from us," Celine shrieked. She said she didn't want a settlement because she already took what she came for. Darius blinked. What did she take? The Graf diamond, Celine shouted, fumbling for her phone. It's gone. I checked the safe. Darius felt his stomach twist. The ring, 12 carats, pink diamond, rose gold band, a symbol of everything they were supposed to be, and never became. She said she didn't take anything, he murmured half to himself. Lied through her pale little teeth. Celine was rapidly scrolling her screen. That ring is worth over $2 million, Darius. He sat back against the wall, running both hands over his face. She wore that ring every day, Darius said faintly. He remembered the way it caught the kitchen light, how she twisted it when she was nervous, how it gleamed even when her hands were red with bleach and water. She wore it like a promise, one only she honored, like it was all she had. On the phone, Celine kept ranting. Call the police. Report her. Make her pay for disgracing this family. Darius's response was cold and quiet. It was her ring, hers by bond, by oath, and by name. She has every right to take it. He ended the drama, Dorothy's. Kaya was gripping the wheel tighter than necessary, her other hand balled into a fist against her thigh as her Porsche roared down the forest-fringed road beyond Silver Creek's territory lines. That she-wolf, she growled, her hazel gaze still stormy from earlier. Your ex-mother-in-law? Absolute menace. I swear she smells like rotten lemon. I didn't bother defending Celine Silverclaw. There was nothing left to defend. Kaya huffed, her shoulders shifting as she glanced at me sideways. But seriously, how did you survive 3 years under the same roof as that banshee? I mean, I'll tolerate a lot for a good time, but no pack bond or midnight alpha romp is worth surrendering my dignity. I gave her a little shrug, eyes out the window as the dense pine forest blurred by. We all make mistakes. Kaya snorted, her laughter cutting through the tension like dawnlight. Fair. But good goddess, did you see her outfit? Shiny symbols of wealth stamped all over her. Tom Ford, Cartier, Montclair, the works. Someone should tell her slapping brands on your body doesn't change the rot underneath. I let a smile curl at the corner of my lips. Kaya didn't judge people often, only when they earned it. And today, I was her pack again. Speaking of clothes, she continued as the wind slipped through her window, tugging at her fire-red curls. We need to hit the shops, preferably somewhere exclusive and absurdly overindulgent. You have a homecoming to prepare for, future alpha liaison. I groaned softly but nodded. Fine, but only because you risked murder by Luna Wrath this morning. Oh, honey, she grinned deviously. I live for the theatrics. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of luxury boutiques, brunch with overpriced cucumber water, and a hair salon that smelled like elderflower and wolf musk. 6 hours and 38 bags later, we finally staggered from the shopping district, triumphant and exhausted. It wasn't the bags I loved. It was this. Freedom. For 3 years, even the scent of it had been forbidden. Celine's rules had been suffocating, curfews masked as concern, social isolation excused as propriety. Back at Silver Creek, I couldn't be out past 9 without being snarled at like a misbehaving pup on her first leash. But now, I could breathe. When we arrived at the Blackwood estate, dusk was rolling gently across the forest trails. Lanterns lit along the arching iron fence. My wolves, my home. Lucian was lounging on the living room sectional, long legs crossed leisurely over the armrest, a glass of whiskey in one hand and a dossier in the other. You're back early, I said. I crossed to press a quick kiss to his cheek. Didn't Dad say you'd be gone for a couple more days? Shouldn't you be out there seducing land deals and terrifying politicians into handing over half the region? The summit in Raven Falls ended early, he said, setting down the folder and tugging me in for a more brotherly side hug. Then he straightened and looked over my shoulder. His eyebrow quirked. Evening, Kaya. Hi. Kaya stammered behind me. I blinked. My indomitable, no-nonsense friend was blushing? Oh, that was rarer than a unicorn in a leather jacket. I stepped back unobtrusively and turned just fast enough to catch the flicker of crimson dancing high on Kaya's cheeks. Her earlier fire dimmed to a flickering flame of bashful warmth. Lucian, with that calm alpha ease, merely gave her a nod and a faint smirk, the kind that made most wolves pause and rethink their pheromone output. Got you something, he said casually, retrieving a pristine white bag from the glass-top coffee table. Welcome back, baby wolf. I reached into the bag slowly, my fingers brushing buttery leather and cool metal. Is this? My voice dropped. Inside was a limited edition Birkin in matte Arctic white. The hand-stitched clochette, the pale rose gold hardware, it was perfect and nearly impossible to find. I love it, I whispered, completely sincere. Kaya practically swooned. It'll look amazing with the aviator shearling jacket you found at Sloane's. I swear this color combo is witchcraft. Sorry, I teased as I kissed Lucian's temple. Best big brother in the Western clans. Already claimed. He smiled a rare, proud smile. Then he turned again, snatching a smaller bag from beneath a few stacked ledgers. And one for you, Kaya. From? She took the offering as if it were blessed by the moon goddess herself. Inside, nestled in black tissue paper, was a custom-engraved crystal bottle of Coco Mademoiselle, her name shown in delicate cursive on the glass, Kaya Mooncrest. I glanced at her face just in time to witness the second stage. Blush deepened from rose to full vermilion. It is, she stammered, clutching the bottle to her chest like it might melt. And suddenly I was seeing it. All of it. The charged glances. Her nervous fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. Lucian's lingering gaze when she wasn't looking. Oh, goddess, there was definitely something brewing here. And for once, it wasn't me at the center of a romantic storm. I started picturing garden weddings and sentient flower garlands. Just as I was fantasizing about bridesmaid dresses and scent-matching candle blends, a sharp flick to my forehead knocked me back to the present. Ow! I rubbed the spot with a mock glare. What was that for? You drifted off, Lucian said dryly, shaking his head. Probably planning floral arrangements for weddings that don't exist. Yet. Cute. He knew me too well. I'm listening now, I promised, planning myself on the couch like a soldier reporting for duty. He chuckled. Marcus and Draven are overseas for a while longer. They'll cut their schedules as soon as they can and fly back. Expect them by the weekend. I missed my older brothers fiercely, but I didn't want them uprooting their lives just for me. It's really okay, I murmured. I know how demanding things are with the eastern borders and the elders' negotiations. Lucian waved a hand dismissively. Family over everything, Dolly. You're back, and it's where you belong. My throat tightened slightly. He was right, but hearing it said aloud brought a weightless, aching relief. And one more thing, he said, voice turning businesslike. I groaned. No more fancy bags, Lucian. I'm full on luxury for the... He slid a thick stack of sealed parchment forward. Not a gift, not this time, he said, tapping the folder. You're coming with me to the council office tomorrow. The board meets at 7 sharp. I expect you to read through these tonight. Never. My eyes widened. What? Tomorrow? Board meeting? I thought I had time to... I don't know. You've rested enough. He tousled my hair. Time to stop hiding in Luna scraps and stand where you belong. Your place is among the leaders, Dorothy, not behind them. Even if I carried the McAllister blood, even if I was the only daughter of the Alpha of Blackwood, the Pinnacle Group wasn't going to hand me a leadership seat without resistance. Not after I'd been gone for 3 years, bound to another pack like some glorified bargaining chip with a rare blood type and a pretty face. Now I was back, and if I was serious about reclaiming my future, I had to earn it. Wolf politics were steeped in dominance and influence, but business was another battlefield entirely. I ran my hands over the folder, feeling the pulse of purpose beating from it like a heartbeat. I wasn't just home, I was back in the game. And this time, I had no intention of being anyone's forgotten resource. So after one of Aunt Ava's decadent mushroom roast dinners and half a bottle of that vintage Burgundy Uncle Bill kept hidden in the cellar, I cracked my knuckles and dropped onto the sofa with parchment documents and a mission. Thankfully, I wasn't alone. Oh, bloody hell! Kaya's voice echoed sharply through the hall, followed by a loud thump. I poked my wet head out of the bathroom, my toothbrush still clutched between my teeth. Who bit you this time? She stormed in with her iPad Air like it was a shield of war, livid and panting with beta-born fury. Those slander-peddling, rot-souled wolves should have been spayed by the moon herself. Judging by the tone, I mused past a mouthful of mint. I'm guessing it's something Silverclaw-shaped. I swear it came straight from that perfumed corpse of a she-wolf, Kaya hissed. Celine Silverclaw herself. She shoved the device at me. See for yourself, Dolly. I spit into the sink before taking the tablet. The title of the article glared at me in bold script. Dorothy Miller. She's a real magpie. If it's shiny, she'll take it. Oh, I said mildly. I'm trending again. Infamously, Kaya snapped, tossing herself on the bed beside me in a dramatic flop. Unbelievable. How dare they? The article had been posted through the Nadir Consortium's verified communication channel, Darius's multinational empire headquartered within Silver Creek. The accusations were sharp and straight to the throat. Apparently, I had discreetly absconded with a 12-carat pink graph diamond, my wedding ring, valued at $2.3 million. The post ended with the kind of carefully measured implication the marriage had crumbled solely due to my failings and emotional instability. And the sheep eat it up, Kaya sneered, scrolling through the comment section carnage. Look at this. Gold-digging omega trash. Should have stayed in her kitchen. No true mate could have stood her past the honeymoon. Disgusting. My Instagram and comms feeds were swamped. Howls, jeers, threats, all sharp, all anonymous. I leaned back against the headboard, blew out a slow breath, and let a slow, cold smile curl across my lips. Oh, I'm mad, I smiled slowly, and that should scare them more than if I screamed. Finally, some fire, Kaya muttered, eyes flashing. But it wasn't fire she saw, not the kind she could recognize, not yet. It was something colder, something I'd learned from McAllister Blood. You never bark at a threat. You wait, you circle, and then you sink your teeth in the right place where it hurts most. I slammed Isolde Silverclaw's pretty little lie factory open in a separate tab. She plays house, I murmured, but forgets the house has eyes. What are you talking about? Kaya asked, confused, but watching closely. I tapped a hidden folder in my archives, an image Isolde had once sent me during the months she tried to apologize. That time, she swore she hadn't meant to get pregnant, hadn't meant to crawl into Darius's bed with my mark still on his skin. I never deleted it. I queued the file, then dialed Lucien. He picked up before the first ring finished. Lucien, I greeted softly. Quick question. Stardom Productions. Still under my name, right? Current CEO's Griffin Thorne already texted his direct line to your private cell. You want me to contain the fallout? No need, I replied. I've hunted bigger prey. I just need a good signal. Then show your teeth, baby wolf, Lucien replied. Remind them you don't beg for table scraps. You command the table. I ended the call and turned back to Kaya. What are you going to do? She asked, eyes wide. You're not about to just flip your hair and meditate this into the wind, are you? I grinned faintly with, oh no, I'm about to light the whole damn forest on fire. I opened my long dormant public account at Dorothy M. The first post was a single image, an untouched photo sent months ago. Isolde curled possessively against Darius's bare chest, her nails beneath his jaw, his scent tangled in her hair. The timestamp glowed along the lower corner, 2 months before our mating dissolution had gone public. The post read, one does not remain bound to a wolf whose loyalty burns out faster than his scent. Examine freely. The frenzy began immediately. Verified forensics accounts replied within seconds. Energy drink companies tagged it for memes. Even Nadir's PR wing began issuing protest hashtags. Kaya gawked at my screen. Holy shit, Dolly. That alone, Darius is going to lose other PAC support before dawn. I held up a finger. Wait for it. The second post dropped moments later. Another image. This time of Darius's sister Lyra, mid-swig at a velvet-draped baccarat table. Her hand lifted lazily, drawing attention to the doozy glittering on her finger, the 12-carat pink graph diamond. Caption. If you're looking for the ring, Miss Lyra Silverclaw might have pawed it into the Ridgefire Casino vaults. Of course, I tagged the casino. Their PR team answered faster than a hunter-billed hawk scents blood. At Ridgefire Official, Miss Lyra Silverclaw pledged the ring on record as repayment for a $1 million gambling debt. Evidence enclosed. Ring currently in secure vault. Legal retrieval open with equivalent tender. Attached was a notarized image of the official contract. Lyra's signature was sprawled across it, unmistakable and damning. And just like that, the story flipped. Accuser became mocked. Omega became queen. I leaned back against the bed, trying not to feel the shaking relief in my limbs. My pulse raced like I'd just fought tooth and claw for dominance and bled just enough to prove I was still alive. Kaya had gone from livid to gleeful. Dorothy. Remind me never to piss you off. I looked at her, my voice low, firm. Just remind them I never needed a diamond to feel like a Luna, but they needed one to pretend I wasn't. Author's POV. Netizens like to believe they were too sharp to be manipulated, especially wolves. Trick a dominant mind, and they bite back hard. So when the truth cracked through Nadir's PR illusion, when the spectators realized they'd been howling on the wrong trail, the outrage was instant, feral, and loud. The very users who flooded Dorothy's feeds with hostility began turning tooth and fang against the Silverclaws. One does not remain bound to a wolf whose loyalty burns away faster than his scent. That post had detonated the illusion like dry pine in the summer heat, and now the fire caught every corner of the internet. Thought Silverclaws had wealth running down to their tails. Why the hell paw your sister-in-law's wedding ring to pay off a casino debt? Mate bonds dissolve, sure, but rings like that belong to the one who wore them during the bond. Dorothy had every right to keep it. She left him because he cheated. Who the hell wants a cheating wolf's scent on anything valuable? My heart broke seeing that photo. I used to think Darius Silverclaw had it all. Alpha status, wealth, power, charm. But now, turns out faithful isn't in his list of virtues. Used to love Nadir's Bluetooth headphones. Not anymore. My mate just canceled our Z-Net subscription. Said betrayal doesn't stream well. Even the pups are asking if cheating wolves get muted. Upvote this, please. Boycott. My cousin's mate lied too. Broke her mating bond and left her with whelp support. Moon above, I say let cheating wolves burn. And so it built. The Silverclaw pack held command of Nadir's core shares, but they'd gone public with a fraction, enough for human and wolf investors alike to tear into exposed flesh. After Dorothy's post went viral, Nadir's stock dropped like a maimed predator. There wasn't a bottom, it was all freefall. By midnight, Darius stood in his study, territorial scent darkened and choked, watching the betrayal bleed red into digital projections. Every red line on the stock report was another gash, another blow to the ego he'd built like a fortress. The second screen displayed the miserable face of his PR lead, Sydney Kane. Kane's sleep-creased pajamas clashed cruelly with the gravity of the moment, as did the beads of sweat gathering at his temple under Darius's hostile gaze. Who gave you clearance to post that filth? Darius's voice was razor-edged alpha order dressed in civility. I didn't sign off on it. Nadir's social channels are for official strategies, a launch, a campaign, an acquisition. Not this, personal chaos. Kane swallowed, gaze fixed somewhere below the camera's eye. It was Luna Silverclaw's idea. Darius stiffened like a wolf catching a sour wind. Dorothy doesn't have authority over Nadir any longer. No, sir, I mean, your mother. Silence thickened. Darius didn't move, but a vein in his neck began pulsing furiously. The look on his face made even the shadows in the room edge away. She has no title within Nadir, he said, voice low and lethal. She's not pack-housed here. She's not part of any senior board. Not since Darius moved Dorothy in, went unspoken, but Celine's venom wasn't something easily washed off the walls. I should have been called, he snarled. No excuses. She said you'd already approved it. Kane cursed inwardly. He'd made the cardinal mistake of assuming dominance came from bloodline without consent. Another silence. Then Darius cut the call like slashing claws. He sent a mind link to Leaf, his beta, a stickler for control and silence. Yes, Alpha. Darius didn't delay. Get on the horn with the comms hub. Make them demote the trending post. Nudge it down behind a few petty pack disputes or celebrities sniffing the wrong throats. I already tried, Alpha, but someone else got there first. Darius paused. And the request was not to suppress it, but to ensure it remained trending, top of the list for the next 72 hours. And the party behind that request? Griffin Thorne, Stardom Media's CEO. The entertainment syndicate? Darius asked, blinking once. Yes, Alpha. Darius's fingers began tapping the oak surface of his desk. Stardom was not some howling boutique of star-chasing parasites. It was an empire. One that built narratives, owned sound waves, and could bury truth beneath theatrical illusion or skyrocket it into worship. Dorothy didn't act, didn't perform, didn't play the crowd, and yet here she was making the world watch. Did Thorne give a reason? No, Alpha. I've left a message. No reply. Darius paced, scent cutting into the space like tension corded into every step. the way wolves did when they couldn't hunt down the predator draining their forest of prey yet. Pull every connection you have. I want access logs, past affiliations, event seating. Find out when and how they bonded. That level of search will require waking a few government-linked nodes. I said, "Move," Darius growled, and the line went dead. He stood in his study, alone. Dorothy, Griffin, connections he hadn't known, author's POV. Darius Silverclaw had never met Griffin Thorne in the flesh, but he knew the name and the reputation. A lone wolf, untethered to any pack. Ruthless in business circles and notoriously apolitical in pack alliances, Thorne ran stardom media like a hunting hound set loose with no leash, and people respected him for precisely that reason. Now Darius stared at the digital profile glowing from his desktop monitor, eyes scanning each acquisition. Darius's lips pulled into a hard line. It was time to reach out, face to face. But first, an hour of sleep, then a quick shower, coffee, black, French toast, half eaten. He had just slipped into his jacket when his phone vibrated on the counter. He checked the number and sighed audibly. Morton Silverclaw, his father and the former Silver Creek Alpha, rarely contacted him before sunrise unless the world was actively catching fire. Darius answered, but instead of the calm baritone he expected, a sharp and shrill voice pierced through the speaker like claws on polished stone. "Darius, call your ex-mate now." Celine Silverclaw howled, frantic. "Take down that post. Do you have any idea what she's doing to the family name?" Darius grimaced and held the phone away, suppressing the urge to let his temper off its chain. He was glad he hadn't returned to Avalon Manor last night. If he had, Celine would have barked the paint off the walls. Darius tapped the speakerphone button and laid the device down on his desk, safely distanced from his ears. He leaned back, fists clenched loosely on his lap. Celine didn't stop. "You should have never posted about that Luna ring. She didn't steal it. Lyra did, for the love of the goddess. And now Dorothy's just protecting herself. That post was firebait from the start." Darius blinked, words caught behind clenched molars. The truth was a dangerous thing in Celine's mouth. It often came out tangled in blame and bitterness. "Why are you defending her now?" Celine snapped. "What, you think this is my mess? It's yours, Darius. I told you not to marry that girl. She didn't bring anything to the pack but her blood, and look, now she's burning us with it." "It's over, Mom," Darius muttered, voice restrained like a muzzle across a snarl. But Celine bulldozed forward. She always did. "She could have explained herself to me. She could have kept it quiet. But no, she had to post it. She had to paint us like we're scavengers," Celine hissed. "Just wait. Your Luna candidate won't look so radiant next to a scandal like this." "You chose her," Darius said flatly. Silence, then the sound of the phone shifting. Morton Silverclaw's voice replaced his mate's, gravelly and curt, the way every command from an aging alpha sounded in the bones. "This is out of control, Darius. It's not about the damn ring anymore. It's the pack's name. Nadir's stock is plummeting, and there's a call for boycott spreading like wildfire, both humans and wolves. If you want to keep this business breathing, you need to put out that fire. Now." "I tried." Darius's tone was ice. "The platform won't pull the post. They've been paid to keep it top-ranked." Morton went silent for a beat too long. "By who?" he asked. "Griffin Thorne," Darius responded tightly. "The lone wolf?" Darius nodded once, even though no one could see him. "Goddess above," Morton muttered. "What's he doing anywhere near this?" "No clue yet, but someone elevated her story, and it wasn't out of sympathy." A sharp intake of breath preceded the return of Celine, louder than ever. "What, now you're saying it's strategic? That Dorothy is pulling strings behind the scenes now? She's not that clever." "Stop," Darius cut in, breathing shallow. "Stop what?" she snapped. "Expecting you to fix this?" "No," he replied, blaming her for something she didn't start. "You've changed," Celine bit out. "Since when do you pick that girl's side?" "I'm not picking sides," Darius ground out as tightly as steel pulled over fire. "I'm watching facts, and fact is, she didn't make the first move. The story started when you posted on Nadir's account without my say. Dorothy just lit the match. You built the tinder pile." Celine exploded again in the background, but Darius didn't hear most of it. His gaze had landed back on the post, the one Dorothy made. It was gaining traction fast. Reposts, comments, shares by influencer wolves and high-profile alphas across packs. Darius scrolled through it with a hand heavy as iron. Celine must think Dorothy posted the accusation, he realized. The message carried Nadir's branding, after all. Would she believe he'd retaliate like that? Vindictive, petty, gods, maybe even jealous. He rubbed at the space between his brows, where the headache was setting in, like the tension he never let show in a meeting room. She believed him a cheater, because he was one. Now she'd believe him a coward, too. The thought hit harder than he expected, sharp like exposed bone. The call dropped on the other end first. Celine hung up, likely throwing things by now, while Morton tried to rein her in. Darius didn't call back. Instead, he pulled up her number. It rang once, then nothing. Blocked. Of course she blocked him. She left through the front door and closed every channel behind her. Darius raked a hand through his hair, sharp breaths pushing through his nose. He might have been Alpha of Silver Creek, but he suddenly couldn't track a single thread of the woman who had lived under his roof for 3 full winters. Where would she go? Who would she turn to? He had no damn idea. Her scent used to linger, on sheets, on soap, on silence. Now, nothing, not even the ghost of lavender and regret. He hit the speed dial for Beta Leaf. Any sign of her? The voice that answered was clipped and immediate. Nothing yet, Alpha. We've expanded the grid search, tapped B&Bs, track stops, rural motels, but there's nothing. His jaw tensed. Her card? Unchanged, Leaf said. No use recorded since she left the medical wing. No transfers, no pings. What about footage? She stepped into a hospital elevator, but she never came out. Darius stilled, completely. What do you mean? Never came out. The feed was altered, cropped maybe, possibly looped. Someone cleaned her escape. Darius's mind spun faster than his car's wheels on gravel. So she had help. At least someone covering her trail, Leaf affirmed. I hired a private investigator, ex-gov work, good at disappearances. Darius exhaled through his teeth. Keep digging. Yes, Alpha. Leaf clicked off. The truth pressed in from all sides. Dorothy wasn't hiding. She was gone. No trace, no footprint, no ripple in the water behind her. An hour later, just before trading began, a statement slipped from Nadir's official channel. It was brief and coldly professional. The previous post against Miss Dorothy Miller was retracted. The company extended its apology for an unfortunate miscommunication. Darius stared at the words on screen. They weren't enough. Not by a long shot. But when a pack was wounded, you didn't howl regret. You staunched the bleeding and covered your own. At least that was the Silverclaw way. Whatever Dorothy's way was now, she was choosing it without him. And damn it, maybe that was the worst part. The official statement made no attempt to explain the real reason behind the dissolution of Darius and Dorothy's mating bond. There was no mention of the photo that had gone viral, Darius asleep on the velvet lounge of his private suite, Isolde Reed's head pressed close to his collarbone. Not a word about Celine, or about Lyra, the subordinate who had borrowed the Luna ring. No acknowledgement, no responsibility. And the public? They weren't buying it. Scathing comments bloomed beneath the post, vines of accusations and speculation twisting into the hundreds. Reddit threads dissected the timeline. Shifter gossip boards lit up with theories and secondhand sources, most unconfirmed, but altogether damning. Some wolves, with too much time and not enough sense, even made it their mission to identify a soul publicly. Darius didn't read the comments. Not really. He just kept refreshing, over and over. But Dorothy never responded. No follow-up, no statement, nothing to mirror his silence. She was just gone. And Goddess, wasn't that worse? He checked her old account every night, sometimes mid-meeting with CEOs and ambassadors, feigning distractions while chasing digital ghosts. She hadn't posted anything new since that last bombshell, the one that ignited 1,000 reposts and cracked open what remained of his reputation among the urban allied packs. So Darius did what he hadn't done in 3 years. He started again from the beginning, from the first post, married the love of my life. Today I became Luna Silverclaw. His chest tightened painfully as memories flooded back. 1 year later, he remembered our anniversary. Look at this. Reservations at the charming bistro by the river I've dreamed about. He's the best. The image was slightly blurred, snapped hastily in their hallway mirror, yet her smile was radiant, brimming with anticipation. She wore the sapphire blue dress he'd once complimented, except it wasn't a thoughtful surprise. It was an oversight, a reservation he'd made casually, then forgotten, canceling it to accommodate foreign delegates. She'd stumbled upon the discarded confirmation email, misunderstood his silence, and dressed up beautifully for him. She had sat there alone, eating by herself, paying quietly, returning to an empty home. The realization sliced through him like a blade. And she'd somehow found the crumpled printout in his office trash, smoothed it out, and thought his silence meant a surprise. She'd gone alone, sat alone, paid alone, came home to an empty house. His ribs cracked like dry kindling. The next photo wasn't of flowers. It was her, alone at a candlelit table, phone propped awkwardly against a glass, wearing a fragile smile. Beneath it, she had texted softly, "Wish you were here," sent while his phone lay muted during his endless business call. He hadn't just forgotten, he'd erased them. Scrolling further, each post opened a fresh wound. Little notes of longing, quiet whispers of affection, glimpses of a woman who built hope out of the smallest gestures. He's traveling again, almost 2 weeks now. Miss his laughter. I tidied his study today. Cedar scent everywhere. His favorite, I think. Tried baking that chocolate tart he loves. Burned my finger, but worth every second if he smiles when he's home. Half-completed captions lingered, vulnerable and hesitant. Hope he notices someday. There were no accusations, no anger, only warmth, unending, gentle, and unreturned. His own messages to her were sparse and indifferent. Dinner canceled, late meeting tonight. Blood needed at hospital, 7 a.m., don't be late. Later that same day, she had texted, "Hope the meeting goes smoothly. Left your favorite dessert on the counter. Hope I remembered correctly this time. Sweet dreams." Her love had never demanded attention. It was gentle, quiet, and now completely gone. He dialed her number again. Nothing but silence. He frantically searched her name across platforms, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, only to find empty spaces. This time something was worse. Her presence wasn't just dormant, it was erased. Every trace of her vanished. His heart seized sharply, panic blooming hot beneath his ribs. She had relinquished her title, wiped away her mark, erased herself entirely from the world they'd once shared. Without even saying goodbye. Staring numbly at the empty screen, he saw only grayed-out icons, lifeless remnants of affection that had once brightened his every day. He'd always believed Dorothy quietly existed in the margins of his important life. But now, her silence filled every space, crushingly loud. Maybe somewhere along the way she'd stopped believing he could ever truly love her back, and he'd done nothing to prove her wrong. "Then why?" he whispered bitterly, heart cracking open. "Does losing you feel like dying?" He closed the last window, shoved his chair back, and rose unsteadily. What was he grieving? Not just a bond, but her, his hand clenched over his heart, aching profoundly with the absence. She wasn't merely a gentle, compliant Omega. She was Dorothy, his Dorothy. And now, tragically, he finally saw her, only in the emptiness she left behind. A month passed like breath in frost. The annual Veilbrook Ball was held at the St. Louis Inth, a glittering palace of chandeliers and shifter royalty. Swans glided behind wrought iron gates, and waitstaff wore gloves laced with house sigils. It was less of a ball and more of a strategic convergence, a who's who of alpha networks across the continent. Only 100 wolves received formal invitations each year, not including plus ones. Darius received his as always, as did Isolde, who spent the better part of the week planning her entrance gown, but neither of them knew Dorothy would be on the guest list this year, not until the cameras erupted. Outside the main entrance, paparazzi were already jostling for position among rune-stamped town cars and pack-issued transports. At 5 o'clock sharp, the crowd flared with excitement as a matte black Cadillac Escalade Platinum pulled to a smooth stop at the curb. The door opened. Bright flashes went off like lightning. Then came a stunned hush, followed by a fresher wave of shutterfire. "Is that Dorothy Miller?" gasped one reporter, her eyes wide behind her press badge. Darius turned from the ballroom's upper landing, drawn by the sudden storm of recognition below, and when he saw her, he forgot how to breathe. Alpha Darius Silverclaw, spine rigid with practiced authority, stood poised at the entrance, dressed impeccably in a midnight black Burberry tuxedo. Beside him, Isolde clutched his arm possessively, her practiced smile rigid and brittle beneath the harsh lights. She had clawed her way back into Darius's favor, at least partially, After that humiliating hospital episode, when her bruises were revealed to be manufactured and Darius had left her behind without a word. But finally Dorothy was gone, cast out, the divorce official. Isolde had waited patient and poised, confident her moment was coming, and now she believed it had. But Darius's attention sharpened dangerously as Lucian McAllister emerged. "Lucian, it's Lucian McAllister. Mr. McAllister, this way, please." Big smile. "Who are you wearing?" "Lucian, marry me," someone screamed, and laughter followed like surf to the shore. Darius stiffened as the crimson Bentley Mulsanne glided to a halt below them. Its arrival cleaved clean silence through the buzz of voices and lens shutters. He turned toward the sound just as the rear door was opened, not by a doorman, but by Lucian himself. The heir to the Blackwood Alpha title stepped out in a finely tailored, deep emerald suit with burnished lapels matching the eyes of his shared lineage. Then she followed. All conversation dulled to a stunned, breathless hush. A pair of long, pale legs emerged first, and then Dorothy. She stepped into the spotlight as though spun from moonlight itself, radiating a poised elegance that silenced every breath and halted every conversation. Her gown flowed in shimmering waves of deep emerald silk, hugging her slender frame with unapologetic grace, its cut both daring and regal, accentuating curves he'd forgotten or perhaps never truly noticed. Her hair was artfully swept back, revealing the exquisite swan-like curve of her neck. Darius's wolf stirred restlessly beneath his skin, a possessive, disbelieving growl rumbling deep in his chest, his entire body tensed, fingertips twitching with an urge to reach out, to pull her back into his orbit. This wasn't the soft, hesitant Omega who'd once hovered behind oversized cardigans, apologizing quietly to his secretary. This woman was a revelation, a queen who walked in strength rather than shadow. And she'd arrived, splendid and untouchable. Without him. Jealousy twisted painfully through Darius. His fingers contracted at his side, nails biting into flesh. The loss struck him all at once. He let her slip through his claws, and now the entire pack would see what he'd thrown away. Then Dorothy moved forward gracefully, slipping her hand onto Lucian's offered arm with a familiarity that made Darius's heart constrict painfully. The intimacy between them felt effortless, natural, and utterly infuriating. Whispers erupted, speculative and fevered. "Lucian McAllister brought a date? Impossible! Who is she? She's breathtaking. Is this a new Luna announcement?" The buzz sliced into Darius like blades of ice, each word fueling his agony and suspicion. His teeth clenched as Dorothy tilted her head up towards Lucian, smiling gently, an effortless, teasing smile she'd never worn for him. Lucian murmured something low, private, causing her to laugh softly, eyes glittering brighter than the diamonds cascading from her ears. Darius felt something within him fracture. Was she truly moving on? Was Lucian the one now entrusted with the rare warmth of her smiles, the secret melodies of her laughter? The thought burned bitter and raw. He stepped instinctively forward, muscles coiled, every primal instinct screaming that Dorothy belonged at his side, not Lucian's. Yet before he could act, Lucian guided Dorothy up the marble stairs with impeccable courtesy, positioning himself subtly yet unmistakably between her and Darius, a clear statement of protection. He opened his mouth, but Lucian moved smoothly into his path, extending a polite hand. "Evening, Alpha Silverclaw," Lucian spoke with deliberate courtesy, eyes cool, possessive in their own subtle way. "Pleasure to see you." Darius forced a strained civility, gripping Lucian's hand firmly, eyes flicking over Lucian's shoulder toward Dorothy, who had already gracefully turned away. His wolf seethed. In that crushing moment, Darius misunderstood entirely. He believed he had lost her, not just to freedom, but to another alpha. And that unbearable jealousy, tinged with sudden painful awareness, consumed him entirely. Dorothy's POV. "She's with McAllister," someone whispered behind Darius, sounding genuinely stunned. "Oh my God, Lucian brought a date," gasped another voice, excited and breathless, the same woman who jokingly proposed marriage to Lucian moments before. "He never brings anyone. This is historic." I fought the urge to roll my eyes, keeping my expression smooth as murmurs swelled behind the velvet ropes. Instead, I leaned toward Lucian slightly, pinching his arm playfully. "Friend of yours?" I teased quietly. His eyes slid over to the excited fan and then back to me, his expression bored. "No. Secret admirer, then?" My lips curved into a small, amused smile. Possibly, Lucian deadpanned, eyes flickering with faint annoyance. I thought Draven was the one who collected the groupies, I joked softly. Oh, he still is. I adjusted the hem of my gown, enjoying the amused twitch at the corner of Lucian's mouth. She seems surprised you brought a date. Usually I don't, he said evenly, offering his arm to me with impeccable etiquette. I grinned lightly, slipping my arm through his. Guess that officially makes you my date tonight. Big brother duty strikes again. He exhaled softly, his tone dry. Father's orders. We both knew Matthias had insisted on this arrangement. Lucian's emerald suit hadn't been accidental. It was a carefully considered visual statement, subtle but powerful. I glanced upward, my heart squeezing just a bit as I noticed Darius at the top of the marble stairs. His gaze locked onto me, unreadable but intense. Beside him, Isolde's bright smile faltered, her grip visibly tightening on his arm. The whispers intensified around us. Are they actually together? Is she Alpha Lucian's new Luna? Look at how confidently she walks. I paused at the bottom step, gathering myself. For 3 years I had lived in shadows, wrapped in quiet cardigans and uncertainty. 3 years as Darius's wife, hidden, disregarded, never once brought to events, dinners, or galas. He had never shown me off, never allowed me space to shine. Tonight, that changed. Tonight, I stepped out beneath those gleaming lights in emerald silk that moved like liquid power around me, my earrings glinting boldly, no longer hiding, no longer waiting for permission. Rapid-fire questions came from all sides, and I drew a calm breath, steeling myself. Beside me, Lucian leaned closer protectively. Just nod, and I'll handle it, Dolly. I shook my head gently, meeting his eyes. I've got this. Halfway up, I felt Darius's stare intensify, desperate to claim something that was no longer his. I didn't glance his way. I didn't offer him even a fraction of acknowledgement. Darius opened his mouth as if he might speak, but Lucian smoothly stepped between us, extending his hand. Evening, Alpha Silverclaw. An honor, Lucian said, coolly polite, but utterly firm. Darius's jaw tightened, a small muscle twitching in his cheek as he reluctantly shook Lucian's hand. Likewise, Alpha McAllister. Then he turned his gaze back to me, and I felt my skin would be set ablaze by his stare. I heard his deep voice, seemingly laced with displeasure and jealousy. Aren't you going to introduce the lady by your side to me? Author's POV. Lucian's smile was the sort you'd flash at an opponent across a chessboard, polite enough to pass in public, but with all the warmth of a winter kill. It barely veiled the underlying contempt shimmering in his eyes. No comment. Darius stiffened, trying to recall if there had ever been a moment, intentional or not, where he had slighted the Blackwood air. Nothing surfaced, but the tension threading Lucian's posture told him loud enough any offense had already been taken. Likely long ago. He turned instead to Dorothy. She wasn't looking at him. She was absorbing the ballroom, calm and confident, shoulder to shoulder with Lucian like they'd always belonged side by side. Darius's throat tightened. He couldn't remember the last time Dorothy had stood that close to him willingly. Couldn't recall those eyes lighting up for him as they did now when Lucian whispered something under his breath that made her smile. Were they together? Had she already moved on, weeks, barely weeks, after their divorce was finalized? Had she been staying under Lucian's roof all this time? That would explain how she vanished so completely from Silver Creek's traces. Questions swarmed like hornets, but Darius knew better than to demand answers here, in full view of alpha dignitaries, Luna elders, and a dozen press drones overhead. Still, as they moved deeper into the ballroom, slipping into the golden hum of chatter and clinking champagne glasses, Darius couldn't stop watching her. This wasn't the quiet, cardigan-wrapped Dorothy who had once drifted through his estate like an obedient shadow. This was a woman, resurrected. Every step she took was deliberate, every smile unforced. Eyes up, shoulders back, she moved like moonlight draped in emerald silk, and damn near every male in that ballroom had noticed. Even the wolves were staring, inhaling her scent quietly, like they didn't want to be caught. And the worst part, she had no idea. Darius's jaw clenched. He didn't even notice how tense he was until Isolde's fingernails started to dig into his arm. She had noticed, and she hated every second of it. He felt her breath hitch near his shoulder, then her voice sliced the air. Dorothy, what are you even doing here? Who let you in? Darius flinched at her words, but the damage had already been done. His jaw ticked. Isolde's volume had drawn attention. Again, Lucian turned his head. He didn't speak yet. He didn't need to. Darius exhaled through his nose, already annoyed. Isolde had gone for the throne play, but in front of Dorothy? Bad move. Dorothy was already turning. Her gaze swept over Isolde like one might study an insect on the bottom of their heel. And yet, her voice was tranquil, unbothered. "If you're allowed in, Isolde," she said with an arched brow, "I can't imagine I had trouble." That smile, sharp enough to draw blood, curved across Dorothy's lips like a scalpel. Isolde's cheeks blazed. "What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean, someone like me?" Dorothy tipped her head, shrugged, as if the question were too tedious to explain. She didn't answer. Not directly, but the glint in her eye said enough. Plenty. Lucian stepped in, cool as winter air, his voice smooth, detached, and wholly uninterested in Isolde's presence. "I don't believe we've met," he said crisply. "This the new Luna of Silver Creek?" The word new hung in the air like venom. Darius tensed. He heard it clearly now. Every jibe, every layered truth behind Lucian's feigned civility. And damn it, Lucian knew. He knew Dorothy had been Darius's Luna, knew what had caused the fracture. And based on the disdain etched into every syllable of his tone, he didn't just disapprove. He thought Isolde wasn't even in the same league. Isolde's spine snapped straighter, her sense so laced with agitation it practically curdled. But she didn't dare snap back at Lucian McAllister, so she switched tactics, like her mentor Luna Celine Silverclaw had taught her. Go for the weak link. She pasted a sugar-sweet smile across her face and turned to Lucian. "Mr. McAllister," she said coyly, "perhaps you haven't heard, but your date is a divorcee." She said the word like it tasted sour in her mouth. Lucian's jaw ticked once, but his voice remained impeccable. "Oh, I'm well aware," he said calmly, but his words were not for Isolde, they were for Darius. "Mr. Silverclaw here is also a divorcee, if memory serves." Isolde went rigid. Darius swallowed, sharply aware of how the room had shifted. Dorothy didn't smirk, didn't gloat. She simply observed, watched Isolde burn from the inside out. Cheeks darkened into a shade that was no longer elegant flush, but embarrassed flame. Her scent soured with humiliation. Lucian's indifference was the final insult. Darius almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Lucian offered his sister the briefest glance, waiting. She pinched his arm lightly, reeling her brother in before he truly bared his teeth. Dorothy's voice dropped in velvet. "I truly hope he's different for you." Her tone was sugar-dusted steel. "But even the best soil can't grow twice after it's been salted." Darius flinched, barely. Her words slid under his skin like a dagger dipped in something ancient and scalding. "Then, if I could turn time, I wouldn't choose differently. I just wouldn't choose you at all." It hung there, solid, irrefutable. Darius said nothing, stunned into silence as she turned with Lucian by her side, and walked away. Isolde stared after her, breathing ragged. "That's the other woman?" Lucian remarked lightly as he shepherded Dorothy toward the cocktail wing of the ballroom. "No offense, Dolly, but his taste has taken a dive." "None taken," Dorothy smirked, adjusting her gown. "Not my circus anymore, but I do plan on committing an act of violence against those crab puffs if we don't get to the food table in the next 60 seconds. Lucian steered her with a chuckle. "You'll meet the alphas from the Roosevelt pack first. Then you can feast. Let me look at the food while you talk. That's a compromise," she bargained. Isolde stayed planted near the entrance, blinking too fast. The dress she wore suddenly felt tight at the ribs. Too tight. She'd practically begged the designer to loan it to her for the gala, promised photos, exposure. Now the only thing people would remember was her being outclassed by the very woman she had wanted erased. She suppressed the sting behind her lashes, biting the inside of her cheek. "Darius," she whispered, turning slightly. But Darius didn't even look down. He placed his broad hand on her arm and guided her forward, back into the crowd. His jaw was still locked, his mind elsewhere. Still haunted by the words Dorothy hadn't said, still burning with a single unshakable truth. He had let his mate go, and he might never get her back. Darius's POV. The encounter with Dorothy was unplanned. It unsettled my wolf more than I cared to admit. But I, Darius Silverclaw, alpha of the Silver Creek pack, had come to the Valbrook ball with a mission. This was one of the most crucial networking events in the Werewolf Society's calendar year. I couldn't afford to be distracted by emerald silk and accusations that still burned like silver against my skin. I wish I could go back and unmeet you. Her words echoed in my mind as I made my rounds through the glittering crowd of alphas, betas, and their elegant companions. Each handshake and strategic conversation felt mechanical while my wolf paced anxiously beneath my skin, constantly trying to turn my head toward wherever she might be. Dorothy Miller, my former mate, I had failed. Dorothy's POV. I stood by the moonlit pool, swirling a glass of sparkling wine between my fingers, momentarily free from the suffocating sociability of the main ballroom. The scent of chlorine mingled with the perfumes of wealth and power that hung in the night air, but it was still better than being surrounded by curious eyes wondering about my divorce. My phone vibrated with a text from Gamma back at Blackwood territory. Even after barely an hour of working the room, shaking hands with neighboring pack leaders, engaging in the polite dance of small talk and subtle power plays, I'd needed an escape. Lucian had mercifully allowed me to slip away, even though he claimed to hate these social functions as much as I did. My brother wore the mantle of future alpha with effortless charm. I watched him from across the patio, deep in conversation with Valabrook's deputy mayor about upgrading City Hall's IT infrastructure, every inch the confident pack leader he was destined to become. I'd managed to snatch a few bites of foie gras before retreating to this quieter corner by the pool. The moon above cast silver ripples across the water's surface, reminding me of home. Several guests had already approached, clearly recognizing me as Lucian McAllister's plus one. The speculation in their eyes was obvious. They all assumed I was the future Mrs. McAllister, the future Luna of Blackwood Pack, a useful connection to cultivate. But someone else had other ideas about interrupting my moment of peace. Isolde's heels clicked aggressively against the stone patio as she stomped toward me, her scent spiked with anger before she even opened her mouth. "What the hell are you doing here?" she demanded, stopping barely 2 feet from me. "You saw his name on the guest list and just couldn't help yourself, could you?" I frowned at her accusatory pointing finger and shifted my body away, creating distance between us. My wolf bristled at her tone, a reaction that surprised me. 3 months ago, I would have cowered. Isolde stepped forward, invading my space. "You can forget it. Darius is never going to take you back, especially not after you've hooked up with another rich dude." She bared her teeth. A clear wolf challenge, inappropriate for such a public setting. "And I'll make sure Mr. McAllister sees your true colors as well. Someone like him deserves much better than a blood-selling gold digger like you." "Are you done?" I shot her a sidelong glance, my voice steady despite the sting of her words. Isolde crossed her arms and jutted out her chin in response. "If you're worried about me snatching Darius away from you," I said, surprising myself with my own calm, "don't be. FYI, I divorced him, not the other way around. One wolf's treasure is another's trash. You may see him as treasure, whereas for me..." I let my voice trail off, allowing her imagination to fill the gap. "How dare you call him trash?" Isolde snarled, her eyes flashing with wolf gold for a split second. I smiled slyly, feeling a strange new confidence rise within me. "I didn't say that. You did." I sipped my sparkling wine, oddly amused by how easily Isolde could be provoked. My wolf preened at having the upper hand for once. I couldn't believe I'd let this woman intimidate me for 3 years. Love had really made me stupid. Isolde let out a furious growl, too close to her wolf voice for comfort, and knocked the glass from my hand with a swift motion. It clattered to the stone floor and shattered, the sound echoing across the quiet patio. White wine splashed onto the hem of my emerald dress, making me frown at the spreading stain. "Don't you talk to me like that." Isolde stabbed a finger in my direction. "You think you can look down your nose at me just because you've snagged yourself another rich alpha, but no amount of money can hide the omega stink coming off you." I arched an eyebrow, my wolf bristling at the insult. Omega stink? Was that what Darius had told her about me? That I was nothing but a low-ranking wolf who'd gotten ideas above her station? Green-eyed and red-faced, Isolde scanned my outfit with contempt. "You wouldn't have any of this. The clothes, the jewelry, the makeup, if not for Darius's money. Money he paid you for your rare blood while you played house with him. I looked down at my dress, its hem spattered with wine. The dress is ruined, I observed calmly. You're getting the bill. Isolde stepped back, sudden nervousness flickering across her features. She clearly knew how much a Giambattista Valli couture gown could be worth. It might not cost an arm and a leg, but it was going to blow a significant hole in her wallet, even with an alpha's supposed girlfriend's allowance. Isolde darted her eyes around the patio, noticing we were standing in a shaded area, partially hidden from the main party's view. I saw the calculation cross her face an instant before she acted. She moved forward suddenly, grabbed my arm with theatrical force, and shouted in a panicky, plaintive voice, "Please, no. I'm begging you. Please don't." Ah! I watched, mouth agape with disbelief, as Isolde jumped backward into the pool. The shout and the loud splash instantly drew the attention of nearby guests. They gathered quickly as Isolde floundered about in the water with exaggerated helplessness, like a wolf who had never encountered water before, a biological impossibility. Combining what they saw with what they'd heard seconds earlier, the onlookers inevitably concluded that Mr. McAllister's date had somehow pushed Mr. Silverclaw's date into the pool. A familiar, nearly identical scene from 3 years ago flashed through my mind, bringing with it a wave of bitter recognition. Darius and I hadn't held a wedding reception. Our union had been more business arrangement than romance, but news of our marriage had spread through wolf social circles. Shortly after, I'd encountered Isolde at a function much like this one. I had no idea who she was then, but she'd made her intentions crystal clear with her whispered threat. "Darius's mate bond belongs to me. You are not going to take him away from me. Your marriage means nothing. I'll prove it to you." She'd then fallen backward into an outdoor pool, just like tonight. Darius had appeared seconds later and dived in without hesitation, his alpha instincts to protect overriding everything else. I'd been made the villain then, forced to endure pointed looks and murmured judgments from wolves who'd never even spoken to me, just like what was happening now. History wasn't repeating, it was regurgitating itself, in cheaper fabric and louder whining. But I wasn't the same audience anymore. Several guests extended helping hands toward Isolde, trying to assist her from the water. The pool wasn't even deep enough to drown a human child, let alone a full-grown werewolf. But Isolde kept flailing her arms dramatically, crying out for help as if blind to their offers. My wolf knew exactly what, or rather who, she was waiting for. As if summoned by some primal connection between them, Darius sprinted out onto the patio, assessed the situation with a single sweep of his eyes, and jumped into the pool without removing his jacket or shoes, exactly as he had done 3 years ago. I watched the couple entangle with each other in the water, a mocking smile curving my lips despite the hollow feeling in my chest. Isolde trembled visibly as Darius boosted her up out of the pool. Her elaborate chignon had come undone, with strands of wet hair plastered dramatically across her pale face. She presented the perfect picture of a damsel in distress. But instead of hurrying toward the warmth of the ballroom, she gripped Darius's hand tightly and spoke in a voice deliberately loud enough for everyone present to hear. "Darius, it's not her fault. She didn't mean it." Darius removed his soaked tuxedo jacket and draped it protectively over Isolde's shoulders, his back to me. "I just wanted to apologize," she continued with theatrical nobility, "to say I'm sorry for, I thought she would understand." Such conviction in her theatrics. But this time, I didn't walk away embarrassed. I didn't implode with shame because I knew what would happen next. Darius's gaze would flicker toward me, and even with all of her clutching at his sleeves, he wouldn't miss that shimmer in my emerald-streaked gown. Wouldn't miss the only woman not reaching for him. Wouldn't miss me, untouched, dry, collected. And while she wept for the part she'd rehearsed, I stood there knowing. He remembered. Dorothy's POV. I scanned the crowd and wasn't surprised to see Isolde's little act working its magic, especially on the men. There's something about a woman in a soaked, nearly see-through dress, with wet hair, pitiful doe eyes, and precious tears rolling down her beautiful cheeks that awakens the protective instinct in them. My wolf growled inside me, disgusted by their predictability. More than one guest had turned to aim disapproving scowls in my direction. as if I cared what these packless socialites thought of me. Their whispers and pointed looks might as well have been wind for all they affected me now. Darius helped secure the tux jacket over Isolde's shoulders, then stared at me silently, his alpha gaze demanding an apology without words. The bond between us might be broken, but his expectation of my submission remained. I scoffed. Forget it. I'm not apologizing. I'd done that 3 years ago when she pulled this same stunt. It hadn't improved Darius's impression of me then. I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. I was no longer that lovesick Omega, desperate for his approval. I shrugged, meeting his gaze directly, something I rarely did during our marriage. If you can't see through what she's doing, you're not as sharp as I thought, Alpha. Please, Darius. Isolde tugged at his arm, blinking those wet, long-lashed eyes up at him, the perfect picture of a wounded she-wolf. Don't be mad at her. It's my fault, really. I shouldn't have. She let her sentence hang strategically, giving the audience freedom to draw their own conclusions. Classic manipulation. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Lucian would remind me it wasn't ladylike, especially for someone of our bloodline. You're still getting the bill for the dress, I said to Isolde. I take either cash or check. Hell, I'll even accept a blood donation. My lips curled into a slight smirk at that last part. Then I turned to leave, my wolf satisfied with the final jab. But Isolde wasn't about to let me end her performance so prematurely. Her quiet, dignified sobbing escalated into loud weeping. She lunged forward with surprising speed, grabbing hold of my hand. Her claws just barely retracted as she shed more beautiful tears. Please, Dorothy, she began, voice carrying perfectly through the night air. I know you're angry because you and Darius are no longer together. I know you hate me because you had to give your blood for me when I was carrying my pup. Darius paid you well for your rare blood type, but it wasn't just about the money, was it? I understand why you're upset, why you pushed me on impulse. I don't blame you, I really don't. She paused for dramatic effect. I just wish, for your sake and Darius's, that you could let go of the past and move on. After all, the two of you are already divorced. It was a well-rehearsed speech, densely packed with information designed to feed the gossips. My wolf snarled beneath my skin, sensing the calculated intent behind every syllable. The audience got exactly what they came for, the dirt. So this woman wasn't just Mr. McAllister's mystery date, she was Mr. Silverclaw's ex-wife, and she used to donate her rare blood to the pregnant woman, who happened to be Mr. Silverclaw's current date. That explained why she pushed the poor woman into the pool. Jealousy was a beast indeed. The guests at the Valabrook ball were too well-mannered to take pictures or videos openly, but it didn't stop them from discreetly texting their friends, summoning them to the patio for the mustn't-miss spectacle of warring she-wolves. Darius frowned almost imperceptibly, his alpha presence suddenly filling the space between us. He disliked having pack matters, especially those involving his private life, discussed in public. The Silver Creek Alpha had always been meticulous about maintaining appearances. He stepped forward and reached for Isolde's hand, clearly intending to remove her from the crowd. She had begged for the chance to come tonight, from what I could gather. Darius had only relented to keep her quiet. Maybe that had been a mistake, one I could exploit. I wagged my finger at Darius when he approached. You don't get to whisk her away after she slung mud at me like that. I judged the distance between us, my wolf's instincts calculating the perfect angle. I stepped back slightly for more room, then raised my right arm and delivered a resounding slap across Isolde's beautifully made-up cheek. Ah! The sound that escaped her was more shock than pain. She did a half-turn, stumbling and teetering on her stiletto heels, nearly losing her balance. The tux jacket slipped from her shoulders onto the marble floor with a soft thud. Her cheek was rapidly swelling, a perfect red handprint forming on her skin. My wolf purred with satisfaction. But that wasn't even the best part. Since she had been standing right on the edge of the pool, her instinctive half-step backward took her directly into the water again. Isolde fell backward into the pool, creating another huge splash. This time she was too stunned to even scream. Panicking, she floundered and thrashed about in the water, forgetting all dignity in her shock. Did your wolf forget how to swim? I kept myself safely out of the splash zone and mocked from a distance, knowing every wolf here could hear me perfectly well. Isolde froze for half a second before quickly recovering. "Help! Leg cramp," she cried, her voice pitched for maximum damsel effect. "I'll give you points for improvisation, but you're not as good an actress as you think." I shook my head, letting my confidence show. "The water's 5 feet deep. The surface barely reaches your shoulders if you stand." And I pointed to a spot directly in front of her. "There's a ladder right there." Darius said nothing, but I could feel his eyes on me, assessing everything with that calculated alpha stare. This time, he didn't jump heroically into the pool. He simply held out a hand for Isolde, who took it gratefully. She climbed out using the ladder, looking far less graceful than she had 5 minutes ago. The illusion of the damsel in distress was thoroughly shattered. "You pushed me," was the first accusation out of her mouth as water cascaded from her ruined dress. She was furious, but I could smell the anticipation on her. Now that I had allegedly pushed her into the pool in front of witnesses, including Darius, she probably thought I couldn't possibly walk away unscathed. "You already accused me of the crime," I said coolly. "I might as well make it count for something." I flicked an invisible speck of dust from my sleeve. "Consider that payment for ruining my gown. Your 10-second dive into the pool is worth $100,000. I'd say it's well worth it." Before Isolde could speak again, I anticipated her next accusation. "Before you claim I pushed you twice, let me remind you that this place is covered by cameras." I cocked an eyebrow at her stunned expression. "You didn't know? How interesting. This is the 70th anniversary of the Valleybrook Ball. Miss Polly, the organizer, commissioned a documentary. Notice about filming was printed on the back of the invitation. Didn't you read it?" Isolde's face, already pale from the cold water, went a shade whiter. Of course she hadn't read it. She never got an invitation. She was here as Darius's +1, riding on his status as an alpha. How was she supposed to know there would be cameras capturing her little performance? Isolde's face burned with humiliation when she caught the murmurs from the guests. My wolf preened inside me, satisfied at her discomfort. The tables had finally turned. "This venue is tasteful, isn't it? Even the paper lanterns have eyes. Security-grade ones, mind you. And that bird feeder? Custom built for the dock crew." A slight pause. "But I'm sure you knew that," Isolde. My smile turned lethal. "I happen to know the organizer. If you insist on claiming I pushed you into the pool the first time, why don't we go take a look at the security footage?" Isolde shrank back, using Darius's body to shield herself from view. The scent of her fear and embarrassment filled the air. My phone vibrated in my purse, sending a small thrill through me. The next phase was ready. I checked the message and a mysterious smile spread across my face. "Don't worry, show's not over yet. This is just Act 1. Author's POV. Darius remained rooted in place, his alpha face darkening as he fought to maintain composure. Isolde waited for the crowd to thin before speaking, injecting deliberate distress into her voice. "Darius, I'm cold." Though Darius had retrieved his tux jacket, he made no move to hand it to her. Standing at his impressive alpha height, he towered over Isolde's shivering form, pinning her with an icy glare that would make any pack member cower. "Dorothy didn't push you." His statement carried the weight of certainty, not a question. "She did, the second time," Isolde mumbled, keeping her eyes downcast in submission. Water still dripped from her ruined gown, but she clearly had bigger concerns than her appearance. "I'm not talking about today." Darius's voice carried the cold who'd been deceived. The bond between them seemed to flicker as his trust wavered. Isolde's face paled further. I don't know what you mean." 3 years ago, the day after their arranged mating ceremony, Darius Silverclaw attended a Manhattan business dinner without Dorothy. She'd been new to Silver Creek Pack then, naive enough to believe initiative could thaw a mate who'd rejected her at first sight. She'd crashed that gilded event, introducing herself as Luna Silverclaw, Darius's mate. A technical truth the Pack's mating bond protocols forced them to acknowledge. Security hadn't removed her, but Darius's glacial indifference had been weapon enough. Then came Isolde Reed's accident. The she-wolf somehow tumbled into the rooftop pool, screeching that Dorothy had pushed her. Darius hadn't hesitated. between a stranger bound by duty and Isolde, a pack healer's daughter and his childhood friend. His choice was etched in contempt. He'd forced Dorothy to apologize publicly, her tears of humiliation scalding her cheeks as she bowed to a liar. "Darius, achoo!" Isolde sneezed loudly, then hastened to cover her mouth. "Excuse me, I didn't mean to." She rubbed her bare arms. "It's just that I'm so cold." Her lips and cheeks were bloodless, which reminded Darius of her medical condition. He held out the jacket to her. "Put this on. Let's go inside." Isolde nodded, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. "Hey, Alpha Silverclaw, Miss Reed." Dorothy's voice sliced through the night from the balcony. 50 guests halted, pivoting like a pack sensing prey. Darius's gaze snapped upward, alpha energy prickling the air. Darius looked up, his alpha senses instantly alert. Dorothy didn't speak again, and just waited for more guests to stream out of the ballroom into the patio. She'd made the call to her assistant, assigned at Lucian's insistence, 25 minutes ago. It wasn't easy for Vania to get what Dorothy had asked for, since most of the banks were closed for business and the ATMs held just a few $100,000 per machine. But the Silverclaw name opened doors, including the door of a closed bank vault. Even though she was divorcing Darius, the name still carried weight when accompanied by the right authorization codes. Vania entered the hotel via its back entrance 4 minutes ago, handed her the silver Mont Blanc briefcase, and finally exhaled. "Good work, Vania. Thanks." Dorothy opened the briefcase, scanned the contents, then snapped the lid shut. "Is there anything else you need, Miss McAllister?" She used her maiden name. "Just call me Dorothy." She looked over her new assistant with approval. She'd known Vania for less than 4 days and was already impressed by her competence and resourcefulness. But then, those were prerequisite qualities for anyone handpicked by Lucian. "Is your phone camera any good?" Dorothy asked. Vania produced her iPhone 15 Pro Max, 3 rear cameras and 1 front. "Use the rear telephoto camera with 3 times optical zoom," she instructed. "I'm going to give you the contact number of Wallace. He runs the Pinnacle shopping mall. I want you to transmit the video you are about to shoot to him." "Understood." Vania didn't bother asking what she intended to do with the video. Vania scanned the balcony for an optimal position to set up, while Dorothy texted instructions to Wallace, who technically worked for Lucian. Then she settled back to wait for the crowd to show up. Once Dorothy counted about 50 guests gathered below, she said to myself, "Time for Act 2. Then she said to Vania, "Roll camera." On the patio below, Isolde grew increasingly uneasy. She'd whispered to Darius, pleading with him to go inside, but Darius stood his ground. He wanted to know what Dorothy was up to. Dorothy stepped closer to the balcony, swept her eyes over the audience. The crowd fell silent, their attention fixed on her. Darius balled up his hands into fists, his anger barely contained. "Though I'm no longer involved with the Silverclaws," Dorothy continued, "I'd hate to see the family be brought to their knees, so here's your money back." She picked up the silver briefcase, opened its lid with a dramatic flourish. Inside were wads of neatly stacked cash, $100,000 per bundle. The sight of so much money caused a ripple of whispers through the crowd. "Over the past 3 years, Mr. Silverclaw paid me $10,000 to $50,000 per blood transfusion. Blood he claimed was urgently needed for Miss Reed, the woman standing next to him." Dorothy ignored the collective gasp from the crowd. "The total amount adds up to $28.6 million. I'll round it up. Call it an even 30 mil. Here's your money back." She tipped the case forward, slowly, letting the bills cascade like feathers caught in wind. Gasps rose like a wave, and then silence. Dorothy's POV. I walked to the edge of the balcony, feeling the power of the moment surge through my wolf. Time seemed to slow as I tipped the silver Mont Blanc briefcase forward, watching as bundles of $100 bills cascaded down like expensive confetti. The cash rained onto the patio below, creating a surreal snow of green as $30 million fluttered through the night air. Gasps echoed across the gathering. Several guests lunged forward instinctively, then caught themselves, remembering their breeding. A few weren't so restrained. I noted with amusement as a banker's wife snatched a bundle midair before her husband could stop her. My wolf howled with satisfaction inside me as I watched Isolde's face. Her expression was frozen in horror, her mouth hanging open as the evidence of her dependency, of my sacrifice, fell around her like judgment. "That's 3 years of my blood," I called out, my voice carrying clearly in the stunned silence. 3 years of needles and transfusions, 3 years of my rare Rh-negative blood being harvested to keep Miss Reed's medical condition stable. I leaned forward, making eye contact with each shocked face below. "I'm not asking for a refund. Consider it my parting gift to Silver Creek Pack." I met Darius's burning gaze directly. "The debt is settled, Alpha Silverclaw." The fury emanating from Darius was almost tangible, a dark, roiling energy that any wolf could sense. His face remained impressively stoic, but I knew better. The muscle twitching in his jaw, the slight flaring of his nostrils, these were the tells I'd learned during our 3 years together. My wolf preened. "He can't touch us now. We're free." "Miss McAllister," Vania whispered from behind me, "the video is transmitting perfectly to Mr. Collins." I nodded slightly, never breaking eye contact with Darius. This public spectacle would spread through wolf society by morning, proving to all packs that I, Dorothy McAllister, Omega of the Blackwood bloodline, had reclaimed my power. "That concludes tonight's performance," I announced, offering a slight curtsy to the audience below. "Thank you for your attention." As I turned away from the balcony, I heard the scramble begin. The more dignified guests were pretending not to notice the money, while others had abandoned all pretense and were gathering bundles with both hands. Isolde was tugging at Darius's arm, her expression frantic. Even from this distance, I could read her lips. "Darius, do something!" But what could he do? Chase after flying money? Order his pack members to collect it all? Deny the truth of what had happened? No, the damage was done. "Impressive," Vania said quietly as she lowered her phone. "May I ask why you're giving away $30 million? I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. Some prices are worth paying for freedom. I adjusted my clutch under my arm. Besides, my brother would say it's an investment in reputation. I walked calmly through the hotel corridor toward the elevators, my wolf humming contentedly beneath my skin. No more needles. No more sessions in that cold clinic chair watching my rare blood drain into bags. No more feeling like a commodity rather than a mate. The elevator doors opened, and I stepped inside, pressing the lobby button. As the doors began to close, a large hand shot between them. The doors slid back open, revealing Darius. His imposing figure filled the entrance, radiating alpha energy that made my wolf snap to attention despite our broken bond. "Going somewhere?" His voice was dangerously soft. I raised an eyebrow, refusing to be intimidated. "Home to Pack Blackwood. Our business is concluded." He stepped into the elevator, letting the doors close behind him. The small space immediately felt cramped with his presence, his scent, wood smoke and pine, filling my nostrils despite my attempts to ignore it. "You've caused quite a scene," he said, his tone measured but with an undercurrent of fury. $30 million, Dorothy? Was humiliating me worth that much to you?" "Humiliating you?" I laughed, the sound brittle. "That wasn't about humiliation, Alpha. That was about freedom and truth." "Truth." He moved closer, and my wolf growled a warning. "You want truth? How about the truth that your little stunt just exposed Isolde's medical condition to 50 prominent pack members and their associates?" "Her condition was never my secret to keep," I countered, "and neither was my blood. You both used me as your personal blood bank for 3 years, Darius. Did you think I would just keep letting you drain me dry even after our divorce?" His jaw tightened. "I paid you well. You paid for my blood, not my dignity." I straightened my spine, refusing to be cowed by his proximity. "And now I've returned every penny. Our ledger is clear." The elevator dinged, reaching the lobby floor. The doors opened, but Darius made no move to exit. "You're making a mistake," he said quietly. "Isolde needs those transfusions." For a moment, I felt a flicker of the old guilt, the sense of responsibility that had kept me tethered to Silver Creek Pack long after my heart had been crushed. But my wolf snarled, reminding me of the countless times I'd sat alone in that clinic chair, watching my lifeblood flow into bags that would save another woman, the woman who had everything I'd ever wanted. "There are other Rh-negative donors in the world," I replied coldly. "And now you have $30 million to find them. I'm sure Isolde's tears will open plenty of doors." I stepped around him and out of the elevator. Goodbye, Darius. His hand shot out, gripping my wrist with just enough pressure to stop me without hurting. This isn't over, Dorothy. I turned slowly, looking pointedly at his hand on my skin, then up to his eyes. Yes, it is. Our bond is broken. Our marriage is dissolved, and now our financial ties are severed too. There's nothing left between us. You know that's not true. His voice dropped lower, with an edge that made my wolf stir uncomfortably. You're still tied to Silver Creek, to me. Not anymore. I pulled my wrist free. I've fulfilled every obligation. His eyes darkened. Have you forgotten our agreement? The terms of our divorce? A chill ran through me. The divorce agreement, drafted by Darius's lawyers, signed when I was too broken to fight, contained a clause about continued medical assistance for PAC members in need. At the time, I'd been too drained to argue, too desperate to escape. That clause was signed under duress, and you know it. But even if it wasn't, I've repaid your precious contract, in full, in cash, in public. So no, Darius, I don't owe you my time. I don't owe you my silence. And I certainly don't owe you more blood. I've remembered who I am. Darius's POV. Isolde sat rigidly in the back seat of the Cadillac Escalade, trying to take up as little space as possible. Good. She should be afraid. She knew she'd messed up at the party. Not just messed up, she'd undermined my position as alpha of the Silver Creek PAC. My authority had been publicly challenged because of her manipulations. The bond between an alpha and his PAC was sacred, and Isolde had exploited that trust for her own gain. Beta Leaf suddenly twisted around from the front seat. Alpha Silverclaw. I followed the direction of my beta's pointing finger and saw the giant billboard outside the Pinnacle shopping mall bristling with fury. Isolde squealed when she recognized her own face plastered across the enormous screen. On the screen, she was red-faced, her mouth flapping open and closed like a fish stranded on land. The sound was muted, but I didn't need audio to understand what was happening. She was talking to Dorothy, who watched her impassively with the composed dignity that I had once taken for granted. My former mate, the rare Omega with Rh-negative blood, who I had bound to me through a marriage of convenience rather than the sacred mate bond. The woman whose worth I had failed to recognize until it was too late. Isolde's reaction to Dorothy's calm demeanor was explosive. She knocked the glass from Dorothy's hand in a show of dominance that no proper PAC member would display toward another wolf's mate, even an estranged one. More talking. Then Isolde flashed that smug smile I'd seen too many times before tumbling into the pool. The footage clearly showed Dorothy never touched her. The video clip was playing on a loop. Pedestrians stopped to gawk and started taking pictures. Drivers did the same. I watched the footage silently, my jaw clenched so tight I could feel the muscle throb. I didn't need to check my phone to know the video was already circulating online throughout all wolf territories. By morning, every alpha in the country would know how I had allowed an outsider to disrespect my former mate, and by extension, disrespect their. Shall I get in touch with the mall management? Beta Leaf asked, his phone in hand, ready to dial. Don't bother, I said coldly. Even if the video disappeared from the billboard, it would still exist online. Besides, I knew who owned the shopping mall, Lucian McAllister, heir to the Blackwood PAC. Drive, I ordered the chauffeur, letting a touch of alpha command slip into my voice. The car slowly rolled forward. Darius. Isolde reached out a trembling hand, hesitant to touch me. She had no right to such familiarity, especially now. The tape's edited. It wasn't like that. I didn't. She tried but failed to come up with a valid excuse. Dorothy had mentioned the hotel was covered by cameras, but Isolde never expected my ex-mate would have the influence to get the party organizer to release the footage. Enough. I didn't bother to listen to whatever excuse Isolde was trying to concoct. My wolf was done with her manipulations. We had both let her get away with too much for too long. It had cost me my marriage, even though it was one I'd entered reluctantly. I had driven away perhaps the most valuable mate any alpha could have hoped for, not just for her blood, but for her loyalty, intelligence, and dignity. The realization burned like silver against my skin. I didn't look at her. Leaf, book the first available flight to Gala, one-way ticket. Yes, Alpha, my beta responded immediately. Darius, Isolde's voice trembled. Gallia? Why? You can't possibly mean. It was a foreign territory almost 6,000 kilometers away from Valabrook, practically halfway around the world, far from any established pact territories. I cut in, low and final. I'm not going. You are. Before Isolde could beg, I added, you don't come back to Silver Creek pact territory without my command. The alpha command in my voice made her flinch back against the seat. For the next 15 minutes, Isolde did all she could. She cried, pleaded, groveled, threatened. She was ready to get down on her knees if there weren't witnesses present. I could sense her desperation, the fear of being cast out from the pack that had sheltered her. But my mind and my wolf were made up. Isolde had manipulated her way between my mate and me. She had damaged pack bonds and undermined my authority. In wolf society, such actions bordered on treason. When the car slowed at another traffic light, I said to Leaf, take her home, wait for her to finish packing, then drive her to the airport. Make sure she gets on that flight. Yes, Alpha, Leaf replied, relief evident in his voice. Many of my betas had been uncomfortable with Isolde's growing influence, I realized. Another failure of my leadership. I exited the car, needing space from her cloying presence. Isolde scrambled to undo her seatbelt to chase after me, but the chauffeur didn't give her the chance. The Cadillac shot forward under my beta's command. I stood on the sidewalk and took in a lungful of the cool night air, feeling my head clear. My wolf settled slightly, no longer bombarded by Isolde's desperate pheromones and weeping. The more she had talked, the more she revealed. I couldn't help but wonder just how many of the misunderstandings between Dorothy and me were engineered by Isolde. How many times had my Omega mate tried to reach me, only to be intercepted by a she-wolf with ambitions to become Luna? I strolled down the street, largely deserted by pedestrians, lost in thought, when an engine roared behind me. Half a second later, a fiery red LaFerrari Aperta glided to a stop beside me. The scent of another alpha wolf, though one without a pack, reached my nostrils. Caleb grinned from the driver's seat. Yo, Dari! Caleb Reyes was a well-known hedonist who made it his life's mission to experience every pleasure known to man, or wolf. He was a wine connoisseur, a car collector, a nightclub regular, and changed she-wolf companions faster than most people changed bedsheets. It remained a mystery why he became close friends with me, Darius Silverclaw, a known workaholic and dedicated pack alpha. Sometimes I wondered the same thing. Caleb removed his dark sunglasses. It was a minor miracle that he hadn't hit anyone during the drive, revealing a devilishly handsome face. Need a ride, Alpha? I kept walking, in no mood for his usual antics. The Ferrari rolled forward, keeping pace with me. Just saw it on the news. You made 30 mil in under an hour, at a party, without doing anything. Caleb clicked his tongue. My old man is going to talk my ear off, asking me to learn from you. Probably threatened to cut me off again. He kept one hand casually on the wheel and the other on his lap. You don't look like someone who's $30 million richer. Why so glum, Alpha Chum? I kept my eyes ahead, too close to the surface to tolerate much teasing. Don't you have a pack of willing she-wolves waiting at some party? Just left one. It sucked. Big time. Then go find another. Caleb straightened in his seat and took a closer look at me. Wait, are you sulking? I said nothing. About what? You can't be mad about the money. Nobody's going to sulk over getting $30 million handed to them on a plate. Caleb speculated out loud. I saw the video. Is this about your ex-mate? I didn't reply, but the slight pause in my steps told Caleb everything he needed to know. My wolf was still mourning the broken bond, a hollow ache that I had been refusing to acknowledge. Why? Caleb was puzzled. She's past tense to you, isn't she? Why would you? Oh, is it because she's found her true mate so soon after the divorce? Caleb reached for his phone, tapped on it, brought up text sent by a friend. Her mate's is Alpha Lucian McAllister. Caleb whistled. She's caught herself a powerful alpha in waiting. Even I've heard of the Blackwoods. They own practically everything in Valabrook and beyond. Old blood, ancient lineage. I picked up my pace, trying to outrun both Caleb. Caleb nudged the car forward. So she's with Lucian McAllister now? That guy's got the Blackwood alpha pedigree, the power, the damn cheekbones. Hate to say it, but she upgraded. You sure you're okay? I glanced around, saw no one, then gave my friend the finger, a human gesture. Caleb's laughter could be heard from the other end of the street, but beneath his jovial tone, I detected something else: concern. He knew, as well as I did, that an alpha who loses a mate, even one chosen for strategy rather than love, carries that wound for a long time. And I was just beginning to realize how deep mine went. My wolf stirred restlessly as Caleb continued his barrage of questions. Despite being my friend, he clearly didn't understand what Dorothy had meant to me, what she still meant, though I was only now beginning to realize it myself. "You should be happy," Caleb said, finally catching his breath after laughing for a full minute. "That woman was never good enough for you, and it's not just me who thinks that." I said nothing, my jaw clenched tight. How could I explain what I myself had failed to recognize until it was too late? If I never truly understood Dorothy's worth, why should I expect my friends to? "Frankly, I still don't get what you saw in her," Caleb continued, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. My hasty marriage to Dorothy Miller had been bombshell news to my circle. Most of them, including Caleb, thought I was temporarily blinded by lust or her rare Rh-negative blood type. Despite his personal opinion, even Caleb, the professional playboy, had to admit that Dorothy was a knockout. But both of us knew pack bonds were built on more than just physical attraction or strategic alliances. "I hope you signed a prenup," Caleb continued, eyes glancing at me sideways. "Not that she needs it, now that she's landed herself that most eligible of all eligible bachelors in Valebrook." My wolf growled internally at the mention of another alpha near my former mate. Even though our bond was broken, the primal possessiveness remained. "Do you think Lucian McAllister is serious about her?" Caleb wondered, oblivious to my inner turmoil. "Or is it just a fling? When you saw her earlier, did you notice if she was wearing a ring?" I stopped abruptly, feeling my patience snap. "Are you done?" Caleb tapped his steering wheel, having the decency to look slightly chastised. "Just thinking out loud." He shrugged when I fixed him with a hard stare that would have made most wolves bare their throats. "Fine. I'll shut up now." 5 seconds later, he opened his mouth again. "Do you want to go get a drink?" I kept walking, my boots hitting the pavement with more force than necessary. "Come on," Caleb coaxed. "You left the party early. I bet you haven't had dinner. It'll be my treat." Finally, I got in the car just to silence my chattering friend, though my wolf was still too close to the surface to tolerate much company. The bond between Alpha and Omega might have been severed officially, but the hollow ache remained, a constant reminder of what I'd carelessly thrown away. Dorothy's POV. The Valebrook Ball was the most anticipated gala in the city's social calendar. Before daybreak, everyone not living under a rock had heard about the incident at the hotel. A tabloid had dubbed it the $30 million breakup fee. I walked into the conference room on the top floor of the Pinnacle Group's headquarters, catching discreet but curious glances from every direction. My wolf shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny, but I kept my chin high and my expression neutral. After 3 years as an Omega in Darius's pack, I'd become adept at hiding my feelings behind a calm facade. The curious glances turned into stunned goggling when Lucian announced I was the new vice president of the group, working directly under him. My office would be right next to his. I could feel the skepticism radiating off the top management attending the meeting. None of them had been given a heads up about my appointment. I couldn't blame them. Who was I to them, but an unknown outsider suddenly given immense power and responsibility? But at Pinnacle, Lucian's word was law, and I was determined to prove myself worthy of his trust. I knew there would be suspicion about my appointment. The whispers would follow me throughout the building. But I was confident that with time and results, I could silence the doubters. Before noon, the corporate grapevine was buzzing with the news. Since I kept my last name of Miller, no one knew I was Lucian's sister. The latest version of gossip was that I was Lucian's girlfriend, and we were soon to be engaged. "Do you want me to do something about it?" Lucian asked during a brief moment of privacy between meetings. "Nah." I waved a hand dismissively, though my wolf bristled at the implication that I would use my body to advance. "Tell them I'm your sister, and it's nepotism. Let them assume I'm your girlfriend, then it's cronyism. Either way, I lose." I tapped a finger on the thick folder on my desk. "I'll let my work speak for itself." Lucian nodded, his eyes reflecting the pride my father had always shown when I excelled at my studies. So different from Darius's cool appraisal, the clinical way he'd evaluate my worth based solely on what I could provide. Actions will always speak louder than words, Lucian said. I'll leave you to work then. I returned to the file before me, determined to prove my value not through my rare blood type, but through my mind and abilities. If I could close the deal with Etheria, I would be one step closer to earning my position as VP. For every day of the following week, I clocked in before 7 a.m. and clocked out after the night janitors had gone home. I barely noticed the needle marks on my arms fading, too focused on absorbing every detail of Pinnacle's operations, making up for the 3 years I'd lost. My wolf, usually quiet and submissive, seemed to grow stronger with each day back in my family territory. In Darius's pack, she had retreated deep within me, becoming a shadow of herself. Here, with my brother's protective presence and meaningful work to occupy my mind, she was beginning to stir again. Saturday morning, I came downstairs at 6:30, after a jog and a shower. I was surprised to find Lucian still in the living room. I thought you were flying out for a client meeting, I said, pouring myself a cup of coffee. I pushed it back. I could feel Lucian's eyes on me, noting the dark circles under my eyes. I knew what he was thinking. If I'd started working at the company 3 years ago, as was originally planned, instead of running away to marry Darius Silverclaw, I wouldn't have to work so hard to catch up. Sometimes he'd come downstairs for a late-night snack and see light from under my door. He never said anything, but I knew he worried. You're working yourself into the ground, he pointed out now. I stretched and yawned, just making up for lost time. The words came out more bitter than I intended. Lucian didn't respond right away. His silence was heavier than words, part frustration, part regret. Any plans for the weekend? I took a sip of life-giving coffee and sighed contentedly. I'm going to review Etheria's income and cash flow statements for the past 5 years, do a common-size horizontal analysis, see if I can find anything fishy. Maybe there's some leverage I can use. Lucian waited for me to finish breakfast. I'm not working today. You told me that already. I looked up puzzled. Neither are you. What do you have in mind? Remember that saying about all work and no play? Time to play. An hour later, Lucian parked his silver Mercedes-Benz S-Class outside Lumina, a luxury spa and relaxation center owned by the Pinnacle Group. I'm surprised you'd want to come to a spa, I teased my brother. I thought your idea of playtime involves either a sparring match in a boxing ring or puttering around the house. The center opened 6 months ago, Lucian said amiably. I don't think you've been here before. He shot me an assessing look. When was the last time you visited a spa? I touched my nose and said nothing, remembering how being Darius's wife meant being daughter-in-law to Celine Silverclaw, who imposed a strict curfew on my activities. Spa days were fantasies. Even a shopping trip needed permission. Any free time was spent at the clinic, my veins open to vampiric needles that drained my precious Rh-negative blood for Isolde's use. I took in the place, which spanned 2 levels with soaring ceilings. The lobby had big, towering columns, porcelain vases with fresh flowers, and a huge reception desk, manned by 6 uniformed staff wearing identical smiles. I recommend the oxygen facial and the steam chamber. Lucian nodded at the manager and kept walking. He'd called ahead and had the Oasis room reserved for me. You, here? Her voice laced with disbelief and hostility. Don't tell me even this place isn't safe from you. I paused and turned toward the voice, my wolf instantly on alert. A familiar scent hit my nostrils. Lyra Silverclaw. Lyra's voice sliced through the peaceful spa atmosphere, like a knife, as she sprang up from her armchair, a finger pointed directly at me. What is she doing here? She barked, disbelief etched into every syllable. Isn't this place by appointment only? Who let that in? Sitting next to her was Celine Silverclaw, my former mother-in-law, looking equally shocked at my presence. How did you get in here? Lyra demanded, not bothering to wait for my reply. She turned towards the reception counter, her voice rising with each word. Where's your manager? I thought this place operates by appointment only. Why did you allow someone like that to enter? My wolf bristled at the dismissive tone, but I kept my expression neutral. 3 years of being the lowest-ranking wolf in Darius's pack had taught me how to control my reactions. Lucian leaned close to me, his protective alpha energy a comforting presence at my side. "They are?" "Celine Silverclaw, Darius's mother," I said, chin tilting toward the woman glaring daggers at us. "The one yelling? That's Lyra, his sister." I could feel Celine's scowl burning into us as she noticed how close Lucian and I were standing. I could sense her disapproval and anger radiating across the room. Even though I was no longer her daughter-in-law, she clearly felt offended by what she perceived as a blatant display of intimacy between me and another man. The bitter scent of her jealousy reached my nostrils. I knew she still had old scores to settle with me. In her eyes, I would always be the ill-mannered, greedy, lying hussy who had somehow tricked her precious son into marriage. Lyra, I gathered, had just returned from gambling overseas. She probably had no idea that everyone in Valabrook knew about her taking my wedding ring and pawning it at the casino. The irony wasn't lost on me. After years of being treated like a thief for stealing their son, she had literally stolen from me. "Miss West," she snapped at the spa manager approaching us. "Check her appointment. If she's not on the list, I want her removed. Now." The entitlement in her voice was unmistakable. Since Celine held VIP status at Lumina, Lyra expected the manager to comply with her simple request. She stood back, arms folded across her chest, waiting for the satisfaction of watching me being dragged out. Mirabelle West grimaced momentarily before catching a look from Lucien. She straightened her cream-colored suit and addressed Lyra with newfound confidence. "Miss Silverclaw," she said smoothly, "Ms. Miller is a guest of Mr. McAllister, who owns this establishment. She doesn't need an appointment." Lyra's jaw dropped, her expression so comical I had to fight to keep from laughing. I remained silent. Speaking to Lyra had always been a waste of breath. Celine stepped forward when she saw her daughter being rebuked. "Missa McAllister, you may not be aware that Dorothy Miller used to be married to my son." Lucian spared her only a brief glance. "I'm well aware of that." "Then you should know that she's—" Celine paused, her lips curving into what she probably thought was a charming smile. "Well, I just hope you'd be more careful around a woman like that. She has a history." "A history of what?" Lucian asked, tone dropping to that dangerous octave all alphas use when challenged. Celine smiled demurely. "While she certainly has the looks." She gave me an appraising look that made me feel like livestock at auction. Even in my simple white t-shirt and dark blue jeans, I could feel her cataloging my appearance, searching for flaws. Her smile turned derisive. "It takes more than beauty to make quality wife material." Lucian threw a protective arm around my shoulders. "If memory serves, Mr. Silverclaw is the one who had an affair." "What affair?" Lyra inserted herself back into the conversation, her expression confused. "Are you talking about Isolde? She's—" "Even your daughter knows about the affair," Lucien continued, keeping his gaze fixed on Celine. "Which speaks of a lack of discretion on your son's part, doesn't it?" Before Celine could formulate a retort, he added, "Besides, I'm sure you know Dorothy was the one who proposed the divorce. She dumped him, not the other way around." Celine's face turned beet red. "It's not what. If you'll excuse me," Lucian cut her off smoothly, "I believe we are done here." Mirabelle West took the cue like the professional she was. "Mr. McAllister, would you like me to remove these two from the premises?" "Remove who?" Lyra shouted, her voice echoing through the elegant lobby. "Are you kidding? My mother's a VIP customer." Lucian smiled pleasantly at the manager. "It's not my call. I've transferred my ownership in Lumina to Dorothy. She's the boss now." "When did you do that?" I turned to him in surprise. "Earlier this morning, while you were out jogging." I didn't miss how Celine's eyes widened at this revelation. It confirmed her suspicion. In her mind, Lucien and I were living together. I could practically see the wheels turning in her head. Dorothy Miller had found herself another meal ticket. No wonder I could act so confidently now. Mirabelle West nodded, then looked to me, waiting for my decision. The power shift was palpable in the room. "I'm your mother-in-law." Celine snapped. "Ex-mother-in-law," I corrected calmly. "Let's not confuse history with reality. Darius will never forgive you if you do this." Celine threatened, desperation entering her tone. I could read her like an open book. She refused to believe I had completely let go of my feelings for Darius. In her world, a family as prominent as the McAllisters would never allow a woman like me, an omega with nothing to offer but rare blood, to marry their heir. I was probably just a mistress to Lucian McAllister. Eventually, he'd tire of me and cast me aside. Then I'd have to crawl back to Darius. The thought almost made me laugh out loud. I shook my head, both amazed and amused by her delusion. Celine Silverclaw sincerely believed that her son was the best catch in the world, and that no woman could possibly be immune to his charm. She chose to think of my divorce as simply a ploy to get Darius's attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught two burly security guards moving in. Mirabelle West gestured for them to wait, her eyes still on me. I glanced from Celine to Lyra, feeling a slow smile spread across my face. How dramatically things had changed. A year ago, Celine had locked me out of the house because I was 12 minutes late returning from a grocery run. Now, I could lock her out of mine. I felt my lips curve into a mocking smile as I stared down Celine and Lyra. "There's no need," I told Mirabelle West casually. "Leave them be. The more they spend, the more they contribute to my wallet." The manager nodded and dismissed the security guards with a subtle wave of her hand. I could practically see the inner conflict playing across Celine's face. The ball was in her court now. I owned the spa she frequented. I'd allowed her and Lyra to stay despite their behavior. But would they dare remain? Would they swallow the humiliation of contributing to my business's bottom line? The thought made my wolf purr with satisfaction. "We've wasted enough time here," Lucian said, placing his hand protectively at the small of my back. "The steam chamber's ready." I strolled away with my brother, feeling Lyra's hateful stare burning into my back. My wolf senses picked up her accelerated heartbeat and the bitter scent of rage as she prepared to hurl another insult. Before she could speak, I heard the unmistakable sound of someone being yanked away. Celine was dragging her daughter toward the entrance, hissing, "Shut up!" loud enough for my enhanced hearing to catch. "Mum," Lyra protested, her voice carrying across the elegant lobby. "We can't just let that smug little parasite humiliate us." I didn't need to turn around to know that Mirabelle's face had twisted into a disapproving scowl. From today onward, Celine and Lyra would likely find themselves blacklisted by Lumina. If I were truly vindictive, I could use my newfound connection to declare them personae non grata at all businesses owned by the Pinnacle Group. Celine clearly understood this. She knew she stood no chance going up against an alpha like Lucian McAllister. As the doors closed behind them, my wolf heard Lyra's sulking complaint. "Are we just going to leave with our tail between our legs?" "She has someone on her side," Celine replied, her voice fading as they exited. "But so do we. Lyra, call your brother." Lucian never did anything by half measures. When he worked, he put in 110%. When he relaxed, he pulled out all the stops. After the steam chamber, he guided me through an onsen-style dip pool, a mineral-rich mud bath, a calming meditative labyrinth, followed by a 2-hour full-body bespoke massage and a facial. I surrendered to the pampering, partially because my wolf and I desperately needed the relaxation, and partially because I knew Lucian was trying to distract me from the encounter with my former in-laws. "I'm fine," I assured him, patting his arm as we reclined in plush loungers between treatments. "They no longer concern me." "I still can't believe you lived with those people for 3 years. Lucian's eyes darkened. When I ran away from the pack to marry Darius Silverclaw, Lucian had been concerned but not overly worried. He knew Darius's reputation. A tough negotiator, a shrewd businessman, a hard-charging alpha. In many ways, Darius was a younger version of Lucian himself, which meant he could be difficult to love. My brother had assumed my feelings were just a temporary infatuation, anticipating I would return home once the bond faded. Darius might be ruthless in running his pack, but there had never been rumors about him mistreating his wolves, especially not an omega mate. Lucian hadn't worried about my physical safety. Yet after witnessing how Celine and Lyra treated me, I could see the regret in his eyes for not having done a more thorough background check on Darius's family. His opinion had clearly deteriorated from capable but aloof alpha to neglectful and possibly abusive mate. A giggle escaped my lips as the masseuse kneaded a particularly sensitive spot on my foot. "Let's forget about them," I suggested, wanting to lighten the mood. "I'm having dinner with Kaya tonight. Want to come with?" Lucian nodded. "I have only one item on my agenda today. Spend more time with my princess and ensure your safe reintegration into the Blackwood pack." To round out our day of treatments, I treated myself to a mani-pedi, leaving Lumina with pale pink nails adorned with elegant gold half-moon designs. I did, however, draw the line at having rhinestones glued to my nails. Lucian politely but firmly declined the same offer, despite my teasing. "Come on," I nudged his shoulder playfully. "You would be the hottest-looking alpha in the whole business district." The teasing smile vanished from my face when we stepped outside. A familiar scent hit me. Darius stood on the sidewalk facing the entrance, flanked by Celine and Lyra like some parody of an alpha with his enforcers. My body stiffened. "Look, it's her." Lyra grabbed Darius's arm dramatically. "She threw Mom and me out of that place. She even sicked security guards on us. We were manhandled." "No respect," Celine added, her voice dripping with venom. "She has no respect at all. She thinks she can look down on us just because she spreads her legs for a rich alpha." Lyra spat out the words. "I bet she was already fooling around with him before she divorced you." I could see the confusion and anger warring on Darius's face. From his expression, I realized he'd been ambushed by his mother and sister. They'd clearly bombarded him with calls claiming mistreatment without mentioning my involvement. His eyes narrowed as he took in my linked arm with Lucian, his frown deepening as he processed what this might mean about my connections and new status. I didn't spare him a glance. Instead, I clung tighter to Lucian's arm and waited for the valet to bring our car around. The silver Mercedes S-Class rolled to a stop in front of us, the valet jumping out to hold the door open solicitously. As I walked around the car, Darius stepped forward and grasped my arm, his grip firm, but not painful. The touch sent an unwelcome jolt through my bond, not completely severed yet despite our divorce. Lucian shoved his hand away instantly. "Alpha Silverclaw, watch yourself," my brother warned, his voice a low, threatening growl that carried unmistakable alpha authority. Darius thrust his hands into his pockets, but kept his eyes on me. "I would like an explanation." "For what?" I scoffed, finding strength in Lucian's presence. "For what happened to my mother and sister?" How should I know what happened to them? I deliberately examined my new nails as if they were infinitely more interesting than talking to my ex-mate. "Why don't you ask them? They're standing right over there." Lyra's shrill voice cut through the tension. "She threw us out. She threatened to send goons to rough us up." "Yeah," Celine chimed in. "She said it's payback for the diamond ring." I watched Darius's jaw tighten. Even I could tell he was doubting his family's claims. The misunderstanding over my wedding ring that Lyra had pawned was over a month ago. In our 3 years together, he'd never known me to bear grudges. But then again, the past month had proven he'd never really known me at all. He'd never bothered to look beneath the surface of his convenient omega mate with the rare blood type. "Payback?" I gave Lucian's arm a reassuring squeeze, silently communicating that I could handle this situation. My wolf was tired of cowering. "You reminded me, I've yet to settle the score." I stepped forward, unhurried. "Since you're so fond of dramatics," I said to Lyra, lifting my hand, "let me give you a closing act." The slap cracked through the air like lightning, sharp, clean, final. Lyra stood frozen like a statue, her hand hovering near the crimson welt rising on her cheek. She looked like she couldn't decide whether she'd just woken from a nightmare or fallen into one. I slowly rotated my wrist, feeling the buzz of adrenaline still pulsing beneath my skin. "That one was for the past 3 years," I said quietly, almost to myself. My palms stung, but the ache in my chest felt lighter. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't swallowing my anger or forcing myself to smile. I wasn't shrinking to keep the peace. For 3 years, I let them trample over me like I was nothing more than a pretty figurine on Darius's shelf, something delicate and silent. I thought that if I was patient, if I was kind, if I proved myself useful enough, they'd accept me. I convinced myself that adjusting to them was part of loving Darius, that enduring their disdain and cruelty was just something I had to tolerate as his mate, as his omega. I couldn't have been more wrong. Lyra had always taken her cues from Celine, or maybe they were just two sides of the same cruel coin. They treated me like I was furniture, there to serve them, to listen, to disappear when convenient. I didn't push back because I didn't want to force Darius to choose. I thought I was protecting him. Her fingers rose, trembling, just as the second slap landed with surgical precision. This one left no room for misinterpretation. That, I said icily, was for dragging my family into your filth. Dorothy Miller, he barked. That's enough. You've gone too far. Enough, I echoed, turning to face him fully. Alpha Darius, if this is too far, then where were your lines when I was passed around like a resource? I rolled the words on my tongue, tasting their hypocrisy. You think this is extreme? You weren't there when they bled me dry. Not just my time, my energy, but my blood. And you allowed it. His face twitched at the reminder of what I was, what he'd done, what he'd ignored. Darius opened his mouth, but Lucian stepped in beside me before he could speak. Calm, firm, unmovable. He wrapped a protective arm around my shoulders, warming the part of me that'd gone cold during years of suppression. Alpha Silverclaw, he said evenly, Dorothy's made it perfectly clear she wants nothing to do with you or your family. Your sister and mother came here spoiling for a fight. They found what they were looking for. And just so there's no question, Lucian added, his tone sharpening like a blade, you don't have to rely on my word. With a casual snap of his fingers, Mirabelle West emerged from the sideline like she'd been waiting for the cue. Miss West, he said, show him the footage. She nodded, already flagging the receptionist who began tapping into the surveillance tablet. My heart, surprisingly, didn't race. I didn't fear the truth anymore. I welcomed it. Let him see me. Let him see what I'd become. Let him see, for once in his arrogant alpha life, what he gave away. Lucian didn't even turn to Darius as he continued. The lobby has full sound-enabled cameras. You'll find the record comprehensive. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a dinner date to keep. Darius's lips parted like he wanted to argue, but the guards Mirabelle summoned stepped into place between us. 4 broad-chested wolves in black uniforms. I didn't look back as I slid into the passenger seat of Lucian's silver Mercedes. My hands were still trembling slightly, not from fear, but release. The engine roared beneath us, and with one smooth pull forward, I left them behind in a cloud of dust and closure. Celine shouted something shrill and incoherent. Lyra cursed through sobs, but I didn't hear any of it. From the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of Darius standing alone as the dust settled, his gaze locked on the car like someone waking from a dream they never realized was a nightmare. I could almost see it dawning on him. The realization that the Dorothy who'd walked out of his house wasn't the same Dorothy staring back at him from the inside of this car. Miss West, I heard him say as we pulled away. I want to see that footage. Her calm reply floated behind us like a door softly closing. Of course, Mr. Silverclaw, right this way. The sound of Lucian's car engine filled the space between us with a comforting hum as I watched the glass-fronted spa retreat into the distance. You okay? Lucian asked, his eyes flicking between me and the road. I flexed my hand, the sting from the slaps already fading. Better than okay, I replied honestly. I feel awake. Behind us, Darius was probably just starting to realize how much he'd missed, how much he'd allowed to happen right under his nose. Author's POV. Darius stood rooted in place as he watched the security footage for the 3rd time. The manager of the spa, Mirabelle West, waited patiently as the alpha of Silver Creek Pack absorbed every detail of what had transpired. The footage was crystal clear. Celine and Lyra cornering Dorothy, their mouths twisted with cruel words that the surveillance audio captured perfectly. You don't belong anywhere. You never did. Just a blood bag with a pretty face. And then Dorothy, quiet, compliant Dorothy, had struck back. When the footage ended, Darius thanked the manager and strode toward the exit, his mind churning. His sister's shrill voice broke through his thoughts. Darius, she hit me. Lyra refused to acknowledge what was plainly visible in the security footage. Her reality was whatever version served her best. So what if I called her names? That woman deserved it. You started it, Darius pointed out coldly, his patience wearing thin. The alpha in him was growing increasingly irritated by this senseless drama that had pulled him from an important meeting with potential investors. Lyra covered her swollen cheeks with both hands, her eyes wide with indignation. "But she hit me. Are you going to side with an outsider? I'm your sister." "Thank you," Darius said to the manager, deliberately ignoring his sister's outburst. He couldn't believe he'd been pulled out of his meeting for such a frivolous dispute. The moon goddess knew how much damage control he'd need to do later. As he strode toward the front doors, he could feel the weight of his sister's incredulous stare boring into his back. Behind him, Celine and Lyra exchanged shocked looks. How could Darius just let it go like that? Where was the alpha who'd always defended the pack's honor? Lyra chased after him, her voice taking on a desperate edge. "But she hit me." "You provoked her first." Darius didn't slow his pace. "But she deserved it," Lyra insisted, scrambling to keep up. "She humiliated me online. Everybody's laughing at me. They called me a thief, if not for her." "Enough," Darius's voice cracked like a thunderclap. His alpha energy pulsed outward, silencing even the traffic nearby. He pinned his sister with an icy glare that made nearby humans unconsciously step back. "You stole the diamond ring and let her take the blame. The ring belongs to her. She could have called the cops on you." His voice lowered to a dangerous growl. "You disgraced this pack. You stole. You lied. And worst of all, you used my mate as a shield for your sins." Lyra hunched her shoulders, her eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. "But it's not her ring. You bought it. It's your money, your property." Darius took a deep breath. He didn't want to air pack business in public. They were already drawing curious glances from passers-by. "You are right," he said in a low voice that carried the unmistakable edge of authority. "I bought the ring. Then I gave it to her, so it rightfully belongs to her." He leaned closer, his next words carrying the weight of both law and pack tradition. "If you don't want to end up in jail, you better give the ring back to her." "But the casino has it," Lyra mumbled, her earlier bravado diminishing. "Then you offer compensation. I'm not kidding about jail. She could sue you." Especially now that Dorothy had Lucian McAllister on her side. The thought sent an uncomfortable ripple through Darius's chest. His wolf shifted restlessly, not liking the idea of another alpha male standing so close to what was still technically his mate. Darius made a mental note to restrict Lyra's credit card spending limit. He'd been so preoccupied with work, with building the pack's holdings and securing their future, that he'd failed to notice his sister had grown into such a spoiled, willful brat. He didn't even know when she'd developed the vice of gambling. "Darius!" Celine spread out both arms in front of Lyra like a protective mother hen. "How can you talk to your sister like that? Lyra's not wrong, you know. That woman put the ring in the safe. She didn't take it with her when she left, which means she no longer wanted it. How can she sue Lyra over something that's not hers?" Darius looked up at the sky and prayed to the moon goddess for patience. The headache that had been building behind his eyes intensified. When it came to anything related to Dorothy, his mother was like a bull who saw a red cape. There was simply no reasoning with her. It made him wonder about what Dorothy had said earlier. She claimed the slaps were payback for what Celine and Lyra did to her in the past. What exactly did she mean by that? What had his mother and sister done to her? After their arrangement was finalized 3 years ago, he'd spent the majority of his time at the Jade Vista condo, which was closer to his office. Dorothy had lived with Celine and Lyra in the main pack house at Avalon Manor. Had she been mistreated? Darius glanced from Celine to Lyra, then back to Celine. It was hard for him to imagine his mother and sister ill-treating or even abusing someone, but the way they'd been acting towards Dorothy, his wolf whined, uncomfortable with the implications. Had he failed in his most basic duty as an alpha, to protect those under his care? Even if the marriage was a strategic arrangement, Dorothy was still pack. Darius shook his head to banish the unpleasant thought. If they refused to see what they did to Dorothy was wrong, then he had to speak the language they did understand: money and power. "The man she's with, his name is Lucian McAllister." His tone was deliberately casual, but the weight behind the name was unmistakable. "So?" Lyra crossed her arms, still defiant. "He's probably just another rich schmuck who pays her for sex. Once he gets tired of her, he'll toss her aside like trash. Darius took no notice of his sister's rude and ignorant remark. Lyra's world revolved around jewelry and clothes and makeup and fun, the luxuries that his hard work provided. He spoke to Celine directly, his voice taking on the tone he usually reserved for business adversaries. The McAllisters essentially control the economy of Valebrook. Lucian is the Pinnacle Group's president. So? Celine gulped, already starting to regret the confrontation earlier. Unlike Lyra, she knew a little bit about the business world. After all, it was Darius's company that was paying for her pampered lifestyle. But even she had underestimated the McAllisters' influence. Granted, they were rich, but so were the Silverclaws. She had no reason to be scared of Lucian. But Darius soon disabused her of that notion. If Lucian gives the word, Nadir could be shunned by the business community. Our clients can take their contracts elsewhere. Banks can stop extending credit lines. Employees can be poached. The company can be wiped out in a matter of weeks. Darius had built Nadir from the ground up. The company was growing fast, but still no match for the behemoth that was Pinnacle Group, which stood on generations of accumulated wealth and influence within the supernatural community. Celine gripped her Gucci tote bag until her knuckles turned white. "You are just trying to scare me." "I'm not," Darius retorted, his wolf's dominance threading through his words. "If you don't want to end up sleeping on the street before the end of this month, get Lyra to apologize to Dorothy." "What?" Lyra exploded, her wolf snarling beneath the surface. "Apologize to that Omega bitch? Never." Celine weighed the costs and benefits and decided that her son was probably right. The look in his eyes told her this wasn't a battle worth fighting, not when their comfortable lifestyle hung in the balance. She grabbed Lyra's arm with more force than necessary. "You'll do what your brother says." "But Mom," Lyra whined, reverting to the spoiled pup she'd always been. "I can't apologize to that blood bag. Haven't I been humiliated enough?" Darius updated his mental plan. Freeze all of Lyra's credit cards. She would cave once she realized she didn't have enough money of her own to afford a pair of socks, let alone her beloved Jimmy Choo's. Author's POV. Lyra gingerly touched the livid bruise blooming across her cheekbone. Fury warred with humiliation. "Mother," she hissed, her voice tight with pain and indignation. "What now?" Celine's mind raced. Darius's frantic warning pulsed in her ears. Lucian McAllister backs Dorothy. The name alone was a thunderclap. Lucian wasn't just wealthy, he was an alpha prime. His favor was law. But doubt gnawed at Celine. Would an alpha truly risk a challenge over a discarded mate? Celine murmured, more to herself than Lyra. "Dorothy, she's nothing. A fleeting distraction, a convenience." The thought solidified her resolve. Alphas collected mates like trophies. Their interest was fierce but often fleeting. Lyra clung to her mother's arm, claws unconsciously pricking the fabric. "I won't crawl to her mother. Never." The image of Dorothy, meek, submissive Dorothy, holding such power was an abomination. "Nor will I demand it," Celine stated. She met Lyra's furious gaze. Bowing to Dorothy Miller would strip the last shreds of respect from the Silverclaw name. "We endure." She placed a firm hand over Lyra's. "But you must heed me now. Steer clear of her. Do not provoke the viper while the alpha shelters it." Lyra's lip curled. "So I just hide? Let her gloat?" "Temporarily," Celine insisted, her eyes sharp. "Alphas tire. When McAllister's gaze drifts elsewhere, Dorothy falls back into the shadows. Then," Celine's voice dropped to a predatory whisper, "then, my daughter, you reclaim what is owed, with interest." "How long?" Lyra spat, impatience radiating off her like heat. Celine gave a dismissive flick of her wrist. "How long does an alpha's fancy hold? Weeks? Months? Does it matter? Patience is the hunter's virtue. Stay silent, stay distant." "Fine," Lyra muttered, turning her head away, the picture of sullen acquiescence. But inside her blood boiled. Patience? Patience was for prey. She was Silverclaw blood. The humiliation of being bested by Dorothy, of all creatures, the she-wolf she'd once commanded like a servant, was an acid eating at her pride. If Dorothy could wield an alpha's power as a weapon, so could she. She just needed the right leverage. Her thumb flew over the screen, finding a number buried deep in her contacts, one belonging to someone useful. She pressed the phone to her ear. "Caleb, it's Lyra. I need a favor, and trust me, you'll find it very rewarding." Dorothy's POV. The cool night breeze carried the soft jazz music playing on the dining room's patio as I sat at our corner table, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility under the starry Valabrook sky. I inhaled deeply, savoring my newfound freedom, a luxury I hadn't known in the 3 years of my arrangement with the Silver Creek Pack Alpha. The dining room was exactly as exclusive as its reputation suggested, a Michelin 3-star establishment where reservations were nearly impossible to secure. Yet Lucian had merely made a call, and here I was, perusing what could only be described as a wine book, rather than a mere list, with its 750 global selections. My phone vibrated against the polished oak table just as I reached page 3 of the expansive wine collection. Griffin Thorne's name flashed on the screen. The CEO of Stardom rarely called unless it was important. "Hello," I answered, keeping my voice casual. "Miss McAllister." Griffin's smooth voice came through, the kind of voice that had closed million-dollar deals with a simple, persuasive phrase. "Sorry to disturb your evening. I've got word that someone's following you." My spine stiffened slightly, but my face remained neutral. "Have you found out who it is?" "It's a team of paparazzi, paid for by Lyra Silverclaw." I barely contained my derisive snort. Of course it was Lyra. The she-wolf never could accept defeat gracefully. "Would you like me to get rid of them?" Griffin offered, his tone suggesting it would be no trouble at all. I tapped a contemplative finger against the table, considering my options. No, just leave them be. Let Lyra waste her money. I had nothing to hide, and stalking me would reveal nothing but the mundane details of my rebuilding life. "I have nothing to hide." "As you wish," Griffin replied smoothly. "I'll just keep an eye on them, if you don't mind." "Sure." I ended the call and dismissed Lyra from my thoughts. The Silverclaws had occupied enough space in my mind for 3 years. Now that my bond with Darius was severed, their importance in my life diminished with each passing day. "Dolly!" Kaya's excited voice pulled me from my thoughts as she approached our table, thanking the maitre d' before bending down to kiss my cheek. Her familiar vanilla scent washed over me, comforting and warm. The seat beside me was piled high with shopping bags from Lumina Spa, gifts I'd selected specifically for her. "I got you some stuff," I said, watching her eyes widen as she inspected the contents. "Ooh, triple hyaluronic antioxidant hydration serum." She lifted the bottle reverently. "I put my name on the wait list like 2 months ago and am still waiting." She inhaled the scent of the Shea body butter with a contented sigh. "Thanks. I wish I could have gone with you to the spa." She began moving the shopping bags to take the seat beside me, but I stopped her with a waggle of my finger. "Nuh-uh, your seat's on the other side." I couldn't help the mischievous glint in my eyes as I directed her to sit across from me, right next to where Lucian would be returning any moment. Kaya caught my meaning immediately, her cheeks coloring slightly as she took the indicated seat. As if summoned by my thoughts, Lucian returned from chatting with a business associate, his tall frame commanding attention as he approached our table. My brother, the alpha heir of Blackwood Pack, carried himself with the easy confidence of someone born to lead. "Good evening, Kaya." Lucian's voice dipped slightly lower as he greeted her, flashing that smile that had charmed countless business partners and pack allies. "That color looks beautiful on you." "Thank you." Kaya's blush deepened, and she smoothed down her fuchsia off-the-shoulder dress, the gesture nervous but endearing. I glanced between them, my matchmaking instincts in full force. Their pups would be gorgeous, strong like Lucian, with Kaya's beautiful eyes and quick wit. "Shall we order?" I asked innocently, pretending not to notice the charged energy between them. Throughout dinner, I watched them steal glances at each other when they thought no one was looking. By the time dessert arrived, rum baba for me and fondant au chocolat for Kaya, I decided it was time to set another part of my plan in motion. "You know I'm working at Pinnacle now," I said casually, savoring the rum-soaked pastry. "Sure." Kaya wiped the corners of her mouth with elegant precision, a habit she'd developed during our finishing school days. "My dear brother here is a slave driver." I tilted my chin toward Lucian, who accepted the teasing accusation with a good-natured smile. "I'm snowed under with work. Could use some help." I paused meaningfully. "You have an MBA." Kaya looked up from her chocolate dessert, surprise evident in her eyes. "You want me to come work for you?" Dorothy's POV. With me, not for me, I corrected, voice firm. My wolf stirred with satisfaction. There was no doubt in my mind. Kaya was the right person to have by my side. Kaya hesitated, scent tinged with uncertainty. But you have the qualifications, you have the experience, and I know I could trust you 100%, I insisted. The Mooncrestons had their own pack business. Kaya was being groomed to eventually take up the mantle as their CEO in business matters. She didn't need the job at Pinnacle, but the subtle shift in her posture told me she understood what I was trying to do, and her gratitude wafted toward me like a gentle breeze. Kaya glanced toward Lucien. Her pupils dilated slightly. Are you sure this is smart? I followed her gaze. My brother sat calm, composed, emanating alpha dominance in waves. What do you think, boss? I asked him. Lucien met Kaya's gaze, impassive. Miss Mooncreston will be an asset to the company. I smirked. That was Lucien speak for hell yes. Kaya exhaled. Then I'm in. Good. I leaned back. Welcome aboard. Everything I said about needing Kaya's help was true. If having her working at Pinnacle gave her more opportunity to spend time with Lucien, potentially finding their mate bond, well, that was just fate helping things along, wasn't it? We slid into an easy rhythm, discussing onboarding and upcoming deals. But the moment Lucien announced, Draven's coming back soon, I practically vibrated with excitement. Draven McAllister, my co-conspirator growing up, artistic genius, and the only one in our family who could outsnark me, was finally coming home. As the third son of the McAllister pack, Draven was just a year and a half older than me. The bond between us transcended typical pack hierarchies. We were thick as thieves when we were cubs, often getting into mischief together that drove our father, the alpha, to distraction. I sighed. I haven't seen him in ages. While Lucien inherited our father's business acumen and alpha leadership qualities, Draven inherited our mother's musical talent. The singer-songwriter had shifted his career focus overseas after winning the American's most prestigious music award, expanding our pack's influence in creative territories. Do you have his flight info? I asked, my Omega instincts already planning the welcome home celebration. I want to pick him up at the airport. Lucien tapped on his phone. Let me check on that. After dinner, our trio sauntered into a bar next door for a digestif, our moods elevated by good food and better company. The bar thrummed with energy, human patrons unaware they shared space with wolf shifters. Lucien looked pleased to see me enjoying myself after the ordeal with the Silver Creek pack. Kaya practically glowed with anticipation of working alongside her secret crush. And I couldn't wait to see Draven, who balanced our family dynamics perfectly. Draven often joked that while Kaya was my BFF, he was my partner in crime. Order me a Campari, will you? Kaya got up from her seat. I need to visit the ladies. When she failed to return after 10 minutes, my protective instincts flared. I'll go check on her. Do you want me to come with you? Lucien asked, his alpha alertness immediately engaged. No, she's probably just in the restroom. I touched his arm reassuringly, knowing his wolf would track my scent if I needed help. I wound my way around the tables and followed the lit-up signs to the restrooms. My enhanced senses picked up Kaya's distress before I saw her, cornered at the end of a hallway by a man whose back was to me. Come on, babe, just one kiss. Kaya slapped him, hard. He snarled, grabbing her shoulders. I didn't hesitate, I struck. Get your filthy hands off her. I kicked the man in the back of his left knee. He lurched sideways, and I pulled Kaya behind me, positioning myself between her and danger. Touch her again, and I break your fingers. He blinked, disoriented. Who the hell are you? The last woman you'll ever put your hands on. Kaya muttered. He's no one, just a drunk. He narrowed his eyes. Well now, double the trouble, double the fun. He leered openly, his gaze raking over us before he made a crude, suggestive gesture low at his hip. So, which lucky lady wants to see if the ride's worth the price of admission? Sweetheart, I cut him off, eyes gleaming. I'd need a microscope to find your ego. His booze-sodden brain churned sluggishly, the insult taking a painfully long moment to land. When it finally did, his face purpled. Fuck you, bitch! I ignored the outburst, already turning. Come on, Kaya, let's bounce. The man lurched sideways, blocking the narrow path between tables. Hold up, sugar, we ain't finished. His hand shot out, fingers aiming to brush my cheek with a disgusting familiarity. Feisty little thing, ain't ya? Playing games. His words choked off in a sickening whumph as my fist drove deep into his solar plexus. He folded like a cheap lawn chair, air whooshing out of him in a pained groan. Before he could even register the blow, my boot stamped hard on his instep. A grunt escaped him as I shoved him bodily aside, careful to temper my unnatural strength. Damn, Dolly! Kaya peered over my shoulder, impressed. Since when did you become Batman? Survival skills, I muttered, rotating my wrist to ease the impact. Thought you took those classes? What took so long with this creep? Kaya held up a hand, showing off perfectly manicured nails glinting under the bar lights. Fresh set, wasn't about to ruin $300 worth of art on his ugly mug. A snort of laughter escaped me, breaking the tension. Fair, let's move. Lucian's waiting. Kaya smoothed her dress. Hair okay? Flawless. I'd barely taken 2 steps when a vice-like grip clamped around my ankle. The stench of cheap whiskey and unwashed aggression hit me like a wall as the drunk I'd dropped glared up, eyes bloodshot and filled with stupid, drunken rage. I had scarcely taken 2 steps when I stopped, looked down, and saw a hand grab onto my slim ankle. The scent of alcohol and male aggression spiked as the drunkard who'd been put out of action glared up at me with reddened eyes. Without hesitation, I raised my right foot and crushed the man's hand with my heel, feeling bones give way beneath the pressure. Ah! His scream shredded the bar's background buzz. Pretty sure you just redecorated his metacarpals, Kaya observed, peering at the mangled hand with detached curiosity. Play stupid games, I shrugged. You psychotic bitch, he howled, crab walking backward, cradling his ruined hand. My father will hear about this. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I cut him off, turning to Kaya. Why do entitled pricks always pull the "do you know who I am" card after getting their asses handed to them? Compensation for microscopic dick energy? She mused, then squinted at his contorted face. Wait, holy shit, Holden. As in, the Holdens? As in his family owns the harbor Holdens. Dorothy's POV. Holden collapsed in a heap on the bar's sticky tile floor, clutching his mangled hand and howling like a wounded animal. I didn't flinch. I'm the only heir to the Holden family, he screeched, spittle flying. Wait till my grandfather hears about this. He'll destroy you. You'll regret ever being born. I arched an eyebrow. What is this, daycare? You going to cry to Grandpa 'cause 2 women wiped the floor with you? His eyes widened as I raised my hand just slightly. He cowered like I'd just shifted into my wolf. I clicked my tongue, disgust curling in my chest. Loser. Then he made another mistake. His hand darted inside his jacket. Instinct took over. I grabbed his wrist, twisted hard. The crack echoed like a starter pistol. He screamed. Third bone tonight, Kaya murmured. Your pack lawyer's gonna need a raise. The bar manager skidded into view, white-faced and sweating. Ladies, gentlemen, please, let's not make this worse. We were already walking out. Let the lawyers clean up the broken bones. Author's POV. A man with a professional camera captured every moment of the confrontation, his expression calculating as he documented Dorothy's defensive actions from an angle that made them appear unprovoked and aggressive. Once he had enough material, he slipped into a nearby utility closet and made a call. Mr. Reyes, I've got something. Caleb Rise's eyes lit up with predatory glee as he scrolled through the transmitted photos. The paparazzo's voice buzzed through the speaker, recounting how the ex-mate of Alpha Darius Silverclaw had viciously attacked a prominent businessman. Ha! Caleb slapped his thigh, unable to contain his excitement. I knew she was no good. Finally showed her true colors, didn't she? When Lyra from the Silver Creek pack had called him about finding dirt on Dorothy Miller, Caleb had jumped at the opportunity. He couldn't stand seeing his alpha friend moping around after the divorce, especially when Dorothy was clearly the problem. In his mind, Darius should never have mated with that Omega in the first place, rare blood type or not. After ending the call, Caleb rubbed his palms together with vindictive anticipation. Darius needed to see who Dorothy truly was once and for all. With calculated precision, Caleb selected the most damning photos, images that showed Dorothy kicking, punching, and looking down contemptuously at a man lying helpless on the floor. The camera angle concealed Holden's aggressive posturing and focused solely on Dorothy's reactions. The headline practically wrote itself, Ex-Luna Silverclaw attacks man at local bar. Instead of selling the story to tabloids, Caleb paid handsomely to have it published across multiple websites. With the Silverclaw name attached, the story spread like wildfire through both human and wolf circles overnight. Online commenters quickly formed their own narrative. Is she the one who married Alpha Darius Silverclaw? They're divorced now. Who's the man she was punching? Can't see his face clearly in the pics. Her new mate? Why's she attacking him? Lovers' quarrel gone violent? The man's clearly injured on the floor. She's gone too far. This is domestic abuse. This Dorothy Wolf's unstable. I wonder if she used to challenge Darius's authority. No Alpha would tolerate that. Where is Alpha Lucian? Maybe she fabricated Darius's infidelity. I knew our Alpha wouldn't betray his mate bond. Caleb leaned back in his ergonomic chair, a satisfied smile playing across his face. The public's reaction was going exactly as planned. The $20,000 he'd paid to the paparazzo was money well spent if it helped Darius finally break free from whatever hold this Omega still had on him. Dorothy's POV. While my name was trending online with hashtags like ex-Luna Silverclaw, bloodthirsty Omega, and liar Dorothy, I was blissfully unaware, enjoying the deepest sleep I'd had since returning to my family pack. When Kaya came pounding on my bedroom door at 5:30 in the morning, I experienced an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Memories of urgent pack matters at Silver Creek. I tossed aside the covers, padded barefoot to the door, and opened it to find Kaya's usually composed face, twisted with concern. Have you seen the news? She thrust her tablet in my direction. Good morning to you too. I stifled a yawn. Kaya grabbed my shoulders and shook them firmly. Wake up, someone's slinging mud at you. I fell backwards onto my bed. So, after surviving 3 years of being treated as merely a blood bank by the Silver Creek pack, some bad publicity barely registered as a threat. Kaya thrust the tablet in front of my face, tapping furiously at the screen. Look at this. They're claiming you beat up some random guy at the bar last night. I glanced at the photos. You and I both know that's not true. But the people online don't. Kaya looked angry. Someone's obviously targeting you. I took the tablet, scanning the headlines with detached curiosity. Hey, I made it to the front page of the Valabrook Reporter. Not bad. Kaya rolled her eyes, as if that's something to be glad about. The tabloid was notorious for publishing sensationalist, often unverified stories about both humans and, in coded language, wolf packs. I returned the tablet to my friend. Don't worry about it. Some other story will pop up and bump this one down. My years at Silver Creek had taught me that scandals were temporary. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? I recognized her genuine concern. How about this? I'll give Griffin Thorne a call. The CEO of a major entertainment company was a distant cousin in our PAC network and would know how to manipulate the human media machine. Fine, she conceded, though her scent still spoke of unease. I jumped up from the bed, my wolf suddenly energetic. Since you're here, we might as well have breakfast together. Today's your first day at Pinnacle. Let's start it with a proper pack meal. Kaya cleared her throat, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Will Lucian join us for breakfast? I pinched her cheek playfully. Ha, is that why you came to my house at 6 o'clock in the morning? I fake pouted. I thought you were here for me. Kaya's blush deepened. I was. It's just that. Never mind. I smiled knowingly. My dear brother's probably in the gym. Let's go say hi. At 9 o'clock sharp, I began the Etheria Project meeting in Conference Room 2 at Pinnacle Group's headquarters. I ready to reclaim my rightful position in PAC business matters. I introduced Kaya as my executive assistant, my pride evident in my voice. As I briefed the team about the energy company acquisition, I noticed one participant keeping her head down, her scent betraying simmering resentment. Sharon Hoyles sat rigidly in her chair, barely meeting my eyes. Like many female employees at Pinnacle, she'd once harbored a secret attraction to my brother, the future Alpha. But in the past week since my return, her feelings had clearly shifted. Author's POV. If Lucian McAllister hadn't played favorites and installed his girlfriend as the new vice president, the position should have gone to Sharon. At least Sharon believed that to be the case. Throughout the meeting, resentment simmered steadily beneath Sharon's composed facade, intensifying with every praise directed toward Dorothy. Had the room conveniently forgotten all their glowing praises for her just weeks earlier? Apparently so. Any questions? Dorothy asked lightly. Yes, actually, Sharon stood sharply, making the confrontation personal. Go ahead, Dorothy replied calmly. We're here due to Pinnacle's excellent reputation, the reason Etheria agreed to partner with us, Sharon said pointedly, deliberately minimizing Dorothy's contribution. Subtle glances exchanged around the table caught her implication clearly. However, given recent stories online, how do you plan to maintain Etheria's confidence? Dorothy raised a questioning eyebrow, her wolf visibly alert but carefully restrained. What are you suggesting exactly? Dorothy's tone was neutral yet guarded. Maybe we should reconsider our project leader. Working under someone with negative publicity isn't exactly ideal, Sharon stated bluntly. Murmurs swept the room, tension thickening palpably. Everyone watched Dorothy closely, awaiting her reaction. Dorothy sipped her coffee leisurely, irritating Sharon further with her apparent calm. Kaya suddenly slammed her palm onto the table. Excuse me, what exactly are you implying, Sharon? Sharon sneered openly. Have you not seen social media? Our vice president was caught fighting in a bar. I can show you. Save it, Kaya spat out. That's not what happened. I was there. Sharon sneered. You are Miss Miller's friend. Understandably, you would side with her, but the pictures don't lie. She was clearly using her fists on a man who was already lying on the floor, defenseless. Kaya shook her head. Don't you know that pictures can be manipulated? They were. Are you trying to say they were photoshopped? Sharon anticipated her response. But they've been analyzed by experts. The photos are real. They are, but they don't tell the whole story. Kaya's firm voice carried in the room. And the man had it coming. He was harassing me. Dorothy was just protecting a friend, she quickly corrected. Sharon picked up her phone. You can try to spin it any way you want, but it doesn't change the fact that the public knows better than to rush to conclusions, Kaya countered. Maybe you should take a look at what they are saying online. Sharon tapped on the trending topic. They are calling Miss Miller. The rest of her sentence died in her throat as she stared at the top-voted comment. Kaya smiled. What are they calling her? She didn't need to access her phone to know the tide of public opinion had turned. Other than the unknown paparazzo, plenty of pub patrons had taken pictures and videos of the altercation. Once posted online, they painted a much clearer picture of what happened. Instead of a woman with violent tendencies, as the tabloid article tried to paint Dorothy, she was now seen as a loyal friend who wasn't afraid to stand up to a drunken bully. The pub manager's statement, plus a copy of the police report on the incident, confirmed that Dorothy was defending Kaya. Sharon flushed deeply. Misunderstood. Misunderstood? Lucian's cool voice cut through, startling everyone. We value critical thinkers at Pinnacle, not employees quick to spread unfounded rumors. Sharon turned hastily. Mr. McAllister, please. Enough, Lucian stated firmly, his voice authoritative. If working with Dorothy is impossible, resignation is always an option. The room fell silent, eyes fixed on the floor as Sharon muttered a strained apology, humiliation etched across her features. Dorothy simply nodded. Meeting adjourned. As colleagues exited hurriedly, Sharon fled to the bathroom, allowing tears to flow unchecked. She splashed cold water onto her heated face, her resolve hardening. Dorothy might have won this round, but the war wasn't over. Not yet. Dorothy's POV. I dismissed the incident from my mind as soon as I left the conference room. I had more important things to do than waste time with office intrigue. After 3 years of being treated as nothing more than a walking blood bank for Isolde's unborn pup in Silver Creek Pack, human office politics seemed trivial at best. Kaya sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in my office, her fingers flying over her phone screen. There's a mini fridge there, I said, nodding toward it. Help yourself. Later, she said with a smile. You know, I've got to say it, you were incredible in that meeting. I shrugged, trying to brush it off. It was nothing special. Nothing special? Kaya laughed, shaking her head. Dolly, I've seen alpha wolves with less composure under attack. That woman was practically foaming at the mouth, and you just sat there sipping your coffee like it was a casual brunch. A flicker of pride warmed my chest. My wolf preened at the praise, though I'd never admit it out loud. 3 years in Silver Creek teaches you a thing or two about keeping your cool when someone's trying to tear you down. Kaya's expression softened. You know what I love about you? After everything Darius put you through, you never lost yourself. Most Omegas would have broken under that kind of treatment. I swallowed, the old ache resurfacing for just a second. I came close. But you didn't. She reached across the sofa and squeezed my hand. And now look at you, running major projects, defending friends in bars, making human resources professionals cry in bathrooms. We both burst out laughing, the bond between us humming with warmth. Then Kaya's expression turned serious. Just promise me one thing. She gestured around the office. Don't let all this make you forget to live. I watched you disappear inside yourself at Silver Creek. I won't let that happen again. My throat tightened. I promise, I said softly. Then, forcing a smirk, I added, as long as you promise to tell me when my brother finally gets his act together and asks you out. Let's get back to the important, shall we? Kaya hurled a decorative pillow at my face. Guess who's behind the tabloid article? Before I could respond, she answered her own question. Caleb Reyes. Kaya smiled victoriously. Caleb Reyes has more money than brains. I got my bodyguards to track down the paparazzo who took the pictures, put some scare into him, and he spilt the beans. I simply nodded, my mind already racing with implications. You don't look surprised, Kaya commented, studying my face. Actually, I am, a little bit. In truth, I'd been bracing for Lyra's hand in this after Griffin's call. Caleb Reyes, Darius's so-called best friend, never made sense to me. While Darius was driven and laser-focused like Lucian, Caleb was more like a modern-day Hugh Hefner, flaunting cash and collecting women like trophies. What's his beef with you? Kaya asked, tapping her perfectly manicured nails against her phone screen. Nothing personal, I answered coolly, though the truth was far messier. Caleb, like the rest of Darius's inner circle, always thought I was an intruder, an Omega who somehow conned her way into their alpha's life. I wasn't supposed to be good enough for a man like Darius Silverclaw, at least not in their eyes. A nagging thought surfaced. Had Darius sanctioned this? I shook my head. Darius wasn't the vindictive type, not like his mother or sister, but maybe I never truly knew the real him. So what now? Kaya leaned over, excitement dancing in her eyes. I've already got the reporter to retract the story. That's not necessary. I returned my attention to the computer screen, determined to focus on what mattered. I'd rather not waste any more time on this. We've got work to do. But you can't just let Caleb off the hook like that. Kaya made sure the office door was closed, then walked back to my desk with purpose. Look what I found. She turned her tablet toward me, and I immediately recognized the document as a confidential internal memo. Where did you get this? My brow furrowed in concern. Kaya waved her hand dismissively. That doesn't matter. What matters is what's inside. I skimmed the document. Tax evasion? Bingo. Kaya clicked her tongue, looking every bit the predator who'd found her prey. Caleb won't be able to stir up any more trouble if he's broke. I checked the signature. Finance Department of Reyes Enterprise, addressed to Alpha Eugene Reyes, Caleb's father. Imagine what Dad's going to do when he finds out his golden boy is dragging the company through the mud, Kaya said with a sly grin. I already forwarded this to the tax authorities. Eugene's going to have a very unpleasant visitor soon. I stuck out my right thumb in approval. You move fast. Kaya took a dramatic bow. I do what I can. I couldn't help but smile. After years isolated in Silver Creek, having someone fight for me felt surreal. In the pack, I'd been nothing but a resource. My rare Rh-negative blood drained for Isolde's pregnancy needs. No one ever stood up for me like Kaya did. Since she'd done the heavy lifting, I felt compelled to join the fight. Send me that memo. What's the play? I scrolled through my contacts, landing on Griffin Thorne's number. Valabrook deserves to know Reyes Enterprise's dirty little secret. Kaya nodded eagerly. Especially the investors. Oh, I can't wait to see Caleb's face when his family name headlines the Valabrook Reporter tomorrow. As one of the largest companies in Valabrook, Reyes Enterprise had its fair share of media exposure. But its PR department was caught unprepared when the hashtag Mendez tax evasion started trending online. It didn't help matters that someone had taken pictures when the tax authorities visited the company's office building downtown. Soon, rumors about corporate malfeasance spread like wildfire. Heiress and his team of senior management worked throughout the night to do damage control. To add more fuel to the fire, I posted a comment under the breaking story. Caleb Reyes proving the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, just rolls the same way, greased with the same dirty money. I attached a recording to the comment. In it, the paparazzo admitted he was paid by Caleb to take those misleading photos of me with the sole purpose of smearing my name. The internet erupted within minutes. My comment and the damning recording went viral before Heiress' PR team could even draft their limp corporate apology. By dawn, Mendez's dirty money was trending, and Caleb's carefully cultivated golden boy image was crumbling in real time. Kaya burst into my office, her eyes alight with vicious satisfaction. "They're scrambling," she said, tossing her phone onto my desk. The screen displayed a frantic statement from Reyes Holdings, full of hollow denials and legal threats. Eugene's trying to claim the recording is doctored, but the paparazzo already confirmed it on live TV. I leaned back in my chair, swirling my coffee. Funny how quickly loyalty evaporates when the paycheck bounces. Kaya, who had been silently monitoring the chaos from her tablet, smirked. Caleb's private jet just filed a flight plan to Cabo. Guess Daddy's sending him on an extended vacation until this blows over. It won't. My voice was calm, but my wolf bristled with triumph. Not this time. Kaya crossed her arms, grinning. So, what's next? I glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows where the first light of dawn painted the city in gold. The board would call an emergency meeting. The media would demand answers. And Caleb, he'd learned the hard way that some fires couldn't be smothered, only fed. I took a slow sip of coffee. Now, I said, we watch it burn. Author's POV. The two incidents, tax evasion and a smear campaign, seemed totally unrelated, but a shrewd businessman like Heiress knew better. He had been racking his brain, trying to identify who targeted his company. His usual list of suspects included business competitors and personal rivals, but never did he expect that Caleb was the cause of all the trouble. Eugene slammed a fist on the mahogany desk in his office after he finished listening to the recording. His nostrils flared. Where's Caleb? His son held a nominal position at the company but seldom showed up for work. Eugene dialed Caleb's number, but there was no reply. The culprit had switched off his phone, anticipating the wrath of his father. Caleb drove to Darius's apartment at Jade Vista in desperation. When the door opened, he threw himself into Darius's arms. You've got to help me. My old man's going to kill me. Darius peeled Caleb off of him. He blocked the doorway when Caleb tried to come in. Why did you do that? Do what? Caleb shrugged, feigning innocence. The photos? I was just trying to teach that woman a lesson. He tried to move past Darius. Come on, you've got to let me stay here tonight. My old man's probably waiting at home, a baseball bat in hand. I want the truth. Darius was unmoved, his expression hardening. Why did you try to ruin Dorothy's name? Caleb sighed when he saw that Darius wasn't going to budge until he had the answer. Your sister asked me to. Darius frowned. He had warned Lyra to stay away from me. It was clear that his sister had refused to listen. I also did it for you, Caleb added hastily. Come on, don't tell me you don't want to get back at her for the way she ditched you. She didn't ditch me, Darius said coldly. She's the one who walked out on you, Caleb said heatedly. Then she hooked up with another rich dude. Why should she move on to a better life while you are still pining for her? I'm not pining for her, Darius retorted, his jaw clenched tight. Caleb let out an exaggerated sigh, eyes rolling like he was putting on a show. Come on, Dari. Seriously? Still hung up on her? Man, you're better than this. Darius's jaw clenched tight, arms crossed, standing firm like a wall in the doorway. He could smell Caleb's nerves, that unmistakable scent of panic, but he stayed put. You dug your own hole, Caleb, and I'm not spending a single night with a bullseye because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Caleb, never one to appreciate a locked door or locked hearts, tried to play the old card, mischief and brotherly loyalty. He slung an arm around Darius's shoulders, forcing a grin. Hey, I was only trying to help, loosen things up. Darius shrugged him off. This isn't you helping. You're not spending the night here. Caleb's mouth fell open. Oh, come on. Have a heart, man. You seriously won't back up your best friend? I did it for you. Darius's eyes remained glacial. You did it because it amused you. You always have. Caleb hesitated, fiddling with the hem of his expensive shirt. Well, maybe that was part of it. His eyes darted, already seeking escape or a loophole. He was born to chase chaos, not paperwork, unlike Darius, who was born to rule, to command, to strategize. Caleb's voice took on that whiny edge like a kid caught sneaking out. Dude, if you throw me out, my old man's gonna rip me to shreds. You're my bro, Dari. Don't do me like that. No one's coming to bail you out this time, Darius said, voice sharp and cold like ice sliding over steel. Caleb's brow furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Darius leveled his gaze. Dorothy reported your dad's company for tax evasion. That's how she retaliated. Caleb's nostrils flared, hands balled into fists. No way. How the hell did she get a hold of the memo? Even I hadn't seen it. That's not your problem now. Your problem is that you made yourself and your family a target. If you want to survive your father's wrath, you fix this. Dorothy's the only person who can call the dogs off. Caleb's bravado cracked, panic flickering in his blue eyes. Fix it. Dude, I don't have friends in the tax office. I can't just make this crap vanish. His voice cracked, almost a howl. Darius's smirk was sharp and humorless. Maybe try a new play. Apologize. Yeah, to her. Caleb's jaw dropped. You've got to be kidding me. Me? Apologize? Or she keeps coming for you. And for your old man's company. Darius pressed, thinking of the last time Dorothy was cornered. He remembered Celine falsely accusing Dorothy of theft and the aftermath. Lyra humiliated, Celine forced to eat her words, the entire incident made public. Dorothy had always acted with the feral instinct of a threatened wolf. Back her into a corner, and she'd bite clean through bone. Darius suspected Lucian's influence. Dorothy had more protection now, not just from her bloodline, but the Blackwood wolves' entire pack, and Lucian had always been unsettlingly resourceful. Caleb, faced with this alien territory of defeat, crossed his arms stubbornly. No way, I'm not crawling to her. Do you know what that'll do to my rep? Before Darius could point out the obvious, his phone vibrated in the pocket of his jeans. He checked the name, Whitneyrealize, and wordlessly held the cell toward Caleb. Caleb's face blanched. Shit, how did he? He tried your phone. You think you're the only one who knows how to track a scent. Caleb looked like he might bolt. Answer it for me, Dari, please. A slow, predatory smile from Darius. Not a chance. Caleb exhaled sharply and shoulders hunched like a scolded pup answered. Hi, Dad. Even without the speaker on, Eugene's furious roar carried. Caleb, rise! What the hell have you done? Caleb stammered. Look, Dad, I don't care about your personal beef. You have 30 minutes to post a public apology to Dorothy Miller. 30 minutes. If not, you're cut off. Do you hear me? Cut off. Wait, Dad. Click. The line went dead. Caleb stared, shell-shocked at the dead phone, then at Darius. Darius simply tapped his wristwatch. 29 and ticking. Caleb's alpha pride flickered feebly, then crumbled. Fine. He whipped out his own phone, hands already trembling. I'll do it, but I hope she chokes on it. 10 minutes later, an apology appeared online. I would like to apologize to Miss Miller for the misleading news story. I should not have posted it without confirming the facts. Darius watched his friend pack up, defeated, radiating wounded ego. Dorothy's POV. The apology glowed on my phone at first light, a momentary distraction, nothing more, as I refocused on her work. The Etheria proposal glowed on my screen. That signature at the bottom? Predictable. Sharon Hoyles. I hit the intercom with deliberate calm, voice cold and razor sharp. Sharon, my office. Now. She appeared within 2 minutes, all sharp angles and barely concealed impatience. Her eyes flickered with a familiar mix of challenge and disdain. What is it? Deadlines aren't going to meet themselves, Dorothy. I didn't bother hiding my skepticism as I held up the proposal. This? Your masterpiece. She smirked, a hint of condescension curling her lips. Obviously. Got a problem with it? 30% below market rate for a renewable leader, I said slowly, letting each word sink in. Is this how you court the stag at the head of the herd, or just how you invite a fight you're unprepared to win? Her arms crossed, a thin shield of defiance. Negotiation 101, Dorothy. Lowball first, then counter. It's called strategy. Maybe you should try it sometime. I fixed her with a steady gaze, cool as steel. Strategy? On level ground, maybe, but we're not on level ground. Etheria has other partners circling, Sharon. We're not their only option. She raised an eyebrow, mock surprise flashing across her face. Or maybe you're just afraid to ruffle feathers. You've always been the cautious type. That hit a nerve, but I kept my voice even, deadly calm. Cautious isn't the same as incompetent, Sharon, and this isn't a game. We don't have the luxury of losing because someone here can't handle a little pressure. Her smile twisted into something colder. Pressure? Please. You think I'm scared of you? Of your pack? I'm the one who's been keeping this department afloat while you've been off playing hero. I stepped closer, lowering my voice so only she could hear. Be very clear. This project runs on my terms. Change the proposal to market rate. Exactly. No negotiation tricks, no strategies. No more games. I want it on my desk before lunch. Her brows knotted, frustration radiating off her like cheap perfume. I've been neck deep in this project since before you walked in. Etheria isn't the only player. Phoenix Industries is safer, more predictable. I tilted my head, studying her. Phoenix? Phoenix Industries? Old, cautious, weak. Longevity. Consistency. She pushed, leaning slightly. Etheria's the flashy newcomer. Phoenix knows the rules. It's smart to have a backup. Fine. Send me everything on Phoenix. Every detail. Will do. Her voice was measured, but the undercurrent of smug satisfaction was thick enough to taste. She thinks she's won a round. As she turned, the movement too quick, too eager, my voice froze her mid-step. And Sharon? I let the word hang, cold and clear. Make those changes to the Etheria proposal. Precisely as I asked. No deviations, not this time. She ground her teeth, but nodded stiffly. Fine, you'll get your precious market rate, but don't expect me to like it. I nodded once, dismissive. Don't expect me to tolerate anything less. As she turned to leave, I called after her, voice low but lethal. And Sharon, close the door behind you. I don't want any more leaks. Her back stiffened, but she obeyed, the tension crackling like a live wire between us. Dorothy's POV. For a second, she looked like she might slam it, a little show of teeth perhaps, but she left quietly, dignity just intact. I didn't waste time waiting on Sharon's dossier about Phoenix Industries. In the world I came from, only a fool trusted those who just tried to exile you from the den. Power meant doing the hunt yourself. I opened my own laptop, cross-checked business records, industry news, and community rumor. There was truth in Sharon's story. Phoenix Industries' founding stretched deep into the last century, an old wolf's name on the mountain. But old wolves didn't always mean safe. And Sharon, the same woman who'd looked me in the eye and told me a true alpha didn't belong in management, rarely extended help without an agenda. Something wasn't right with Phoenix. Every nerve in me, honed by years of reading ulterior motives and calculating threats, said so. I flicked my gaze to the phone perched on my desk and dialed the number I trusted for the real work. A soft, efficient knock at my door was followed by Kaya's arrival. You needed me? She asked, taking the visitor's seat, one leg crossing over the other in her easy feline way. I wanted your take on Phoenix Industries. My question was more a test than a request. Kaya's lips quirked in a hint of a smile. Big name, old money, they pretty much own the upstream and downstream of oil and gas. Lately, they're trying their luck in renewables, but it's more for PR than any real bite. And at the top, the old man, Warren Phoenix, is half retired, though he chairs the board. His son, Blake, is running the show now. Kaya's eyes glittered. We were in school together. I raised an eyebrow, one of not even close. She flipped her dark hair behind her ear and gave a sly smile. He tried his best, though, charming on the surface, a player all the way through. I saw him more at parties than study sessions. If not for the old wolf's heart problems, Blake would still be everyone's favorite professional guest. I let my drumming fingers carry the next question. You two ever? Kaya rolled her eyes as if the question bored her. He tried. I didn't bite. Tall, dark, and handsome, sure, but I have a thing for actual backbone, and for guys who don't have to look up to meet my eyes. I laughed, quiet, deep, more feral than Kaya was used to from me. That's fair. With the exception of being dark, Lucian fits your bill nicely. She shot me a look that was equal parts affectionate scold. Shut up. Did you need something more than gossip and relationship history? I let my expression soften. Actually, yes. I want you to get in touch with Blake Phoenix. There's something off in the way Sharon is pushing his company. I relayed the encounter, every nuance and undertone. Kaya grinned, suddenly in her element. You think Sharon is herding us toward a trap? It's just a hunch, but I want facts, not intuition. Kaya's predatory smile sharpened. Leave it to me. Blake will say yes to dinner, especially from me. It's on the company's tab, I said, letting the alpha in me tease her for show. And don't worry, I'll explain to Lucian exactly why you're out with him. Strictly business. She tossed a file at me, cheeks tinged red, a mock glare thrown my way, as if I'm worried what your brother thinks. Kaya flicked open her tablet, businesslike. Not tonight, though. You and I already have plans. I frowned, mine too full of negotiations and wolves in sheep's clothing. Remind me? Harper called, Kaya replied. She's flying back to Valbrook today, wants to meet, booked us a private room at the hideout. My heart beat faster, memories of running wild with Harper, Wynn, and Tim. How long is she in town? She didn't say, just that she misses the pack. Kaya's eyes softened with nostalgia. It's the 5 of us, just like old times. Unless, of course, you bail to obsess over proposals or pack drama. I snorted, an honest sound, only safe in spaces where I was surrounded by wolves who loved me. Not a chance. Tonight, I howl with my pack. Kaya jabbed a finger in my direction. You better. It's your mess. We're still cleaning up, you know. 3 years chasing Darius Silverclaw. Darius, I corrected, though we both knew the full story of how love blinded me to my own value. The playful weight of her words lingered with me, even after she left to prepare. Kaya wasn't wrong. Loving an alpha had cost me so much. Friends, family, and the respect my own blood always intended for me. I was an Omega, yes, but my worth was never supposed to be bartered away. In Blackwood, even Omegas could command, could lead, could belong. I had needed Darius to love me in ways he never would. He was strength, command, power, but not warmth, not safe. We are raised in the wolf way. A good mate is loyalty and protection, but a partner is more than an alpha's pride. 3 years gone, but I was claiming my place again, one step at a time. Kaya's chime on the tablet snapped me back. You're coming tonight, right? No more running. I'll be there. You have my word. We leave at 6. I want enough time to change. Not every reunion needs be an Omega caught in workwear. She teased. Author's POV. The hideout lived up to every whispered rumor. A concrete jungle transformed into a den of wild nights. Twisting corridors swallowed light, the air thick with damp heat, danger, and the unmistakable scent of strangers' pheromones. Each booth sat shrouded in shadow and carved out for privacy. Like small dens hidden within the city's steel and glass forest, the main room pulsed with life, slick with sweat and the raw energy of live music, while performers spun fire and stories above the crowd, their silhouettes flickering like primal spirits. Werewolves, humans, and everything in between pressed close together, lost in the haze of sound and scent. It was a modern hunting ground, a ritual of release where the primal and the civilized blurred. At 10 o'clock, the night had found its rhythm. Caleb, usually prowling with predatory precision, was anything but tonight. He lay sprawled across a worn leather booth, limbs loose and heavy, drowning his sorrows in a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue. To any observer, he looked less like the confident alpha he once was, and more like a lone wolf cast out from the pack, defeated, exhausted, and fading. Darius's shadow stretched over him, a silent warning beneath the club's kaleidoscope of colored lights. Without hesitation, Darius snatched the scotch away, irritation rippling through every muscle in his body. Even amid the chaos, the cool authority of a true alpha remained unshaken. That's enough, Caleb. Darius's voice cut through the heavy bass, rough and commanding, a reminder that even in private moments, leadership demanded respect. Caleb blinked up, lips twisting into a joyless grin. Gonna babysit me now, boss? Or just have the bouncer toss me out on my ass? Darius leaned in, jaw tight, voice low and firm. Pull yourself together. You're making the pack look weak, falling apart over a little backlash. Caleb snorted, attempting to reclaim his bravado, but years spent under Darius's watchful eye meant the alpha saw through the act. Beneath the mask of defiance, the pain lingered. Easy for you to say, your messes always clean themselves. Darius's POV. Caleb belched, the scent of alcohol and frustration rolling off him in waves that made my wolf bristle. I frowned and shifted away, my alpha instincts repulsed by the display of weakness. Even friendship had its limits, and watching the heir to the Ray's pack wallowing in self-pity pushed mine. "Come on." Caleb reached for another bottle of wine, his movements sloppy. "Let me drown my sorrows." He took a swig, his cheeks flushed crimson with alcohol and wounded pride. "My old man grounded me. Can you believe it?" He jabbed a finger at his chest. "I, an adult, got grounded by my dear old dad just because I made a mistake." "Your mistake cost your dad's company $20 million, I pointed out, keeping my voice level. The proof for Ray's Enterprise's tax evasion had been solid. Dorothy's work, though Caleb still refused to acknowledge the truth of it. Eugene Reyes had to pay the fine to avoid jail time. In my view, Caleb had gotten off easy, especially considering what he'd done to Dorothy at Isolde's prompting. "Not my fault." Caleb pouted like a pup denied his favorite bone. "I didn't ask him to cook the books." "But you picked on the wrong person," I reminded him, feeling a strange protective surge that had been happening more frequently when Dorothy was mentioned. "I didn't pick on her," Caleb protested, his voice rising with indignation. "I was just trying to teach that woman a lesson. Dorothy Miller's." Caleb's words cut off abruptly as he swore. "Speak of the devil." He rubbed at his eyes, as if not trusting his vision. "Darius, look." I followed the direction of his pointing finger, and something in me shifted, awakened. Dorothy was making her way to a booth not far from ours, and the sight of her hit me like a physical blow. Heads turned as she walked past, her lithe figure clad in a mini party dress in hot pink, complemented with a fire engine red clutch bag and matching pumps. Her long hair was done up in an effortless top knot, exposing the elegant curve of her neck. She wasn't the tallest among the party of 5, but she was the most eye-catching. Something about her scent had changed too. She smelled wild, confident, like the forest after rain. Caleb downed another glass of wine, then lurched to his feet, the movement clumsy and threatening. My hand shot out almost of its own accord, fingers wrapping around his elbow. "What are you doing?" "To settle the score," Caleb slurred, aggression rolling off him in waves. "Don't." My voice dropped lower, a hint of alpha command slipping through despite myself. This wasn't my pack member to order, but I couldn't let him near Dorothy. Not again. Caleb shoved away my hand, his eyes narrowing. "Why are you always defending her?" "I'm not." The lie tasted bitter on my tongue. Why was I protecting her? She wasn't my Luna anymore, not my responsibility. And yet, Caleb snorted, disbelieving. "Take another look," I said in a low voice, trying a different approach. "Look at the group she's with." Caleb blinked and tried to focus. "Who?" "The woman sitting next to her is Kaya Mooncreston, the eldest daughter of the Mooncreston family." I recognized the powerful she-wolf immediately, rumored to be next in line for her pack's alpha position. The one to the left of Kaya is Harper Stevens, the designer. The two men on the opposite sofa are the Alpha Carter brothers from Lightning Ridge Pack. All prominent wolves from powerful packs, the kind of allies even an alpha would think twice before crossing. Caleb sank onto the sofa, deflated. What are they doing, hanging out with a woman like Dorothy Miller? I said nothing, but my wolf was piecing together a puzzle I should have solved years ago. They weren't just hanging out with her, I realized. Dorothy was the center of the group. She looked right at home among the young heirs and heiresses from some of the most prominent families in Valebrook. She was in her element. My throat tightened. When had this happened? The Dorothy I thought I knew, quiet, submissive, always eager to please, seemed a shadow compared to the vibrant woman before me now. Caleb slapped his thigh, refusing to see what was directly in front of him. "I know!" She must be hunting for her next target. She must have somehow wormed her way into the party. I wonder which of the two Carter brothers she set her sights on. I frowned, irritation creeping through me at his willful blindness. The music in the club was too loud for me to hear what they were saying, but from their body language, I could tell that Dorothy wasn't trying to put the moves on the Carter brothers. In fact, it was likely the opposite. My frown deepened as I watched Theodore Carter pour a drink and offer the glass to Dorothy. The easy familiarity between them stirred something primal in my chest, a sensation I refused to acknowledge as jealousy. "Where's her new beau, Lucian McAllister?" Caleb wondered out loud. his tone malicious. Is she done with him, or is she two-timing him? He fumbled for his phone. Maybe I should give him a call. Catch them in flagrante. I caught his wrist, my grip firm enough to make him wince. Enough, Caleb. This wasn't just about protecting Dorothy anymore. It was about stopping my friend from making an even bigger fool of himself. You've done enough damage. My eyes never left the group as I observed their interactions. They seemed familiar with each other, comfortable in a way that spoke of long history. When did Dorothy make friends with them? The question circled in my mind like a wolf tracking prey. Was it before or after the divorce? I was acquainted with the Carter brothers, who were friendly enough, but tended to stick to their small clique of packmates. When did Dorothy become one of them? I lost all interest in the drinks before me, the club atmosphere suddenly feeling stifling rather than liberating. In the 2 months since my divorce from Dorothy, I'd come to know more about her than in the past 3 years combined, Dorothy's POV. The moment I stepped into the hideout, the bass pulsed through me like a second heartbeat. The air carried hints of expensive liquor and recklessness, 2 things I was learning to love again after years of restraint. My fingers tightened around my fire engine red clutch as I scanned the room, spotting Kaya's familiar smirk from across the booth. Finally, somewhere I actually belong. I slid into the seat beside her, the leather cool against my thighs. Harper immediately shoved a champagne flute into my hand, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. Took you long enough, she teased, the air of Thunder Valley Pack as bold as ever. We were about to send a hunting party. I smirked. Traffic was a nightmare, and someone, I shot a look at Theodore, who was already lounging like he owned the place, picked a club halfway across the city. Theodore, the eldest Brett brother from Lightning Ridge Pack, pressed a dramatic hand to his chest. Excuse you, Luna in training, this place has ambiance. Unlike those stuffy lounges, Winston prefers where everyone's afraid to show their teeth. Winston, the quieter Brett brother and future beta to Theodore, just sipped his whiskey, his wolf's calm energy unfazed by his brother's dramatics. I exhaled, sinking deeper into the booth. God, it feels good to be around people who actually know me, not the polished, obedient version of me I'd forced myself to be for 3 years, but the real me. The Blackwood heir who laughed too loud, drank tequila shots without wincing, and didn't give a damn about perfect table manners. Kaya nudged me, her scent warm with friendship. So, how's life post-Silver Creek treating you? Any silver wolves trying to drag you back to their territory? I swirled the champagne in my glass, watching the bubbles rise like tiny moon reflections. Liberating, I admitted. No more pretending to be the perfect submissive mate while giving my blood to someone else's Luna to be. No more walking on eggshells, no more hiding needle marks, no more suffocating in silence while Isolde drained me dry. Theodore raised his glass, his eyes flashing with wolf gold for just a moment, to freedom and the return of our favorite Blackwood Omega who never knew her place. We clinked glasses just as a loud, unmistakable belch cut through the music. My wolf senses prickled before I even turned. Caleb Reyes. Of course. I didn't need to look to know Darius was sitting right beside him. I could feel his alpha presence like a physical touch, heavy and unrelenting. The mating bond might be broken, but my body still recognized its former alpha. Harper followed my line of sight and scoffed. Him again. Kaya smirked. Looks like someone's still possessive over his former mate. I took a slow sip of champagne, refusing to let my scent betray my emotions. Doubtful. He's probably just shocked I'm not curled up in a corner whimpering over him. Omegas aren't supposed to leave their alphas, remember? But even as I said it, a bitter taste lingered in my mouth. Because the truth, Darius had expected me to break. He'd expected me to crawl back to Silver Creek with my tail between my legs, to apologize for daring to walk away from our bond, from him, even after I'd discovered his true intentions with Isolde. Well, surprise, Alpha Darius Silverclaw. I wasn't the same Omega who'd let him dictate her life. Theodore, ever the instigator, suddenly switched seats with Kaya, plopping down beside me with a predatory grin. Want to give him something to really make his wolf howl? He murmured, leaning in close enough that his scent mingled with mine. I rolled my eyes, but I didn't pull away. Let him watch. Theodore's breath tickled my ear. Smile, Dorothy. Let him burn knowing what he lost. I laughed, shaking my head. You're ridiculous. But I played along, tilting my head to expose my neck as if he'd whispered something deliciously scandalous. Across the room, Darius's jaw tightened, his alpha instincts clearly at war with his pride. I could almost feel his growl from here. Good. Harper raised her glass again. To friendship across packs. And to reclaiming your birthright, Kaya added. Theodore grinned. Carpe diem. The champagne bubbles burst on my tongue, sweet and sharp. For the first time in years, I felt alive. Then a screech of feedback cut through the noise as a rainbow-haired human girl stumbled off the stage, booed by werewolves and humans alike for her drunken rendition of Anti-Hero. Theodore nudged me. Remember our interpack talent night? You used to make even the alphas shut up and listen. Harper's eyes lit up with moon-bright mischief. Oh my goddess, yes, you have to go up there. Show these wolves what a Blackwood Omega can do. Kaya was already on her feet. I'll grab the next slot. The pack needs to hear its returned daughter howl. I hesitated, but only for a second. Why not? I'd spent years shrinking myself to fit into Darius's world. Now, it was my turn to shine. Well, it has been a long time, I murmured, eyeing the stage where my fate awaited. Time to be yourself, Harper said, her eyes glowing with wolfish understanding. She knew everything. How I'd abandoned my Blackwood pack, changed my name when I bonded with Darius Silverclaw, surrendering my identity as completely as I'd surrendered my rare blood to Isolde. My stomach tightened at the memory of the needle marks that had once decorated my arms like grotesque jewelry. According to Kaya's midnight pack calls to Harper, I had transformed into Dorothy the Docile, a shadow of the she-wolf who once climbed boarding school walls after midnight just to howl at meteor showers. Both she-wolves agreed. Severing my mating bond with Darius was the best decision I could have made. I'd sacrificed enough of myself and my precious Rh-negative blood for a bond that had been nothing more than a resource agreement. My wolf rumbled in agreement beneath my skin. It was time to reclaim my voice. I took a final sip of wine, my decision made. All right, Theodore hooted. Go, Dolly. His wolf energy practically vibrating with excitement. From the stage, Kaya waved frantically. You're up next. The club music dimmed at Kaya's request, and I felt every nerve ending awaken as I took center stage, the spotlight warming my skin. My wolf rolled beneath the surface, reveling in the attention after years of being forced to submit. When the upbeat rhythm started playing, Winston smiled knowingly and raised his glass. What? Theodore asked, confused. The song she picked. What about it? It's Fighter, Harper explained as she eyed Darius's table across the room. Theodore looked between them. So? It means she has moved on, Winston said quietly. Stop talking, just listen. My voice found its freedom as I sang. After all you put me through, you'd think I'd despise you. The bright soprano tones flowed from me naturally, my wolf lending power to notes I couldn't have reached as a human. Theodore activated his phone's flashlight, waving it like a concert beacon. Come on, he urged Kaya, who immediately joined in. I smiled at my friends, my true packmates, feeling my confidence grow with each note. Made me a fighter, made me stronger. I didn't need to look to feel Darius's eyes burning into me. My wolf preened under his attention, knowing he was witnessing what he'd never bothered to discover, that I was so much more than a rare blood donor. Thunderous applause exploded when the music ended. Theodore's wolf whistle pierced above it all. Encore! Encore! You slayed it, Kaya shouted, her eyes flashing gold with pack pride. The stage manager, sensing the crowd's hunger, invited me to sing another song. Without hesitation, I launched into Beyoncé's Me, Myself, and I, another message that wasn't subtle. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. I could feel Darius's shock from across the room. The stunning she-wolf, with the voice that could charm a pack of alphas, had been his mate, yet he'd never heard me sing. Perhaps because he'd never asked, or perhaps because I'd buried that part of myself too deeply, afraid my true nature would displease him further. From his table, I watched Darius pour another whiskey, his movements jerky and uncharacteristic. The alpha who always maintained perfect control was rattled. My wolf delighted in this small victory. I stepped off the stage despite the manager's pleas for another song. My wolf was satisfied for now. I'd made my point. You totally rocked it, Harper said, bumping her shoulder against mine in a gesture of pack approval. Amazing, Dolly. Kaya threw her arm around my shoulder, her scent mingling with mine in a show of protection that any wolf would recognize. Winston poured me a celebratory drink while Theodore vibrated with excitement. I'm in love with your singing. He thrust a single rose toward me. I accepted it with a smile. Thanks. Where did you get this? Bought it from a guy in the club. He struck out with his date tonight. I sniffed the flower, my wolf's enhanced senses immediately detecting the artificial scent. I think I know why. Why? The flower's fake. What? Theodore snatched it back, took an exaggerated whiff, then squeezed the plastic stem. Hell, I didn't notice. He tossed it disgustedly onto the floor. Damn, that's $100 down the drain. Turning back to me with earnest eyes, he added, I'll buy you a bunch of real ones. There's no need. It's the thought that counts, I assured him, feeling my wolf relax into the comfort of genuine friendship. Move aside, Kaya ordered Theodore. It's my turn to sit next to Dolly. Don't be so childish. Go sit next to Winnie. Call me Winnie again, Winston warned, his usual calm demeanor slipping, and I'll tell them about the time you wetted the bed when you were 12. I didn't wet the bed. Theodore's face flushed scarlet, his wolf clearly embarrassed. I spilt beer. So you were drinking underage? Harper asked, her alpha air authority showing even in jest. Theodore rolled his eyes. As if you didn't sneak a taste when you were a teenager. I leaned back, savoring my friend's friendly bickering, a luxury I'd been denied during my time at Avalon Manor. Darius had rarely been home, leaving me to the mercy of Selene and Lyra, who treated tormenting the Omega like a competitive sport. In hindsight, I wasn't entirely blameless. I'd yielded too easily, my wolf submitting when it should have stood firm. I'd believed foolishly that marriage required sacrifices, that if I endured his pack's cruelty with grace, Darius would eventually recognize my worth beyond my rare blood. I shook my head, remembering the last time Isolde had taken my blood, a donation that left me too weak to stand while Darius stood by, his eyes cold and detached. How naive I had been to mistake resource extraction for love. Dorothy Silverclaw, you should apologize. A voice broke my reverie. I looked between Caleb and Darius. The air crackled with tension as the scent of alcohol and aggression rolled off Caleb in waves. My friends had formed a protective circle around me, but this was my battle to fight. What do I have to apologize for? I asked, meeting Caleb's bloodshot eyes without flinching. For tricking Darius into marriage, Caleb slurred, swaying slightly. For ditching him for another rich man. For being a gold digger. His words carried the distinct scent of Darius's influence. I glanced at my former mate, searching his face for any hint of remorse or intervention, but he remained stoic, his alpha mask firmly in place. I could feel my packmates bristling beside me. Kaya's wolf was particularly close to the surface, her eyes flashing gold at the corners. Gold digger? Kaya laughed, the sound sharp and dangerous. That's rich coming from you, Caleb. How many times has your daddy had to bail you out this year alone? At least Dorothy earns her own diamonds. Caleb's face flushed dark red. This isn't about me. It never is with weak wolves, Kaya replied coolly, always looking to tear down others to feel powerful. Caleb leaned forward, the reek of whiskey nearly overwhelming my sensitive nose. I just want to have a drink with you, he directed at me again. Not interested, I replied, my voice cold as a winter moon. Come on, it's just one drink. His lips curled into a sneer. What, are you scared? Can't hold your liquor? I have better things to do, I said, turning away. How about a bet? Caleb persisted, his voice carrying enough that nearby patrons turned to watch. If you can outdrink me, I'll... He glanced around the club, his inhibitions clearly dissolved by alcohol. I'll strip naked and streak through this place. Caleb! Darius's voice carried the unmistakable timbre of an alpha command, though subdued for the human environment. Stop this madness. Let's go. Caleb shook off Darius's restraining hand like an insolent pup. But if you lose, he continued, pointing a wavering finger at me, you'll kneel to Darius here and apologize. In the old days at Blackwood, even as an Omega, I'd never been forced to kneel. My father, Alpha Matthias McAllister, had raised his children to understand that respect was earned, not extracted through humiliation. What exactly should I apologize for? I asked, my voice deceptively calm. Caleb's confidence was transparent. He'd been watching me nurse my single glass of wine all evening. He had no idea that wolves of my bloodline had unusually high tolerance, a trait passed down through generations of Blackwood females. What do you say? Caleb jutted his chin out. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I looked from Caleb to Darius. My former mate's expression revealed nothing, but the muscle ticking in his jaw suggested he wasn't as composed as he appeared. Was this his doing? Another attempt to remind me of my place in the hierarchy? Darius finally moved, grabbing Caleb's shoulder. Stop making a fool of yourself. Let's go. No, Caleb shook him off. I accept, I said, surprising everyone at the table. Theodore's eyes widened. Dolly? I raised a hand to silence him, then turned to the waitress who had been hovering nearby. A bottle of Patron and 2 shot glasses, please. Kaya leaned close to me, her lips near my ear. Are you sure about this? Your blood? I squeezed her hand under the table. She knew my blood was precious, and alcohol would temporarily diminish its purity. I've got this, I whispered back. Winston cleared his throat. If we're doing this, we're setting proper rules. He gestured to the empty chair. Sit down, Caleb, before you fall down. Caleb collapsed into the seat across from me, his swagger barely concealing his unsteady movements. Shot for shot, Winston explained. No break longer than 10 seconds between drinks. First to give up or pass out loses. The waitress returned with the requested tequila and glasses, setting them on the table with a curious glance between us. Shouldn't we have salt and lime? Theodore asked, always concerned with proper protocol even in impromptu drinking contests. No, I said, locking eyes with Caleb. Pure shots, nothing to soften the blow. Caleb's confidence wavered slightly, but he recovered quickly. Ladies first, he slurred, gesturing to the bottle. I uncapped the Patron and poured 2 perfect shots, my hands steady as stone. The scent of agave rose between us as I raised my glass. To making fools of themselves, I said pointedly, tipping the liquid down my throat. The tequila burned a familiar path, and my wolf welcomed the heat. I'd spent years at Avalon Manor being the perfect submissive omega, never drinking, never raising my voice, always available when Isolde needed my blood. The burn of alcohol felt like freedom. Caleb matched my shot, grimacing slightly. Is that all you've got? I poured the second round without comment, drinking it down with equal ease. My metabolism would process the alcohol differently than a human's, or even Caleb's, whose wolf was notoriously weak. By the 5th shot, the crowd around our table had grown. Humans loved a spectacle, and werewolves fighting for dominance, even in this subtle form, was entertaining. Caleb's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his glass, but his expression remained defiant. Tell me, I said casually as I poured the 6th round, did Darius send you to humiliate me, or was this your own brilliant idea? Caleb's pupils dilated, giving away the truth before he could mask it. He doesn't need me to humiliate you. You do that all by yourself. Careful, Harper warned, her alpha hair authority evident even in that single word. I drank my 6th shot unfazed. It's fine. Let him talk. It's all he can do. Caleb knocked back his own shot, then slammed the glass down. Everyone knows you're just a blood bag with legs. That's all you ever were to Darius. The words were meant to wound, but I'd spent too long believing them myself to feel their sting now. Yet here he is, following me around even after I left. I gestured to Darius, who stood rigidly nearby. Interesting, isn't it? Caleb's face flushed darker. He's just making sure you don't. Don't what? I interrupted, pouring the 7th shot with deliberate slowness. Don't tell everyone how he treated me. Don't reveal that the mighty alpha of Silver Creek kept his mate locked away because he was ashamed of her. I raised the glass. Or don't mention how he let Isolde drain me until I couldn't stand while he watched. Darius finally stepped forward, his voice low. Dorothy Silver. That's not my name anymore, I reminded him, downing the shot without breaking eye contact. Dorothy Silverclaw died the day she realized her mate valued her blood more than her bond. Caleb reached for his 7th shot, his movements increasingly uncoordinated. You're just bitter because Isolde is his true mate. Everyone knows it. I laughed, the sound startling even myself. Is that what he told you? That's convenient. I leaned forward. Did he also tell you that he knew about my blood type before he ever met me? Caleb's face registered confusion, his ability to process clearly impaired by the alcohol. I poured the 8th round, noting how the bottle had lightened considerably. "Drink up, Caleb. You're falling behind." He fumbled for the glass, sloshing tequila over his fingers before managing to get it to his lips. His swallow was labored, and I could see his wolf trying desperately to metabolize the poison flooding his system. "You know what the difference is between you and me?" I asked conversationally, downing my 8th shot without pause. "I know exactly what I am, what I'm worth. You're still playing at being someone important." The 9th pour was messy. Caleb's hand shook violently as he attempted to fill his glass. Tequila splashed across the table. "Need help?" I asked sweetly. Caleb glared, his eyes now struggling to focus. "Fuck you." "Language," Kaya chided, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Caleb finally managed his 9th shot, but barely got it down before he gagged, his body fighting the alcohol. I raised my own glass in a mock toast. To Alpha Darius Silverclaw, who thought he was getting a blood bank but lost a queen. As I finished my 9th shot, Caleb's eyes rolled back. He slumped forward, his forehead hitting the table with a dull thud. "I believe that means I win," I said, setting my glass down gently. The crowd around us erupted in cheers and whoops. Theodore slapped the table in delight. "That's our dolly." I rose from my seat, smoothing down my dress. My metabolism was already working to clear the alcohol, though I could feel a pleasant warmth throughout my body. Darius stepped closer. "Dorothy." I felt my wolf satisfaction curl through me as I watched Caleb's panic unfold. The once confident bully now stood trembling before us, his alcohol-soaked brain finally processing the consequences of his failed challenge. "Strip," I commanded again, the word carrying more power than any alpha order could. Caleb's arms flew protectively across his chest, his eyes darting wildly between me and Darius. The mighty Silver Creek Alpha maintained his stony expression, offering no lifeline to his friend. Just weeks ago, I would have shown mercy, would have bent to avoid conflict, but I wasn't that Omega anymore. How about I pay for the drinks and we call it even?" Caleb stammered, desperation seeping into his voice. Theodore's derisive laugh cut through the club's pulsing music. "Do you think we can't afford to settle the tab?" His eyes glittered with mischief as he watched Caleb squirm. "Yeah," Kaya added, leaning forward like a predator scenting weakness. "That wasn't the bet? Are you weaseling out of the bet?" Caleb stood helplessly in the middle of our booth, surrounded by what he clearly viewed as enemy wolves. The irony wasn't lost on me. He'd come looking for an easy target. Now he was the one trapped, with his alpha friend refusing to intervene. My bond with Darius might be severed, but I could still read his posture. The rigid set of his shoulders, the careful neutrality of his expression. He was fighting some internal battle. Was he embarrassed by his friend's behavior, or by the fact that his former mate had dominated the challenge so easily? "I can give you a hand," Theodore offered with mock helpfulness, reaching for Caleb's belt. "No." Caleb's squeal echoed with such high-pitched terror that several nearby patrons turned to stare. I rose gracefully to my feet, the alcohol creating a pleasant warmth rather than the stumbling intoxication Caleb had succumbed to. "I'm going to use the restroom," I announced, catching Kaya's conflicted expression. She clearly wanted to accompany me but didn't want to miss Caleb's humiliation. Theodore made the decision for her, grabbing her arm with a conspiratorial wink. "Come and help me pin him down." Darius's POV. I leaned against the doorframe of the hideout's balcony, watching Dorothy from a distance. The night air seemed to revive her as she tilted her face toward the cool breeze, her flushed cheeks still pink from her victory in the drinking contest. My wolf paced restlessly inside me. She had outmaneuvered Caleb so effortlessly, something I hadn't anticipated. The Dorothy I thought I knew would have crumbled under pressure, not risen to meet it head-on. This woman standing before me was someone I barely recognized, yet couldn't look away from. Her phone was wedged between her ear and shoulder as she spoke softly to someone on the other end. Don't worry, I'm fine. No need, I can find my way home. I'm having fun. Well, if you insist, I'll wait for you. Drive safe." The gentle smile that spread across her face as she ended the call made my chest tighten painfully. That smile, the one that used to be reserved for me, now belonged to someone else. My wolf growled possessively. Who was she speaking to with such warmth? Lucian McAllister? The name had been popping up with increasing frequency since our divorce. They'd been photographed together at several events, looking comfortable, intimate even. The thought of Dorothy moving on so quickly with this Lucian character made my hackles rise. Was he the reason for her transformation? The reason she now stood taller, smiled brighter, and fought harder than she ever had during our marriage? Before I could stop myself, I called out to her. Dorothy. She turned, immediately taking a step backward. The deliberate distance she put between us stung more than I wanted to admit. My wolf didn't like it either. Instinctively, I moved closer, narrowing the gap she'd created. If you're here to ask me to let Caleb off the hook, you can save your breath, she said, her voice carrying a new edge that both irritated and intrigued me. That's not what I wanted to say. I paused, struggling to find the right words. Caleb had dug his own grave with his cockiness. I'd only stayed for the drinking contest because I was certain she would lose, fully prepared to override the bet when that happened. But she hadn't lost. She dominated. Then what do you want to say? Her guard was visibly up, her body language defensive. I could scent the lingering bond between us, that trace of connection that hadn't fully dissolved despite the divorce papers. She was trying so hard to remind herself I wasn't her mate anymore. The realization that she still had to actively fight the pull between us gave my wolf a flicker of hope I hadn't felt in months. I moved closer still, drawn to her like I always had been. Lyra was wrong to steal the Graf diamond ring. My mother was wrong to blame you for it. Caleb was wrong to publish that misleading story about you. I apologize on their behalf. All three had issued public apologies online under pressure, but I needed her to hear it from me directly. Dorothy's smile turned cold. I didn't realize that on top of being your sister's and your mother's keeper, you're also your friend's keeper. Does it get tiring, cleaning up after their mistakes? They only did what they did because of me, I replied, keeping my voice level despite the truth in her barb. I bear part of the responsibility. Whatever. She attempted to move past me. They don't worry me. If you want what's best for them, I suggest you keep your family and friends on a tight leash. The casual dismissal in her tone startled me. Where was the woman who used to flinch at the slightest conflict? This wasn't the Dorothy who had endured years of Isolde's thinly veiled insults and my family's cold shoulders. And damn if that didn't make my wolf sit up and take notice. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was more attracted to this confident, take-no-prisoners version of Dorothy than I ever had been to the submissive Omega I'd married. Had the divorce triggered this transformation, or had the real Dorothy been there all along, hid beneath layers of compliance I'd mistaken for her true nature? Had I been so blinded by Isolde's needs, by pack politics, that I'd failed to see the magnificent wolf hiding beneath Dorothy's gentle exterior? I moved to block her path, unwilling to let her walk away just yet. My words were cut short by a piercing scream from inside the club. Both of us reacted instinctively, sprinting back inside. The synchronized movement reminded me of how in tune we'd once been. My body still recognized her as my mate, even if my mind refused to acknowledge it. The crowd parted with hoots and howls, camera flashes capturing his shame for posterity. Dorothy's lips curved into a satisfied grin, and I couldn't help noticing how her eyes sparkled with wicked amusement. This wasn't the woman who would have hidden behind me at such a spectacle. This was a woman who savored victory. Theodore jogged after my half-naked friend, waving Caleb's clothes like a trophy. "You forgot your pants," he called out, clearly enjoying every second of Caleb's discomfort. Caleb kept his head down and bolted for the back door. I followed him out to the alley, where he leaned against the brick wall, panting and flushed crimson. "Why didn't you help me?" he demanded, jabbing an accusatory finger at me. "You left." I shrugged, feeling less sympathy than I probably should have. What was I supposed to do? You're the one who suggested a drinking contest. A bet's a bet. You lose, you pay. I shrugged out of my suit jacket and tossed it to him. He wrapped it around his waist, looking ridiculous, like he was wearing a designer miniskirt. From the doorway, Dorothy and Theodore were watching with undisguised amusement. "He's got long legs," Theodore observed, Maybe he should consider a career in modeling, Dorothy replied, her voice carrying easily to where I stood. There was no trace of the timidity that had once characterized her every interaction with my inner circle. He has no hair on his legs. Do you think he shaves? Theodore asked her. You can ask him. Caleb's face darkened further with rage and embarrassment. Give me back my clothes, he snarled at Theodore, who casually tossed the bundle with one hand. Caleb dressed hastily and stormed off, muttering curses about never returning to the hideout again. He runs like a little girl, Theodore laughed, holding up his phone to capture Caleb's retreat. I stepped forward, feeling a twinge of loyalty to my friend despite his behavior. Please delete the video, I said firmly, then added after a pause, and the photos. Theodore's defiant chin lifted as he clutched his phone tighter. Why should I? The challenge in his eyes was unmistakable. My wolf bristled at his insubordination. In Silver Creek, no one would dare question me like this. But we weren't in Silver Creek, and Theodore owed no allegiance to my pack. Consider this a favor, I said evenly. I'll owe you one. A favor from an alpha of my standing carried weight in the werewolf community. Normally, it would be enough to make most wolves fall in line immediately. But Theodore merely snorted with laughter, the sound grating against my already frayed nerves. Like I care. He stuffed his phone back into his jeans pocket, his eyes hardening. If Dorothy had lost the bet today, do you know what would have happened to her? I felt my brows knit together in confusion. Of course I knew. I would have intervened before Caleb could collect on any humiliating terms. The fool should have known I'd never let my ex Luna be degraded, even if we were divorced. The bond might be broken legally, but the protective instinct lingered like a phantom limb. Everyone knows Caleb Reyes is at the beck and call of the great Mr. Port. Silverclaw, Theodore continued, jabbing a finger in my direction. For all I know, you're the one who asked him to initiate the challenge. My jaw clenched. I looked at Dorothy, searching her face for any sign that she might believe this ridiculous accusation. Her expression remained neutral, her gaze steady, but behind her, Kaya, Harper, and Winston had gathered like a protective pack, silently backing her. The sight hit me with unexpected force. During our marriage, Dorothy had been isolated, cut off from her Blackwood pack connections, ostracized by most of Silver Creek's inner circle, and left vulnerable. Now she stood surrounded by allies, people who chose to stand with her not out of obligation or blood ties, but out of genuine loyalty. Even Caleb didn't ask for the photos back, Theodore pressed on. Who are you to speak for him? Do you own him? I took a deep breath, feeling my wolf stir restlessly. It wasn't Caleb's dignity that concerned me anymore. It was this male's obvious protectiveness toward Dorothy. My Dorothy. My wolf refused to acknowledge the divorce, recognizing only the lingering scent bond between us. If I can't speak for Caleb, I countered, who are you to speak for Dorothy? I'm her friend. Theodore straightened to his full height, still inches shorter than me, but unwavering. One of the best. I've never seen you around her before. That's because you never paid enough attention to her. The accusation landed like a knife between my ribs because I knew it held truth. How many other friends had she made that I'd never bothered to notice? How many connections had she forged while I was preoccupied with pack politics and Isolde's demands? What you're doing seems to come from more than just friendship. The question escaped before I could stop myself, my wolf pushing the words out. Are you pursuing her? Dorothy shook her head, her expression a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. The look cut deeper than any words could have. I was being a good friend to Caleb, yet I found it difficult to believe that she could have friends of her own, males who might see her worth beyond her rare blood type. I saw the realization flash in her eyes. I had been her hero once, but I'd failed her in the most fundamental ways. I'd been a brave alpha, a loyal friend, an effective leader. But I'd been a terrible mate. Hiding my hands in my pockets, I clenched them into fists, immediately regretting my question. I had no right to ask such a personal thing. It was none of my business whom Dorothy wanted to date now. Theodore stepped forward until we were toe-to-toe. My wolf rose to the challenge, sensing a threat to what it still considered ours. Our eyes locked in primal confrontation. Yes, I'm wooing her, he said with deliberate slowness. What about it? My jaw tightened involuntarily. With strength, the veins on the back of my hands stood out as I fought the urge to grab him by the throat. The wolf inside me snarled, demanding I assert dominance, claim what was mine, remind this weaker male of his place. Dorothy's light kick to Theodore's calf broke the tension. "Stop joking around," she said with an easy smile that never would have appeared during our marriage. "Let's go back to the club." I knew there was zero chance of getting those photos deleted tonight. More importantly, I needed to leave before my wolf took over completely. The primal part of me wasn't just angry, it was jealous, possessive, confused by the scent of our lingering bond mixed with her newfound confidence and independence. I turned and walked away, my stride stiff with suppressed emotion. Caleb was hiding in my white Audi R8, his head poking above the windshield like a frightened rabbit. "Are they gone?" he asked as I slid into the driver's seat. I said nothing, just started the engine with more force than necessary. Caleb visibly relaxed as the club disappeared from view. I shouldn't have made that bet. He stretched out his long legs and began his post-mortem analysis. But how was I supposed to know that woman could drink? He turned toward me, indignation coloring his voice. "You never told me she can drink." "I didn't know," I admitted quietly. There were a lot of things I hadn't known about my ex-mate, like how she could match any wolf drink for drink without showing signs of intoxication, or how her voice could captivate an entire room, or how, when freed from the constraints I'd placed on her, she radiated a confidence that drew others to her like moths to flame. But I planned to find out everything I'd missed. Caleb slumped in the passenger seat. Who knew a gold digger like her could sing like an angel and drink like a fish? Tsk, I underestimated her. My wolf bristled at the insult. Dorothy had never been after the Silverclaw fortune. If anything, her rare blood had been the resource I'd coveted, the strategic alliance I'd sought through our marriage. The accusation was not just wrong, but backward. Caleb poked my arm, oblivious to my darkening mood. "You're not thinking of getting back together with her, are you?" When I kept quiet, his jaw dropped. "Are you serious? No way! Come on, tell me you're not thinking that." "You can't be serious." Working himself into a frenzy, Caleb continued his tirade. "Sure, she's good looking, but there are plenty of women prettier and sexier than her. You just got rid of her. Why would you want to go back? Look at her, club hopping like a pro less than 2 months after the divorce. She's shown her true colors. She's moved on. So should you." With every word he spoke, my grip on the steering wheel tightened. First my mother, then my sister, and now my friend. Everyone telling me to forget her and move on. Yet my wolf was howling something different, something I'd been too blind to recognize during our marriage. Dorothy wasn't just convenient, she was essential. The car screeched to a sudden halt, throwing Caleb forward against his seatbelt. "Ouch!" He rubbed his forehead. "What the hell? Why did you stop?" In answer, I pressed a button on the electronic dashboard. The door on Caleb's side opened upward with a mechanical hiss. "Get out," I commanded, my voice carrying the unmistakable alpha timbre. "What?" Caleb stared at me, confusion giving way to disbelief. "Why?" He glanced out the window. "We're not at my house yet. Get out." The words emerged as a growl, my wolf too close to the surface. Caleb recognized the danger signs but still seemed baffled by my sudden shift in mood. He climbed out reluctantly, standing on the side of the road as the night wind whipped around him. "Darius, I left my wallet." I didn't wait for him to finish. The Audi R8 roared to life, tires squealing against the asphalt as I accelerated away, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust. "Darius!" His voice faded behind me. "Come back." I didn't look back. My mind was racing faster than the car, piecing together things I should have seen long ago. The way Dorothy had always shrunk in Isolde's presence, how my family had treated her like an obligation rather than a mate, how I'd failed to notice when her smiles became forced, when her eyes lost their spark. I'd treated her as a resource, valuable for her rare blood type, useful for what she could provide to Isolde and the pack. But I'd never truly seen her as a partner, an equal, a true mate worthy of my protection and devotion. Now that she was gone, my wolf recognized what my human side had been too blind to see. We'd lost something irreplaceable, Dorothy's POV. Theodore passed his phone around. The party of 5 admired Caleb Reyes' body. I gotta say, he has nice skin. Kaya enlarged a photo with 2 fingers. Can't even see his pores this close up. I wonder if he's interested in modeling for my new line of menswear. Harper tapped a finger against her chin. Winston turned to Dorothy. I'm curious, how did you manage to remain upright after polishing off 7 bottles of wine? Your blood alcohol level must be through the roof. Do you want me to drive you to the hospital? Theodore grew concerned. I smiled. I'm fine. I opened my clutch bag and produced a small glass vial. I have a magic potion. What is it? Theodore picked up the small glass vial, turning it over in his palm with obvious curiosity. The latest product from Pinnacle's pharmaceutical arm, I answered, feeling a twinge of pride. Lucian got it for me directly from the lab. It's not even on the market yet. Theodore squinted at the label. Alcohol dehydrogenase, he read aloud. What does it do? It's the same enzyme found in our livers that breaks down alcohol into ketones, I explained, tapping the glass container. This accelerates the detoxification process dramatically. Kaya scooted closer, her eyes widening with interest. Ooh, this would be insanely useful at pack gatherings. When does it hit the market? I want to stockpile this stuff. Soon, I think. I smiled, recalling how insistent Lucian had been about me taking it tonight. Lucian has all the distribution details. I'll ask him later. My brother had practically forced the vial into my hand when he learned I'd be drinking tonight. If he hadn't been held back by pack business, I knew he would have been right by my side, watching over me like he'd done since we were pups. It was my first time taking the antidote, but I trusted Lucian completely. His protective instinct had never steered me wrong before. Winston rose to his feet, stretching his long limbs. Shall we move on to the next spot? The night's still young. Our plan had been ambitious from the start, hitting as many clubs as possible, a celebration of my newfound freedom. The 5 of us stumbled out of the hideout into the cool night air, laughing and buzzing with energy that had nothing to do with alcohol and everything to do with true companionship. A midnight blue Rolls-Royce Cullinan rolled silently to a stop at the curb, its polished surface reflecting the neon lights of the club. The driver's window slid down soundlessly. My heart warmed at the sight of my brother's familiar face. I leaned down and pressed a kiss to his cheek. How'd you know we were still here? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Lucian always found a way to look out for me. I have my ways, he replied with a knowing smile, nodding at my friends. Since you've all been enjoying yourselves rather liberally from what I can tell, I'll be your designated driver tonight. Where to next? We piled into the roomy SUV, the luxury interior enveloping us in comfort. Harper sighed contentedly as she kicked off her heels, her bare feet sinking into the lamb's wool floor mats. I seriously wish I had a brother like yours, Dorothy. Sorry, he's all mine, I replied with a playful grin, turning from the front passenger seat. Buckle up, everyone. Theodore elbowed Winston beside him. Lucian's what a big brother should be. You could learn something from him. Winston shot his younger brother a sideways glance. And Dorothy's what a younger sibling should be. You could take notes. Their good-natured banter continued as Lucian navigated the streets smoothly, the powerful engine barely making a sound. I caught my brother's eye, silently thanking him for showing up. In the Silver Creek pack, I'd been constantly reminded of my place, an omega, a resource, a disappointment. Here, with my blood family and chosen friends, I was simply Dorothy, loved, respected, and free. The night was still young, and for once, so was my spirit. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows as I finished my 30-minute jog around the Blackwood estate. Though there was a fully equipped home gym, I preferred the fresh air and the feeling of actually moving through our territory, something I'd been denied for too long. After a quick shower and change, I headed downstairs, grateful for Lucian's miracle potion. While others would be nursing throbbing headaches after last night's festivities, I was clear-headed and energetic. Lucian and my father, Matthias, were already seated at the dining table when I entered the room. Morning, Princess. Dad set down his newspaper, his eyes crinkling with affection. Morning, Dad. I leaned down to kiss his cheek, inhaling the familiar scent of his aftershave. Morning, Dolly. Lucian pulled out a chair for me, using the childhood nickname only he was allowed to use. Morning, bro. I sat down and poured myself a steaming cup of coffee, surveying the spread before us. There's enough food here to feed an entire pack. I should have asked Kaya to stay over last night. Billinger specifically asked the cook to prepare all this for you, Lucian explained, passing me a plate. Uncle Bill says you've lost weight. Remind me to thank him later. The table was loaded with all my favorites: fluffy buttermilk pancakes topped with plump strawberries, avocado smash, eggs and spicy shakshuka, Belgian coconut waffles, French toast with parmesan-crusted eggs, and spinach soufflé. The sight brought a lump to my throat. At the Silver Claw household, I had always been the one cooking, serving, and cleaning up after everyone else. I picked up a fresh strawberry and bit into it, savoring the burst of sweetness on my tongue. I heard about your encounter with that Caleb boy from the Reyes family. Dad held out a bottle of sourwood honey, knowing my sweet tooth. Thanks, Dad. I took it and drowned my pancakes in the golden syrup. It wasn't a big deal. Lucian grimaced, watching me. You might as well forget the pancakes and drink the honey straight from the bottle. I wrinkled my nose at him. Did you tattle on me? He shrugged, spreading butter on his toast. The huddy out was packed. News of your drinking contest with Caleb was circulating before we even left the club. He asked for it, I replied simply, licking honey from my fork. In the Silver Creek pack, I would have been scolded for such unladylike behavior. Here, I could just be myself. Dad nodded, his alpha authority calm but unmistakable. I can speak to Eugene Reyes if you'd like me to. Nah, I took care of it. I tapped my phone with a sly smile. Caleb won't be a problem anymore. Not when I have certain photographic evidence. Darius might be able to use his influence to get others at the hideout to delete those photos of Caleb in his underwear, but my copies were safely stored. My wolf purred with satisfaction at the thought. A small victory, but mine all the same. That's my girl. Dad tousled my hair affectionately. He'd always taught us to avoid unnecessary conflict, but to stand our ground when confronted. Go straight for the jugular, he would say during our training sessions. When you strike, make sure your enemy stays down. Don't give them the chance to come back. After breakfast, Dad left for his golf game, while Lucian and I drove to Pinnacle headquarters. Sharon Hoyles sauntered into my office half an hour later, tossing a thin file onto my desk with barely concealed contempt. Sorry I'm late. Here's the amended proposal you asked for. I picked up the file that had been due yesterday. I reiterate, Sharon said without being prompted, her tone condescending. It's better for us to pick Phoenix Industries over Etheria. You may be the project leader, but we're the ones in the trenches. I've studied the industry reports. Working with Etheria will put massive strain on our financial resources. I'll take your concern into consideration, I replied evenly, not looking up from the document. Fine. Suit yourself. Sharon remained standing, arms crossed. I just wanted on record that I'm officially opposed to the Etheria project. Duly noted. I knitted my brows as I flipped through the pages. What the hell is this? I pointed to the second page after the executive summary. The proposal's title had been changed to Phoenix Industries. I asked you to revise the bid price for Etheria, not change the company we're partnering with entirely. Sharon shrugged, her posture radiating defiance that reminded me of Isolde. Like I told you, going with Phoenix is the right call. It's not your call to make. My voice hardened, my wolf rising to the surface. You've overstepped your bounds. Sharon sighed dramatically, adopting a patronizing tone. Look, I know you're new on the job and trying to prove yourself, but it's not the right. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Despite being seated, I had the more commanding presence. My wolf rose to the challenge beneath my skin, refusing to be intimidated by a beta who clearly didn't understand pack hierarchy within the Blackwood business structure. Sharon locked eyes with me and had to take a step back. I was just trying to share my insight, she softened her voice, attempting a different approach. After all, I've been on the job a lot longer than you. It doesn't hurt to listen to others' advice, you know. I could smell the condescension in her scent. Sharon had clearly done her research on me, former mate to Darius Silverclaw of the Silver Creek pack, supposedly tossed aside when Isolde entered the picture. Now working at Pinnacle through my connection to Lucian McAllister. She had no idea about my true capabilities or bloodline. The way she looked at me made it clear. She believed the vice president position rightfully belonged to her, after years of working her way up at the company. Her wolf was practically preening with self-satisfaction, confident I wouldn't last long in this role. I didn't need enhanced senses to read her strategy. If I ignored her advice on Etheria, she'd be ready to save the day when things went wrong. If I followed her suggestion about Phoenix Industries, I'd be walking into whatever trap she had set. I'll think about it. You are dismissed. I set the file aside, my tone leaving no room for further discussion. Sharon paused at the door, her eyes traveling covetously over my spacious office. I waited for the door to close before dialing the company's internal line, appeared in front of my desk 3 minutes later, his efficiency exactly what I needed right now. Yes, Miss McAllister. Rowan was one of the select few at the company, aware of my true identity within the Blackwood pack hierarchy. Just Dorothy's fine. And I'm Dorothy Miller, while I'm at Pinnacle. The separation of my identities was crucial as I established myself in the business world on my own merits. Of course, Miss Miller. The assistant's gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high-nose bridge, his eyes carrying a sharp glint that revealed his shrewd intelligence. Rowan wasn't just an assistant, he was a strategic asset to our pack. Andrew Corbin sits on the board of Etheria. You know him? Yes, I've dealt with him several times in the past. Good. Could you set up a meeting for me? You have access to my work calendar. Pick any date and time that works, the sooner the better. I needed to move quickly to outmaneuver Sharon's schemes. I'll get right on it. Thanks. Rowan was already pulling up Andrew Corbin's number as he left the office, his efficiency a welcome contrast to how I'd been treated in the Silver Creek pack, where my ideas had never been taken seriously. Time passed quickly as I immersed myself in work. Beyond the Etheria project, I had plenty to familiarize myself with as vice president in charge of business expansion. Pinnacle's diverse operations stretched across multiple sectors, each requiring my attention. By 12:30, my body reminded me I'd been sitting too long. I stood, stretched, and moved through a few yoga poses that helped my wolf settle. This freedom to move as I pleased, without constantly being monitored, was something I'd never take for granted after my years with Darius. Kaya knocked once before entering, her familiar scent immediately lifting my mood. I brought you lunch. Thanks. What am I having? I fetched 2 cups of coffee for us, grateful for her friendship, one of the strongest bonds I'd rediscovered since returning to my birth territory. Chicken salad tossed with green mango, wild grains, and pickled ginger dressing. She set down the bento box, but I immediately noticed she was hiding something behind her back. Nothing gets by you, Kaya laughed, producing a bouquet of red roses. Ta-da! Another admirer of yours? I smiled. Let me guess, is it Archie in accounting or Sam in marketing? Since Kaya started working at Pinnacle, she'd attracted considerable attention, a natural response to a beautiful, unmated female wolf entering a new territory. But my friend's heart belonged elsewhere, something our pack respected. Not mine, Kaya shook her head. Yours. I inhaled the fruity scent of the dewy roses, counting a dozen of them. Timmy waylaid me on my way back, asked me to give this to you. Timmy? Theodore Carter? My wolf stirred with curiosity at this unexpected gesture from a longtime friend. How many other Timmys do you know? Just the one. Did he tell you why? I noted there was no card accompanying the flowers. He didn't have to. Everybody knows what roses mean, don't you? Sure. I frowned slightly, confused by this shift in our relationship. But Theodore's a friend, not an admirer? Kaya finished my thought. He said he wanted to ask you out last night, didn't he? He was obviously joking. We've known each other for years. With Theodore's position in his pack, having an older brother to shoulder the responsibilities of taking over their business, he'd always enjoyed a more carefree existence, never settling with one mate for long. Maybe he doesn't want to be just friends anymore. Kaya reached over, stealing a cherry tomato from my lunch. I'll talk to him. I finished my meal before changing the subject. How was your meeting with Blake Phoenix? From a business perspective, it went great. From a personal one, Kaya's expression twisted with disgust, her sense spiking with annoyance. Did he put the moves on you? I asked. Kaya let out a dramatic sigh. I specifically changed our dinner meeting to the morning to avoid spending any unnecessary time with that creep. But the man just can't take a hint. I ended up having lunch with him anyway. She shrugged. At least I got what I needed. She straightened in her chair, her expression turning serious. Phoenix Industries is circling the drain. I'm listening, I replied, not particularly surprised. The company's been around forever, but they've hit their ceiling, Kaya explained. Their financials look decent on paper, but they're hemorrhaging cash. The banks have caught on and are running for the hills. No more credit lines, no more favorable interest rates. Bottom line, they're going under. That sounds dire. I processed this information, my wolf instincts already sensing the trap that had been laid. Blake doesn't seem concerned. It's his family's business after all. Please, Kaya waved dismissively. That guy couldn't care less about the business, though he did mention his father is trying to dump their energy division and make a desperate push into hospitality. So Phoenix Industries is basically the Titanic after it hit the iceberg. I drummed my fingers on the desk, pieces falling into place. No wonder Sharon was so eager to push me in their direction. She was setting me up to fail. I asked Blake about her, Kaya said. He claims he's never heard of a Sharon Hoyles from Pinnacle, but he's CEO in title only. The management team runs everything. He promised to look into it and get back to me if he finds anything. Good to know. I remained unruffled, my wolf calm and calculating beneath my skin. Kaya's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at her screen. Speak of the devil. Just got a text from Blake. That was fast. Well, when your day consists of playing Grand Theft Auto in your corner office, you've got time on your hands. She turned her phone to show me the message. This confirms it. Sharon's a total Judas. What's your next move? The evidence Kaya had gathered would be enough to prove Sharon's misconduct and conflict of interest, clear grounds for dismissal in any company, human or wolf-run. She tried to set a trap for me, I said, allowing a small, predatory smile to form on my lips. I think it's only fair I return the favor. After considering my options, I sent a quick message to Rowan Foster. Please arrange dinner tonight with Howard Banks, VP of Phoenix Industries. Want me to come with you? Kaya asked as we prepared to leave for the day. Not necessary. I gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. I can handle someone like Banks. Keep me posted. Kaya blew me an air kiss before strutting away, her confident posture mirroring the strength of her wolf beneath. Rowan had selected an exclusive private club for the dinner, just as I requested. When I arrived, 2 people were already waiting in the corner room on the second floor. Sharon's presence wasn't a surprise. I'd instructed Rowan to upload my work calendar to the company's intranet, making it accessible to all employees. Howard Banks belched unceremoniously as he set down his wine glass. He rose to his feet, arms extended. Miss Miller, what an absolute pleasure to finally meet you in person. I acknowledged him with a nod, but made no move to take his hands. Sharon crossed her stockinged legs, her ensemble and heavy makeup more appropriate for a nightclub than a business dinner. Howard Banks didn't seem to mind in the slightest. He withdrew his hand, wiping his sweaty palm against his pant leg, his smile never wavering. Please have a seat. Can I get you something to drink? What brings you here? Sharon asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I thought you weren't interested in partnering with Phoenix Industries. I could ask you the same question, I replied, selecting an armchair across from them. I don't recall adding you to the guest list for this dinner. Sharon's eyes darted nervously around the room. It was clear she'd spotted my calendar entry and had contacted Howard hours earlier to orchestrate this ambush. I invited Miss Hoyles, Howard jumped in. We've been working together since before you joined Pinnacle, and I thought her insight would be valuable. He rubbed his hands together. I hope that's not a problem? Not at all, I said, waving away his false concern. Despite the dimmed lighting, my enhanced vision clearly caught Howard's meaty hand caressing Sharon's thigh. Shall we order? Howard pressed a button to summon a waiter. Meanwhile, his gaze roamed over my body with predatory interest. Unlike Sharon, I wore minimal makeup. My tailored business suit accentuated my curves without being obvious about it. Already half drunk, Howard licked his lips appreciatively. He'd obviously heard of me before, but this was our first face-to-face meeting. I could practically hear his thoughts, wondering why Darius would divorce someone like me, before concluding that even powerful alpha males like Silverclaw succumbed to the desire for newer conquests. Howard was clearly cut from the same cloth. I could smell the scents of multiple women on him beneath his cologne. A mated wife at home, a regular mistress somewhere else, and casual arrangements with women like Sharon. From Sharon's scent, I knew she'd approached him with this scheme. Howard had clearly done his research before tonight's dinner, though his facts were laughably wrong. He believed I was just a divorcee who had slept my way into the VP position at Pinnacle. Sharon wanted me gone from the company. Howard wanted me in his bed. Their goals aligned, creating this pathetic alliance. Howard's eyes traveled over me again, his intentions blatant in both his gaze and his scent. I fought back a growl as my wolf bristled at his disrespect. Still, I only needed to endure his presence for a little while longer before I never had to deal with Howard Banks again. Taking a deep breath to center myself, I adopted a professional demeanor. I removed a file from my briefcase. Since it'll be a few minutes before our food arrives, let's go through the proposal. Absolutely, Howard said, reluctantly removing his hand from Sharon's thigh to lean forward. He picked up the document and began flipping through it. The smile vanished from his face. What the hell is this? The proposed joint project between Pinnacle and Phoenix Industries, I answered calmly, my voice carrying none of the disgust I felt at Howard's earlier behavior. But it says here you're paying us 50% below market rate. Howard tossed the file back onto the table, his face reddening. That's insulting. I leaned forward slightly, my posture relaxed yet dominant. That's a lifeline for your sinking company, Mr. Banks. Phoenix Industries has posted negative cash flow for 3 consecutive quarters. Your banks are calling their loans ahead of schedule. Rating agencies and auditors are circling like vultures. I allowed a small predatory smile to form on my lips. Without an immediate cash injection, Phoenix Industries is finished. We both know it. Howard's fleshy face paled visibly, beads of sweat forming at his hairline. How did you know all that? Your company's financial statements are public record. I tapped my temple with one finger, and unlike some people in this room, I didn't get my position through connections or bedroom favors. I earned it through competence. The pointed barb landed exactly where I intended. Sharon's scent spiked with anger while Howard's eyes narrowed. Neither spoke as waiters arrived with our food, moving silently around the room before departing. The tension hung heavy in the air as Howard picked up the file again, thumbing through it more carefully this time. Sharon, sensing their plan unraveling, straightened her shoulders. Come on, Dorothy. It's unfair to exploit Phoenix's situation for our own gain. We've been working with them for years. The offer is way below what you promised Etheria. I saw the proposal. Sharon, my voice cut through her words, making even my human colleagues flinch instinctively. Bid prices are confidential information. Are you revealing our corporate secrets to a third-party competitor right now? Sharon's face flushed crimson. I wasn't. It's not. I was just trying to say we should offer Phoenix a fair deal. After all. Which company signs your paychecks, Sharon? I fixed her with a stare that made my wolf's dominance clear, even to humans who couldn't consciously perceive it. Because you seem remarkably concerned about Phoenix's profits rather than Pinnacle's. Sharon blanched, her hand instinctively gripping Howard's arm, a telling gesture that confirmed everything I already knew about their relationship. I allowed a hint of disgust to show on my face. Some might assume I'd slept my way to my position, but at least I had the dignity not to parade my supposed conquests in business meetings. Sharon clearly had no such reservations. Howard's earlier swagger had evaporated. You're taking advantage of Phoenix's temporary financial trouble. This proposal is exploitative. Like you said, it's a proposal, not a finalized deal. I leaned back in my armchair, spreading my hands in a gesture of casual dominance. I made an offer. You're free to counter. That's how negotiation works between equals, isn't it? The veins on Howard's neck bulged as my words hit their mark. We both knew Phoenix Industries' troubles were terminal, not temporary. I could read the calculations behind his eyes. Phoenix Sr. had already abandoned ship, pivoting to hospitality. Blake Phoenix was nothing but a figurehead who'd be fine regardless, but Howard Banks would be unemployed when the company went under. The Pinnacle deal was his only lifeline, and we both knew it. Sharon squeezed his arm, and something passed between them. My wolf growled inwardly, sensing the trap they were still determined to spring. Howard's smile returned, forced and false. Of course, we should negotiate, but first let's eat. He gestured at the table laden with food. I hope you like squab. I said nothing. There was no need to mention that my brother Lucian owned this club, or that the staff watched out for me whenever I visited. Let them think they had the home field advantage. Howard signaled to Sharon, who picked up a bottle of vermouth that had been breathing for some time. Let's have a pre-dinner drink, she said, standing to pour 3 glasses. I raised an eyebrow, noting her choice. Vermouth worked better after a meal, not before, but I kept that observation to myself and tracked every movement Sharon made. Howard picked up his glass immediately. Sharon set down the bottle and backed away from the table. Excuse me, I need to use the powder room. I've already had 2 glasses of wine. She left the room before I could reply, pulling the door firmly shut behind her. My enhanced hearing caught the sound of her dialing a phone as she walked down the hallway. I focused my senses, picking up fragments of her conversation. Drugged to work? Her voice was low but clear to my wolf's ears. 15 minutes, the more she drinks, came the male voice on the other end. Paid a good deal. Proprietary blend never fails. Mother Teresa into the whore of Babylon. Don't overdose. I kept my expression neutral as Sharon concluded her call. So that was their pathetic plan. Drug me, create some compromising situation with Howard, and use it to destroy my reputation. How predictable. They clearly had no idea who they were dealing with. As the daughter of an alpha, I'd been trained since childhood to detect poisons and drugs by scent alone, a necessary precaution in wolf politics where assassination attempts weren't uncommon. I watched Sharon vanish down the hallway, lost in thoughts of her imminent victory, completely missing the familiar figure watching from behind a decorative plant. I suppressed a smile, knowing Kaya would hear everything. Howard drained his glass of vermouth with theatrical confidence. When I left mine untouched, he smiled encouragingly. Come on, the wine's perfectly safe. He turned his empty glass upside down as proof. See? I drank it, and I'm feeling fine. Of course he was. The drug wasn't in the bottle. My wolf surged with cold fury, but I kept my expression pleasant. They thought I was some helpless omega they could manipulate and discard. They had no idea that I'd been raised as the daughter of the Blackwood Alpha, trained to detect and counter far more sophisticated threats than this amateurish attempt. I picked up my glass, pretending to consider drinking it while watching Howard's expression grow eager with anticipation. I felt the air shift as Howard sighed, frustration evident in his posture when I made no move to drink the vermouth. I caught the slightest bitter scent from the glass I held, imperceptible to humans but obvious to me. Fine. If you don't like vermouth, how about Campari? Howard located a bottle of the ruby red liqueur and poured a glass, sliding it toward me with what he probably thought was a charming smile. Now, about the deal. I can't go back to the board with an offer of 50% below market rate. They are going to laugh me out of the room. How about 20? I rumbled with amusement at his transparent tactics. Before I could answer, he continued his pitch. I know Phoenix is at a disadvantage here. I admit, we do have some issues right now, but they are just temporary. His voice took on a wheedling quality that made my skin crawl. We need your cash, but you need our technology. There's no reason why we can't work out a deal that's mutually beneficial. He leaned over the table, his body language aggressive and invasive. The scent of his cologne, too strong, too artificial, assaulted my sensitive nose. I moved back instinctively, maintaining the distance between us. Howard didn't seem to mind my retreat. If anything, he seemed to interpret it as submission rather than disgust. His bulky build blocked my view of the table as he loomed closer. What do you say? I casually played with my phone under the table, my fingers tapping the record button. With the screen turned away from Howard, he remained oblivious that everything he said was being captured on camera, additional evidence to go along with what Kaya was surely gathering from the hallway. "What's Sharon's role in all this?" I asked, allowing my voice to soften slightly, giving him the impression I might be warming to him. "I'm the project leader. She shouldn't have gone behind my back." Sensing what he thought was a change in my attitude, Howard smiled broadly, revealing that gaudy gold tooth. "She gets a $100,000 bonus if Phoenix gets the deal at market rate." "You are talking about a kickback," I pointed out, keeping my tone neutral while my wolf snarled internally at the corruption. "Come on, it's just the cost of doing business." His gold tooth flashed as he grinned, the stench of his confidence rising. "But that was before you came on board. Since you are the boss now, the same deal, no, a better deal, is open to you, of course." I sat up straighter, feigning interest. "How much are you talking about?" Believing he'd hooked me, Howard visibly relaxed, his scent changing to one of triumph and desire. "How about $250,000? In cash. If you're unhappy with the figure, we can always negotiate further," he added after a pause, his voice dropping to what he clearly thought was a seductive tone. "In a hotel room." He attempted a suggestive wink, but with the rolls of flesh on his cheeks, it came out as more of a muscle spasm that made my stomach turn. When I appeared to be lost in thought, Howard picked up the glass of Campari and offered it to me. "If you are interested in working with me, how about a drink?" I smiled at the gleam in Howard's eyes, letting him think I was falling for his ploy. Standing slowly, I circled the glass table with deliberate grace, my movements calculated to distract him. Howard gulped audibly as I neared, his pupils dilating with lust. I could smell his cologne mingling with the sour notes of sweat and arousal, a revolting combination that made my wolf want to bare her teeth. Up close, I could see his eyes tracing my features, lingering on my skin in a way that made me want to shower immediately. Wondering if the rest of me was just as perfect as my face, Howard grinned and tried to look down the front of my blouse, his intentions as transparent as glass. Blinded by his lust, he completely missed me, switching out the glasses on the table with a quick sleight of hand I'd learned from Lucian in our childhood. When Howard hadn't looked upset about me refusing the vermouth, I knew the drug wasn't in the wine itself. There were 6 empty glasses on my side of the table, while only 2 were on Howard's side, a pattern too deliberate to be coincidental. When Sharon had poured a drink for me earlier, she specifically picked one out of the 6 glasses. Howard did the same when he offered the Campari. The conclusion was obvious. The glasses, not the bottles, had been drugged, likely with some colorless and odorless solution coating the inside. I made a mental note to retrieve the security footage on my way out. Before coming here, I'd called my brother Lucian, who owned the club, and arranged for a staff member to install a sound-enabled camera in this room. Everything Howard and Sharon did before my arrival was captured on tape, evidence that would destroy both their careers. Thinking of this, I allowed myself a genuine smile. Emboldened by alcohol and misreading my smile as interest, Howard made a clumsy move to grab my waist. I stepped back smoothly, maintaining distance between us with the natural grace of my wolf. Frustration flashed across his face as his patience wore thin. He tapped a finger against his thigh. "Are you going to drink with me or not?" "Not," I replied simply. "What?" When my refusal finally penetrated his alcohol-fogged brain, Howard's face darkened with rage. "I thought you agreed to talk more about the deal." "The deal was we pay you 50% below market rate for your technology. It hasn't changed." My voice turned cold as winter. "Take it or leave it." Realizing he'd been played, Howard snarled, his face contorting with fury. "But you said we could work out another arrangement." I said no such thing. I wagged a finger at him, enjoying watching his anger build. "You've really got to work on your listening skills, Mr. Banks." "Bitch." The slur exploded from his lips as he lurched to his feet, his body tense with rage. He lunged toward me, his movements telegraphed so clearly. Forget about his pathetic drugging attempt. Now he was trying brute force. Typical human male, thinking his larger size guaranteed dominance. I took a step backward and bent my knees slightly, preparing for the confrontation. My wolf stirred, ready for the fight. To my enhanced senses, Howard's drunken movements were laughably slow, like watching a human move through water. Mentally, I planned my counterattack. One punch to his throat to stop his forward motion, followed by a jab to his solar plexus, then a decisive stomp on his kneecap. The fight would be over in 3 seconds, leaving him crumpled and humiliated. But before Howard could close the short distance between us, the door burst open with such force it slammed against the wall. A familiar figure flew past me with supernatural speed and delivered a swift, powerful kick to Howard's stomach. Howard grunted and doubled over in pain, the alcohol on his breath mixing with the scent of fear and shock. A trace of surprise flashed across my face as I registered the unmistakable scent of Darius. What was my estranged mate doing here? How had he even known where to find me? Darius kicked Howard again, sending the man sprawling on the floor before turning to face me, his expression grave, his alpha aura radiating protective fury. He grabbed my wrist, his touch sending unwanted electricity through my skin. "Have you been drinking? The drinks are spiked. Are you feeling all right?" His voice carried genuine concern that confused me. I shook his hand off immediately, my pride stinging. I'm not an idiot. After 3 years of marriage where he'd treated me as nothing more than a resource, he had no right to suddenly play protector. Darius relaxed fractionally, relief evident in his posture. The bond between us might have been damaged beyond repair, but the scent of his relief told me one thing clearly. He was genuinely glad I was unharmed. Behind us, Howard braced a hand against the sofa and slowly struggled to his feet, his face contorted with pain and humiliation. He snatched a bottle of wine and raised it, clearly intending to smash it over Darius's head. Recognizing the president of Nadir Corporation, and undoubtedly sensing the predator beneath the expensive suit, Howard dropped the bottle instantly and pasted a sickly smile on his pudgy face. "Mr. Silverclaw, this is all a misunderstanding." An icy glare from Darius silenced him immediately and had him quaking in his designer shoes. Even a human could sense the lethal threat radiating from my husband in that moment. "Let's get out of here." Darius reached for my hand again. I felt Howard squirm as Theodore burst into the private room, his eyes frantically searching until they landed on me. The scent of his concern filled the air. "Dorothy? Thank the moon goddess you're okay." Theodore's relief was palpable as he saw me standing unharmed. "Lucian called and said you were—" His words died abruptly as he registered the scene before him, me standing my ground, Darius radiating alpha energy, and Howard cowering against the wall. Theodore's gaze hardened as he looked at Howard. "Is this the one who tried to drug you?" His voice dropped to a dangerous growl. "Uh-huh," I nodded. "Now, wait just a minute," Howard stammered, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "This is all an unfortunate misunder. You absolute piece of shit!" Theodore's fist connected with Howard's face with a satisfying crack. What followed was a flurry of blows, each one punctuated by a colorful string of curses that would make even the most hardened pack warriors blush. Howard quickly curled into a protective ball on the floor, whimpering and pleading for mercy. The same mercy he wouldn't have shown me had his plan succeeded. My wolf purred with satisfaction watching Howard receive justice. Theodore delivered one final kick before straightening up, smoothing down his shirt and turning to me with a brilliant smile that lit up his entire face. "Hi there, beautiful," he said casually, as if he hadn't just beaten a man to a pulp. "Hi back." I returned his smile warmly, grateful for his timely arrival. "What brings you here tonight?" "Just hanging with some friends when Lucian called. Said his favorite princess was here and might need backup." Theodore's eyes sparkled with mischief. "He worries too much. Should have known you'd handle things yourself." We chatted comfortably, deliberately ignoring Darius's brooding presence. Theodore gestured toward the door. "Should have told me you were coming here. I could have been your bodyguard for the evening." His playful tone carried genuine concern beneath. "I can handle myself," I replied with casual confidence. "But thanks for the offer." I noticed a splash of wine on his face and reached for a tissue from my purse. "You've got something on your face." "Oh, shoot." Theodore accepted the tissue with a sheepish grin. "Did I get it?" "Missed a spot." I couldn't help but smile at his clumsy attempts. A playful glint appeared in Theodore's eyes. "I can't see it. Help an alpha wolf out?" I pulled another tissue from my purse and gently dabbed at his left temple, acutely aware of Darius's burning gaze on us. There, all done. How do I look? Theodore asked, striking an exaggerated pose. Perfect, I laughed, feeling lighter than I had in months. From my peripheral vision, I could see Darius's jaw tightening, his alpha aura darkening with each second of our interaction. The scent of his anger filled the room, primal and possessive, emotions he had no right to feel after how he'd treated me for 3 long years. Theodore made an exaggerated show of surprise, as if just noticing Darius's presence. Alpha Silverclaw, what a surprise! What brings the mighty Silver Creek Alpha to this humble establishment? Darius's face remained carefully blank, though I could smell his irritation. I was just passing by. The tension in the room thickened as Darius tilted his head toward Howard, who was still whimpering on the floor. Who's this? I remained silent, refusing to give him the satisfaction of an explanation. Darius took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring as he fought to control his rising anger. You should be more careful next time. His tone carried the familiar note of condescension that had colored our entire marriage. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from responding. During our 3 years together, I had rarely left the Silver Creek pack house except for blood donations. Darius had never worried about my safety then, only about keeping his precious resource secure. You shouldn't come to client dinners alone, he continued, his tone infuriatingly patronizing. Business involves more than just whining and dining. Maybe this job isn't right for you. I knew what he was thinking, that Lucian had given me the vice president position at Pinnacle out of nepotism. He had no idea of my capabilities or the fact that I'd earned the role through my own merits. During our marriage, he'd never bothered to learn anything about me beyond my rare blood type. When he'd first burst into the room, I'd felt a flicker of gratitude. It was like seeing the Darius I'd initially fallen for, the protective alpha who seemed to care. But now he was showing his true colors again, treating me as incapable and inferior. Before I could deliver the scathing response forming on my tongue, Theodore stepped protectively in front of me. You don't get to boss her around anymore, Theodore declared, hands planted firmly on his hips. She's not your Luna anymore. Throwing an arm around my shoulders, he added with unmistakable pride, she's my girlfriend now. It's my job to protect her. You can back off, Alpha. Darius's brows furrowed in confusion. Girlfriend? I felt as surprised as Darius looked, but then Theodore squeezed my shoulder and winked, silently pleading with me to play along. Understanding dawned. He was creating a shield between Darius and me, giving me a way to establish boundaries. You're his girlfriend? Darius turned to me directly, his tone demanding an answer. Irritated by his interrogative tone and presumed authority, I smiled coldly. That's none of your business, Alpha Silverclaw. Come on, let's get out of here. Theodore guided me toward the door, his arm a comforting weight around my shoulders. Darius moved with supernatural speed to block our path, his alpha presence expanding to fill the room. Answer the question, please. What's it to you? I raised my chin, refusing to be intimidated. My wolf, normally submissive in his presence, stood her ground alongside me. I'd like to know. His eyes flashed with something primal and possessive. My anger flared hotter. During our entire marriage, he'd never cared enough to ask about my day or my feelings. He'd never shown interest in my life beyond what I could provide for him and his pack. Why was he suddenly taking an interest now? Acting purely on impulse and the desire to hurt him as he'd hurt me, I leaned over and pressed a kiss to Theodore's cheek, savoring Darius's sharp intake of breath. I interlaced my fingers with Theodore's and held up our joined hands like a trophy. Does this answer your question? I challenged, meeting his gaze directly. Theodore, surprised but delighted by my unexpected show of affection, grinned triumphantly. What about you and Lucian? Darius blurted out, his composure cracking. As I said before, that's none of your business. I squeezed Theodore's hand, drawing strength from the support of my friend. I can date whoever I want. You forfeited any right to an opinion when you chose Isolde over me. Yeah, Theodore puffed out his chest proudly. Dorothy chose me. What's the matter, Alpha? Jealous that someone else recognizes her value? What do you see in him? Darius asked, his bewilderment genuine and insulting. Though he didn't acknowledge Theodore's taunt directly, I could smell the shift in his scent, the sharp tang of jealousy mixed with confusion, and something deeper, something I couldn't quite identify. I tilted my head, pretending to consider his question seriously, while my wolf bristled at his audacity. Theodore is handsome, fun to be around, and respects my boundaries. He doesn't stick his nose where it doesn't belong. My voice hardened, and he sure as hell wouldn't demand his mate donate blood to another female. And I don't cheat, Theodore added emphatically, his arm tightening protectively around me. That's right. I looked Darius straight in the eye, letting him see all the hurt and anger I'd bottled up for years. If that's not quality mate material, I don't know what is. The scent of Darius's shock and confusion filled the room. For once, the mighty alpha of Silver Creek Pack was speechless. In the past month since our divorce, rumors had been circulating through both packs about me potentially dating Lucian McAllister. And now, with Theodore Carter clearly by my side, Darius's territorial instincts were in overdrive. Maybe it was pride, maybe it was the possessiveness alphas were known for, but he clearly refused to accept that I could move on so soon after our bond was broken. I knew he still remembered the way I used to look at him, like he was the center of my entire world, my alpha, my everything. I could smell his skepticism. There was no love in my eyes when I looked at Theodore, at least not the mating bond kind, and Darius, with his alpha senses, knew it. He believed I was driven by desperation rather than desire. "Wait," Darius called after us, his alpha voice carrying through the night air. Theodore tensed beside me, his arm tightening protectively around my waist. What now? Darius's eyes, those piercing blue eyes that once made my wolf whimper in submission, were filled with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "You don't have to force yourself to be with him just for money," Darius said, attempting to extend an olive branch. "As my ex-Luna, you are entitled to alimony. If you'll give me your bank account info, I can set up. You think I'm with Tim for his money?" I felt heat rush to my face, placing a restraining hand on Theodore's arm as I smelled his rage building. Theodore's chest rumbled with a growl. "Belittling your ex-Luna. Some alpha you are." Darius frowned, his dominant aura flickering with what almost looked like genuine confusion. "I don't care what you mean," I cut him off. "Do I need to remind you that we're no longer bound? You don't get a say in whom I choose as my mate. Besides, Tim's 10 times cuter than you." Theodore, blushing slightly at my unexpected compliment, cleared his throat and stood straighter, his chest puffing with pride. "Whatever his faults," I continued, my voice growing colder, "at least he doesn't have your family." "What does this have to do with my family?" Darius gave me a disapproving look. "This has nothing to do with them." I wagged a finger at him, enjoying the flash of surprise in his eyes at my boldness. "You are wrong. This has everything to do with them." I used to believe that mating was just about two wolves finding each other, creating a sacred bond blessed by the moon goddess. But reality taught me a hard lesson. While the mate bond was spiritual, pack bonds were practical and often cruel. Marriage among wolves, especially high-ranking ones, was about the union of two packs, two bloodlines. Celine Silverclaw had disapproved of me as her son's Luna from the very beginning, because I claimed to be an orphan, which meant I had no connections and couldn't strengthen their pack alliances. Lyra, Darius's sister, looked down on me because despite my rare blood, I wasn't from wealthy stock and didn't carry a prestigious lineage name in wolf society. My status as an Omega only made things worse in their traditional pack hierarchy. The memories of all the servile tasks they ordered me to perform, preparing Isolde's meals, donating my blood on command, being excluded from pack meetings despite my position as Luna, and all the verbal abuse I endured made my lip in a silent snarl. I'd rather be with Tim and be called a gold digger than stay with you and be treated like an Omega slave by your mother and sister. I planted another kiss on Theodore's cheek, savoring the spike of jealousy in Darius's scent. "Let's go." "Just a sec, babe." Theodore flashed a smile at me, and I could smell his delight when I didn't object to him calling me by the endearment. He squatted down in front of Howard, who'd been trying to crawl away unnoticed during our confrontation. "You're the one who wanted to drug my Dorothy?" Howard, his face swollen and his stomach clearly in pain from Theodore's earlier assault, could only stammer a denial. I didn't. It wasn't me. It was. Theodore didn't waste time listening to the man's lies. My wolf purred with satisfaction at seeing justice served to someone who had tried to violate the most sacred aspect of wolf society, consent between potential mates. He glanced at the glass table, covered with close to a dozen bottles of liquor. Which one did you put the drug in? Not the bottles, I reminded him, my voice steady despite the gravity of what had nearly happened. The wine glasses. I felt Darius's gaze on me, assessing and intense. Theodore cocked an eyebrow. He picked up the nearest empty glass, filled it with red wine, then held it next to Howard's face. Drink up. No, no. Howard cowered, suddenly understanding Theodore's intent. I'm sorry. Clamping a hand on his jaw, Theodore forced the man's mouth open and poured the drink down his throat. He repeated this 3 more times until Howard started puking, his body rejecting the very drug he'd intended for me. Rising to his feet, Theodore wiped his hands on a tissue I offered. Now we can go, babe. Darius could only stand there and watch us leave, the scent of his frustration and regret following us out the door. He had no right to stop me, though I could smell how desperately he wanted to. The mate bond might be legally dissolved, but the biological echoes remained, confusing us both. My parting words were still hanging in the air between us. Treated like an omega slave by your mother and sister. Not for the first time, I wondered if Darius truly understood what his family had put me through during those 3 long years. As we left, I caught a glimpse of Darius's gaze landing on Howard, who had started sweating profusely and was tearing at his own clothes, the drug taking full effect. With disgust evident in every line of his body, Darius delivered a hard kick when Howard attempted to hump his leg in a drug-induced haze. Then he pulled out his phone to make a call, probably to his pack security team, and Alpha's resources were never far out of reach. But none of that concerned me anymore. I leaned back in the passenger seat of Theodore's white Jaguar F-Type and closed my eyes, letting the tension slowly melt away. The night wind toyed with my hair, carrying off the last traces of the confrontation. I simply savored the feeling of freedom. I drew in the night air, letting it fill my lungs like a promise of something new, as Theodore drove us through the quiet streets. The whole debacle at the club had been caught on my phone. Howard Banks wouldn't be bothering anyone again. You've got that broody look again, Theodore said, glancing at me from the corner of his eye. I stared out the window, watching the amber streetlights smear across the glass. Just thinking. About? His scent shifted, curious and a little hopeful. Work stuff, I lied smoothly, though my mind was elsewhere, on Sharon and how she vanished with the old bathroom break excuse. I doubted she actually needed the ladies' room. More likely, she'd been lurking nearby, waiting for Howard's drug to kick in so she could swoop in and find us tangled in his trap. I wondered how pissed she'd been when it all unraveled. So, not thinking about Darius? Theodore asked, voice too casual to be casual. I reached over and patted his head like I might a spoiled puppy. Nope. Darius was a chapter I'd closed. I appreciated him stepping in tonight, sure, but I hadn't needed saving. Not from him. Whatever bond our wolves once shared had gone dormant, buried under years of emotional erosion. Theodore watched me closely, nostrils flaring just enough to catch my scent. Whatever he detected reassured him, because he relaxed against the wheel. As the Jaguar glided around a bend, he said with mock nonchalance, "So, we're official now?" I could smell his barely contained excitement. Me not swatting away his babe at the club, calling him cuter than Darius, and holding his hand on the way out. Yeah, that had clearly messed with his head. I laughed. You know that was all for show. I ruffled his hair. You're adorable, Timmy, but you've got major little brother energy. His face turned red so fast it was almost impressive. His wolf practically snarled. Don't call me that. We're only 2 months apart. Exactly. You're 60 whole days younger than me, Timmy boy. As the youngest in the Callister pack, I'd always been the baby. Protected. Sheltered. Most of my closest friends, Kaya, Harper, Winston, were older. Theodore was the first person I could tease like a kid brother, and I kind of liked it. I don't want you to see me as your brother, he grumbled, and the disappointment in his scent hit me like a wave. I patted his arm. Hands on the wheel, Romeo. I stretched, suppressing a yawn. My wolf grumbled, hungry after all the drama. I barely ate earlier. Let's grab food. My treat. His energy perked right up. Rejection clearly didn't scare him off. Alphas, they loved a good chase. I ran my fingers across the buttery leather of the Jaguar's interior. New ride? Yep, got it last month. His chest puffed slightly. You can borrow it any time. There's a street race next week, he added. I was going to skip it, but you haven't been to one in forever. Want in? Old Dorothy would have said yes in a heartbeat, but that Dorothy belonged to a time when adrenaline masked deeper insecurities. Tempting, I said, but I'm more focused on something else right now. Oh yeah? What's caught your attention? Making money. He blinked, surprised. Seriously? Your family's loaded. You could buy a couple of small countries. Exactly. My family is. Not me. After depending on Darius for 3 years, I wanted control. Autonomy. Something no one could take away. What's the difference? Theodore shrugged. You're practically set to inherit everything anyway. But I want to earn something that's mine, not handed down. I'd wasted too many years chasing someone who turned out to be a mirage. Time to build something real, something that had my name stamped on it. Think about it, I said, my wolf rising with a flicker of passion. When it's your own money, your own success, you make the rules. Theodore smirked, fangs glinting in the dashboard light. Pretty sure I already do. Do you? I asked, pointing at the high-tech dash. Who bought you this? I did. His confidence flickered. I mean, I used my dad's credit card, but still. I laughed. You're into cars, right? Wouldn't it feel better if you could walk into a showroom and buy anything you wanted on your own terms? He hesitated. The idea clearly sunk its claws in. I once saw a '55 Jaguar D-Type at auction, I said, voice dropping just enough to spark his attention. Won Le Mans in '56. His eyes widened. You're kidding. That car's legendary. Exactly. The curves, the lines, the paint job, it's art on wheels. Wouldn't you kill to own one? Theodore's expression soured. My old man's never dropping 20 mil on a vintage car, no matter how pretty it is. Then don't wait for him. I tapped my phone and flipped the screen toward him. Check this out. Rolls-Royce boat tail. Hand-built. Custom finish. Rear deck opens like butterfly wings, and it's got a champagne chest, he groaned. You're trying to kill me. Picture it. You in that car, rolling up to a pack event. No one questions your status. A beat of silence passed, just the hum of the engine between us. Send me that pic, he said quietly. I grinned. Already did. Price tag? $28 million. He let out a low whistle. You're evil. Or inspiring. I shrugged. You ever think of starting your own thing? Like Winston or Harper with her fashion house? He glanced at me uncertain. I mean, I'll be pack alpha someday. Winnie's taking over the family company. I'm not trying to compete with him. You don't have to do your own thing. Doing what, though? What are you good at? He puffed up a bit, tasting caviar blindfolded, telling wine quality by aroma alone, analyzing engine performance with my ears. I held up a hand, grinning. Okay, I get it. You've got elite alpha hobbies. He chuckled. So what? I start a luxury goods empire? Why not? I tilted my head. You've got the instincts. Talk to your dad or Winston. They'll help you figure it out. He nodded slowly, the idea clearly taking root. Encouraging Theodore to channel his alpha energy into business instead of chasing after me had been a strategic move. I wanted my friends and me to build a business empire, one that belonged to werewolves. The next morning, I stepped through the gleaming glass doors of Pinnacle Industries. I caught the scent before I saw her, Kaya's distinctive blend of jasmine and confidence. My packmate appeared moments after I settled behind my desk, her dark eyes alight with curiosity. How did the trap work out? She asked, sliding into the chair across from me. My lips curved into a predatory smile. Exactly as planned. Did you get the evidence? Of course. I slid my phone across the polished mahogany. Lucian had the security team pull the club footage. Howard Banks won't be a problem anymore. Kaya's wolf flashed in her eyes as she watched the recording, her lip curling in disgust when Howard began removing his pants. She paused the video. Goddess, a little warning next time before I have to see a rival pack member's bare ass. What's your next move? I retrieved my phone, tucking it safely away. We wait. Sharon's merely a pawn. I want the player moving her. Kaya's nostrils flared as she picked up my determination in my scent. Understood. Need me to track anything down? After Kaya left with my instructions, I caught the approaching scent of anger and cheap perfume seconds before Sharon knocked. Sharon burst through the door, her face flushed with manufactured outrage. Why did you abandon last night's meeting? I leaned back in my chair. I don't recall owing you explanations for my movements. Color blossomed across her cheeks. You've jeopardized our relationship with Phoenix Industries. Mr. Banks was deeply offended by your abrupt departure from what was meant to be a business dinner. Business dinner? My laugh held no humor. The only business Howard Banks had in mind involved drugging me and getting me alone. The memory made my wolf snarl internally, not from fear, but from insult, as if a human could overpower a she-wolf of my bloodline. Sharon's eyes darted away from mine, a submissive tell she couldn't control. I don't know what you're talking about. After you left, I was left cleaning up your mess. Mr. Banks was furious. Her sense spiked with anticipation. The board will certainly hear about this. I hit play on my phone, watching her expression collapse as Howard's voice filled my office. What's this? Sharon's eyes widened in panic. The recording continued, crystal clear. What's Sharon's role in all this? My recorded voice asked. I'm the project leader. She shouldn't have gone behind my back. Howard's voice replied, she gets a $100,000 bonus if Phoenix gets the deal at market rate. You're talking about a kickback. Come on, it's just the cost of doing business, Howard chuckled. Sharon's face drained of color, her wolf retreating in submission. You recorded us? That's illegal. I spread my hands innocently. I dictate notes using voice commands. I simply forgot to turn it off when I entered the club. Pure coincidence, it captured everything. Sharon swallowed hard. It won't stand in court. She backed away from my desk. I noticed her gaze flick to my phone, calculating whether she could grab it. I don't need a court, I said, my voice silky with threat. Just the board of directors. What do you think they'll do when they hear this? Sharon collapsed into the visitor chair, her posture caving inward. It's hearsay. Howard was making things up. You'll have plenty of time to explain that to the board. Her strategy shifted. But everyone does this. I'm not even the one taking the biggest kickbacks. She caught herself, but I'd already caught the scent of truth. There's who? I prompted, leaning forward. Sharon went silent, her wolf fully submissive now. The high collar and thick foundation didn't hide the bruising on her neck. My enhanced senses picked up the lingering scent of Howard on her skin. I felt a flicker of pity. Sharon had clearly paid a high price trying to appease Banks after I'd escaped his trap. If I forward this recording to Phoenix's CEO, I tapped my fingers on the desk, claws just barely contained beneath my human nails. How long do you think Howard keeps his VP position? And when he loses everything, who do you think he'll blame? But it wasn't me. Sharon's voice pitched higher in panic. It was you who recorded him. Won't he come after you too? I shrugged, letting my power radiate subtly through the room. You've been spreading rumors about me and Lucian. If, as you claim, I'm involved with the alpha of Blackwood pack, do you really think I'd fear someone like Howard Banks? I smiled, showing just enough teeth to remind her what I truly was beneath my human facade. If Banks somehow found the courage to challenge me, which we both know he won't, I have pack protection. Who protects you, Sharon? Her shoulders slumped in defeat. The scent of salt filled the air as tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whimpered, her wolf fully submitted now. It was just that one time. I made a mistake. Please don't turn me into the board. Why should I show mercy? My wolf was enjoying her submission, but I needed more than apologies. Sensing an opportunity, Sharon looked up, hope flickering in her eyes. I'll pledge myself to you. I'll be your eyes and ears throughout the company. I pretended to consider her offer. Sharon leaned forward, her desperation palpable. Please give me another chance. You're new here. Many staff members resent your appointment as VP. They won't challenge you openly because of your connection to Alpha McAllister, but they'll undermine you in 1,000 subtle ways. I can help you navigate those waters. I assessed her with my wolf's discerning gaze. What exactly can you offer me? I'll monitor everything. When you assign projects, I'll know who's actually working and who's just pretending. I'll track every conversation, every plan against you. You'll be my spy within the company then? I asked, my voice cool and measured. Yes, I can be your eyes and ears within the company. Sharon nodded eagerly. I won't let you down. I leaned back in my chair, my expression betraying nothing. Any ambitious intern could fulfill that role just as effectively. But there's something an intern could never access, Sharon countered. She took a deep breath. It's not just Phoenix Industries offering kickbacks. There are at least 6 other companies courting Pinnacle executives. I know every name, every dollar amount. Her eyes flickered with calculated desperation. I'll give you the complete list, names, dates, amounts, everything. This could be valuable to both Pinnacle and my PAC's business interests. Very well, I said coolly. You have your second chance. Really? I leaned forward, letting my power ripple through the air between us. Get me that list. Stop your little schemes behind my back, and I'll consider keeping this recording from the board's ears. I tapped once against my phone. For now. Will you? Sharon swallowed hard, her throat working nervously. Will you destroy the recording? A laugh escaped me before I could stop it. Do I look stupid enough to destroy my leverage? The recording stays with me. Sharon's shoulders slumped, but she nodded in resignation. I understand. I'll start compiling the list immediately. Her voice dropped to near whisper. Thank you for the second chance. Remember what you promised today, I warned, letting my eyes flash amber briefly. No more games, no more kickbacks, no more manipulation. Got it. Sharon practically fled my office. I knew I couldn't fully trust her word. Sooner or later, Sharon would revert to her old ways. But for now, she wouldn't dare challenge me or create problems. The threat of exposure would keep her obedient, at least temporarily. The office was quiet, finally. I closed the door behind me and settled into the leather chair by the window, tablet in hand. Etherea's 10-year financials lit up the screen in cool blue and white, neat rows of numbers waiting to be unraveled. I got to work. For 2 straight hours, I combed through every quarterly report, annual breakdown, and footnoted anomaly. On paper, Etherea looked stable. Steady revenue, healthy margins, consistent R&D investment. But the deeper I went, the more the foundation began to crack. Their cash reserves were dangerously thin. Worse, they'd drawn down nearly every available credit line with 5 major banks. The signs weren't screaming collapse, but they whispered something worse. Desperation. That's where we came in. Pinnacle's proposed joint venture wasn't just another market play. It was our quiet entry into healthcare tech. And Etherea, whether they knew it or not, had laid the perfect groundwork for it. Most of the industry still thought of them as an energy company. But buried in their filings, under a quiet subsidiary, was something entirely different, a healthcare robotics division, underfunded but promising. The specs caught my attention immediately. These weren't the typical caregiving machines with scripted responses and awkward interfaces. They were adaptive, customizable, built for real-time biometric integration, tracking vitals, moods, even cognitive patterns. But what truly changed the game was the battery. Etherea had developed a proprietary nickel-metal hybrid unit, compact, efficient, and capable of powering their robots for a full 30 days without recharge. No external dock, no scheduled downtime, just uninterrupted functionality. I leaned back, letting that sink in. In a market obsessed with performance uptime and reliability, this wasn't an enhancement. It was a paradigm shift. If we moved fast and moved smart, we wouldn't just be investing in Etherea. We'd be absorbing them before the rest of the industry realized what they'd missed. According to intelligence from Kaya's conversation with Blake Phoenix, their company's rumored similar prototype was just that, a rumor with no substance. Phoenix was out of the running. The partnership made perfect sense. Etherea possessed the groundbreaking technology. Pinnacle had the financial resources, established distribution channels, and extensive marketing network. A perfect match of strengths. I was confident Etherea's CEO would recognize the mutual benefits of our proposal, provided Nadir Corporation didn't make a counteroffer. Personal feelings aside, I had to acknowledge one thing. Darius was a business genius, my ex-mate, the kind of man who could turn a burning building into a billion-dollar IPO. Pinnacle thrived on the sheer force of the Blackwood pack, an empire built on numbers, tradition, and dominance. Its power lay in its vast werewolf population and entrenched influence across industries. Nadir, on the other hand, was a rising star, a lean, aggressive enterprise built from the ground up by Alpha Darius himself. A newcomer by corporate standards, yes, but with a terrifying instinct for opportunity. Darius's business sense was more than sharp, it was predatory. He didn't wait for openings, he created them. If he even sniffed out Etherea's vulnerability, he wouldn't just compete. He'd strike fast, hard, and without mercy, just to keep us out. I twirled a pen between my fingers, my wolf restless as I contemplated Nadir's potential involvement. Though no intelligence suggested Nadir was pursuing Etherea, I needed to deploy scouts and see what information my network might uncover. After a quick lunch of angel hair pasta with herbs, I dived into Nadir's financial statements. Hours slipped by unnoticed. When I finally looked up, darkness had fallen. Stars dotted the velvet sky, competing with the artificial constellation of office building lights and shop windows. Downtown restaurants bustled with dinner crowds, while the waterfront clubs and pubs were just beginning their nightly revelry. If I were still mated to Darius, I'd be in his kitchen now, putting final touches on a dinner I'd prepared meticulously according to Celine or Lyra's specifications, sometimes even Morton's, if Darius's father happened to be visiting. Yet Darius himself always stayed away. I'd trained under one of the world's finest chefs, but no culinary school taught recipes for winning a cold alpha's heart. A gentle knock at my door pulled me from these bitter memories. Theodore only gave a boyish shrug, his eyes dancing with mischief. A friend of mine swears this spot's the hottest table in town. Figured you deserved something special for a change. He offered his arm, not a trace of hesitation. Come on, Dorothy. Do you know how many people would kill for a reservation here? We might as well enjoy it. I eyed him, easily reading through the layers of charm and intention. It was so like Theodore to think he could wear down my walls with patience, laughter, and expensive dinners. After everything, I couldn't bring myself to ruin the evening outright. Whatever else we were friends. I couldn't hurt him for trying. Inside, the restaurant glowed with soft golden candlelight. Gentle music unfurled from a raised platform, Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21 balancing on the air. The tables were set for two. No big groups, no boisterous laughter, just the sound of couples lost in each other, hands linked, eyes gleaming with private secrets. We sat. Theodore, all confidence, took the menus with a knowing nod. Allow me, he said, ordering a spread that would make a chef proud, charcuterie for sharing, fresh spring pea soup, prawn-filled ravioli, a tomahawk ribeye, and seasonal vegetables with truffle. He flirted with the sommelier and chose a Screaming Eagle Cabernet Prim. I didn't realize I'd love until he poured me a glass. I sipped and gave a low, genuine nod. Maybe you missed your calling as a sommelier, I teased quietly. He grinned, leaning back. I like to drink wine, Dorothy, not serve it. The illusion of ease pulled at something deep inside me. For a moment, the table, the wine, the glow, none of it felt like performance. We talked while I sliced into my tender steak, conversation shifting toward familiar ground. So what about your family? I asked. Theodore shrugged again. Dad's been tied up with council business. Winston is halfway around the globe. I'll find the right time to tell them everything. Meaning you're stalling. I raised both brows. He had the decency to look amused by my accuracy. Guilty, or maybe just waiting for a sign. Then suddenly serious, he leaned across. Or maybe I could come work for you. Pinnacle could use a wolf like me, right? Or I'll just tag along as your unpaid intern. Anything. I laughed softly, unable to hold it back. What exactly are you qualified for, Theodore? I have a degree in banking, finance even. He stretched out the word as if it could balance the scales by itself. An actual work experience? He tapped his chin, feigning deep thought. Assistant to my dad for 3 years. Does that count? I cut another piece of steak, smiling. Useful, but Rowan Foster's still the best secretary in the state. I'm not letting him go, sorry. He leaned forward, bright-eyed, refusing to retreat. Then you could use a personal secretary. Rowan goes home at the end of the day. I'd be on call for you, 24/7. Now you're just inventing jobs, I said, but there was warmth in my voice I hadn't intended. You can call it whatever you want, Dorothy. His gaze softened, intent almost painfully clear. Just let me be there for you, even if it's only as your backup wolf. I hesitated, my wolf pacing restless in my chest at the raw note of loyalty in Theodore's tone. Let me think about it. He grinned, undeterred. Think faster. Then, to my sharp amusement, he promptly stood and began slicing my steak for me, adopting an air of utmost seriousness. See? Hands-on assistance. That's a skill, right? We were still caught in that easy back and forth when I noticed a prickle at the nape of my neck. For a moment, I felt watched, but when I quickly scanned the crowd, I saw nothing but couples murmuring to each other with adoration in their eyes. Author's POV. Across the restaurant, screened behind a decorative partition, sat Caleb and Darius. Caleb took a hefty swig of his wine, scowling. He set his glass down with a too loud thud. His scent was sour, bitter, with resentment. I told you, Darius, that Omega'll do anything for a little attention or money. His voice was too loud, slurred slightly by the alcohol. Just look at her with him. Shameless. Caleb hadn't even wanted to come. He was here because his old friend owned the restaurant and insisted he try some new dishes. Not wanting to eat alone, he'd roped Darius into joining him. But the romantic atmosphere made him even more surly. He stabbed at his pasta, then pouted. Can't wait to see Alpha Lucian McAllister's face when I send him a little proof that his darling new mate is stepping out with another wolf. What a joke. He gleefully raised his phone, the lens glinting. Before he could take the shot, Darius's hand shot out and confiscated the device, his voice cold. Eat your food, Caleb. Darius's face was blank, wolf aura controlled but taut as a bowstring. The meal in front of him, a perfectly seared sea bass, bright with lemon and herbs, was untouched. He barely glanced at his plate. Caleb threw up his hands, getting even crankier. What's your problem? She wants to flaunt her new life? She gets to face the consequences. Someone should remind Lucian what he's really getting into. He made another swipe for his phone, but a third hand intercepted him this time. Josh Archer, ever the hustler, leaned over. What's this, boys' night? He grinned wickedly, his date giggling and clinging to his elbow. Or is there something else you want to confess, Caleb? He tossed the phone back to Caleb, then rocked on his heels, eyeing the little table for two. Cozy, didn't realize you two were making it official. It is couples' night, after all. Fuck off, Josh. Caleb rolled his eyes, flipping him the middle finger. He hated how Josh could slide right in and command any space, always ready with a joke or a jab. Darius offered only a cold nod. Though he and Josh went way back, Darius never bought into the man's constant antics. Josh's eyes gleamed as a tuxedoed waiter appeared. Your table's ready, Mr. Archer. Josh started to guide his date away when he paused, his gaze flicking in our direction. Is that GD? Caleb snorted. Yup, Dorothy in the flesh. Well, and Theodore. Guess she moves fast. Josh's lips parted in a ooh, mischievous and mean-spirited. What's she doing here? Finding her next meal ticket, Caleb said, dripping with contempt. For just a second, Darius's eyes flicked up sharply and something cold and old snarled beneath his smooth facade. GD? He repeated quietly. Caleb gave a false cough, but Josh, in all his tactless bravado, explained, Gold digger? You know, your ex? She's got a reputation, man. Or so everybody likes to say. Josh's date giggled again, oblivious to the shifting tension. Caleb winced, but Josh was oblivious. Yeah, some call her GD, others the 49er, leech, sponger. Take your pick. He nudged Caleb and chuckled. She always did know how to pick 'em. His voice finally trailed as he noticed the storm brewing in Darius's expression. Darius put down his fork, his alpha aura seeping across the table. Eyes locked on Josh, he asked in a voice several degrees lower. Who else calls her that? Josh stammered, sensing the chill. Well, sometimes the guys. It's just a joke, you know? Darius's glare silenced both him and Caleb. For a heartbeat, the only sounds that filled their little corner were the clinking of glasses, distant laughter, and the band's gentle waltz. Dorothy's POV. The music swelled gently around us, the smooth jazz notes merging seamlessly with the muted chatter and clinking glasses. Theodore's hands rested warmly yet carefully at my waist, guiding me with a natural ease across the small, polished dance floor. Despite our practiced grace, his attention kept drifting elsewhere, subtly but undeniably. What's got your attention so far away tonight? I asked lightly, tipping my head slightly to capture his gaze. He blinked, pulling his eyes back to me with an exaggerated sigh. You, of course. Isn't that obvious? Hardly, I teased dryly, an eyebrow raised in playful skepticism. Either you're daydreaming about business ventures or mentally cataloging everyone who might be watching us. Theodore chuckled softly, the sound warm yet tinged with subtle mischief. Can't a man multitask? And speaking of business ventures, he pivoted smoothly, bringing me into a gentle spin before returning me to his embrace. Do you think I could pull off running a restaurant like this? I think I've got the palate, at least. Your taste buds are certainly refined, I conceded with a wry smile, my voice laced with gentle sarcasm. But a refined palate alone won't pay the bills. Do you have any experience running anything other than your extravagant social life? He feigned a hurt expression, placing a hand dramatically over his heart. Dorothy, you wound me. He grinned quickly afterward, the charm resurfacing immediately. But honestly, no. I suppose you could teach me. You're the one with the experience, after all. I tilted my head back slightly, studying him more seriously this time. The smooth, polished exterior hid a sharper intellect than he liked to let on, though he rarely chose to wield it openly. I'm not in charge of Pinnacle, remember? Lucian holds the reins. Maybe not officially, Theodore countered softly, a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. But I've seen you at work. You run circles around most people there, including Lucian, even if you'd never admit it. His comments stirred a complicated mix of pride and discomfort within me. Returning to Valabrook and reclaiming my role as the Alpha's daughter was supposed to put an end to the shadow of my past. But no matter how successful I'd become, reminders of my time as Luna Silverclaw still stung. My smile faltered briefly, something Theodore didn't miss. Hey, he murmured softly, a note of genuine concern slipping through the teasing facade. I meant it as a compliment, Dolly. You're amazing. Anyone who doesn't see that is blind. Thank you, I murmured back, allowing warmth into my tone. It's complicated. Life usually is, Theodore acknowledged with surprising sincerity. Then his playful grin resurfaced. But luckily, you have me to help simplify things. I laughed softly, shaking my head at his relentless charm. Theodore Carter was exactly the kind of person who could make complications seem deceptively simple, dangerous, if not intriguing. Simplify things or complicate them even further? A little bit of both, probably, he admitted candidly, winking at me as we glided effortlessly across the floor. Either way, it won't be boring. For a moment, we were silent, moving gently to the rhythm, comfortably immersed in the delicate balance of flirtation and caution. It felt strangely comfortable, despite, or perhaps because of, the inherent tension that always hovered beneath our interactions. Theodore was charming, undeniably attractive, but also clearly dangerous for the carefully constructed balance I'd rebuilt in my life. You mentioned you were working late last night, he suddenly remarked, breaking our silence with deliberate casualness. I assume it was something important to keep you at the office that late? A project proposal, I answered easily, feeling pride bubbling up despite myself. Etheria, it's the first major responsibility I've been given as vice president. His eyes lit up, intrigued. Etheria, huh? Funny you should mention that. My wolf perked up curiously, alert to the sudden excitement that colored his voice. Why funny? Because Etheria's CEO is hosting an event tomorrow night, he explained, excitement clear in his voice. It's strictly invitation only, very private, and guess who has an extra invitation? Let me guess, you? Bingo, he confirmed cheerfully, his eyes twinkling. You could be my plus one, maybe even my fiancé, just for the night. Instinctively, my stiletto landed sharply on his polished shoe, eliciting a sharp hiss from him. Oh, Theodore exclaimed, eyes widening comically as he stumbled slightly. Point taken, Dolly. No fake engagements. I swear sometimes I forget how fierce you are. You should remember better, I advised, trying to suppress my amusement. I'm nobody's accessory, Theodore. I know, he conceded quickly, feigning meek surrender. No accessories, no fiancé act, just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Deal? I studied him for a long moment, weighing my options. Theodore clearly enjoyed testing boundaries, but his offer was too good to pass up. Direct access to Etheria's CEO was worth any minor irritations. Fine, but I go as myself, not your plus one. Deal, he agreed quickly, his satisfaction evident. I have another invite in the car. It's yours. Good. As the final notes of Etta James' soulful voice filled the air, Theodore unexpectedly drew me closer, his embrace tightening intimately. My pulse quickened, suspicion flickering sharply. Careful, I warned quietly, my amber eyes narrowing subtly. I might misunderstand your intentions. Theodore leaned closer, his voice low and intimate, close enough that I could feel the warmth of his breath against my ear. Relax, Dolly, I'm just making a point. To our audience. Confused, I glanced subtly over Theodore's shoulder, following his gaze across the room. Understanding hit me abruptly. This entire evening, from dinner to dance, had been orchestrated for Darius's benefit. My ex-husband sat tensely, his rigid posture unmistakable even at this distance. The subtle satisfaction in Theodore's expression was infuriating yet oddly thrilling. It was strategic and manipulative, but undeniably clever. I see, I finally whispered back, my tone carefully neutral. I hope you know what you're doing. Trust me, Dolly, Theodore assured me confidently, leaning back slightly to offer me a genuinely affectionate smile. I always do. Darius's POV. The music swirled around the ballroom, elegant and refined, but all I could focus on was the way Theodore Carter's hands rested on Dorothy's waist. Look at the two of them practically making out in public, Josh remarked with a disgusted click of his tongue. I remained silent, my jaw clenched tight enough to hurt. The sight of my former Luna dancing so gracefully across the floor shouldn't affect me this way. I had no claim on her anymore. I'd made sure of that when I signed those divorce papers. Caleb leaned forward, his voice dropping. That's right. Do you think Theodore taught her? The way she moves doesn't seem like a beginner. Josh scratched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes tracking Dorothy's movements with an interest that made my hackles rise. I wouldn't mind asking her for a dance later. His date, a human whose name I couldn't even remember, lightly punched his arm and pouted. But I asked you to dance first. Josh removed his arm from her waist with obvious irritation. I told you, don't make demands. I don't tolerate divas. The woman paled immediately, shrinking into herself like prey recognizing a predator. My pack members sometimes forgot their strength among humans, wielding words like weapons. Usually I wouldn't care. Tonight, it grated on my already frayed nerves. I tuned out their bickering, my eyes drawn magnetically back to Dorothy. She moved with a fluid grace I'd never noticed before. Then again, there was so much about her I had never bothered to learn. During our 3 years as mates, I had deliberately maintained my distance. Other than calling or texting her when Isolde needed blood, our interactions were limited to occasional nods or stilted greetings when we crossed paths in the pack house. I had been the alpha who failed to acknowledge his Luna, too focused on pack politics and Isolde's needs to see what was right in front of me. I lowered my head, staring at my barely touched plate of expensive food. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I didn't even know what foods she enjoyed. What music made her smile? What books kept her company during those long nights when I was deliberately absent from our bed? You said she's been hooking up with Alpha Lucian McAllister, right? Josh asked Caleb, who nodded in confirmation. My wolf surged forward at the mention of another male's name linked with Dorothy's. Deep in my chest, something primal and possessive howled in protest. I forced it down, reminding myself that I had no right to these feelings. And now she's gotten her claws into Theodore Carter, Josh mused, swirling his wine. I wonder what's so special about her. Maybe I should go talk to her. She wants money, right? I happen to. The chair scraped harshly against the floor as I stood abruptly, unable to listen to another word. My wolf was dangerously close to the surface, teeth bared and ready to defend what it still considered ours, despite the rational part of me knowing better. You talk too much, I growled, my voice carrying that edge of alpha command that made even the strongest wolves in my pack lower their eyes. I tossed my napkin onto the table and stalked away, feeling Josh's bewildered gaze on my back. What's gotten into him today? I heard him ask as I moved away. Caleb's response floated after me. Who knows? He's been rather short with me lately. If they only knew. The turmoil inside me was like nothing I'd experienced before, not even during the most challenging pack disputes or business crises. This was raw and visceral, a primal response I couldn't control. I made my way to the bar, ordering something stronger than wine. As I waited, my eyes drifted back to Dorothy and Theodore. She was laughing at something he said, her head tilted back slightly, exposing the elegant line of her throat. the throat that once bore my mark. I tightened my grip on the bar until my knuckles turned white. This wasn't just jealousy, it was regret. During her time as Luna, Dorothy had been perfect in every way that mattered. She had cared for our pack members, arranged community events, maintained harmony in the pack house. She had given her blood, literally, to help Isolde through her pregnancy complications. And how had I repaid her? With cold shoulders and colder nights. No, I couldn't blame her for leaving, for finding comfort in the arms of someone who actually saw her value. As Alpha of Silver Creek, I had failed in my most basic duty, to honor my mate. As CEO of Silverclaw Industries, I had overlooked a valuable asset, seeing only what I wanted to see. The bartender placed my drink in front of me, and I downed it in one swallow, welcoming the burn. I needed to forget her, needed to focus on the pack, on the company. Dorothy Miller was my past, a chapter closed and locked away. But as Theodore twirled her across the dance floor, her silver necklace catching the light and her smile illuminating the room, my wolf refused to be silenced. Mine, it insisted, even as I ordered another drink to drown out its voice. Mine. Author's POV. The grand ballroom of the Westfield Hotel glittered with crystal chandeliers and the subtle wealth of Vallerbrook's elite as Alpha Reese Kane surveyed his carefully orchestrated celebration. After nearly 20 years building Etheria into a technology powerhouse, the Alpha businessman considered the company his greatest professional achievement. Yet tonight's celebration was equally about his greatest personal joy, his son's birthday, cleverly disguised as a business gathering to announce Etheria's latest breakthrough in healthcare robotics. The sprawling space could accommodate 1,000 guests, though Reese had limited attendance to about half that number. Only a third were genuinely family and close pack members. The rest were corporate wolves circling what everyone knew would be a landmark announcement about Etheria's personal healthcare companion robots. Industry insiders whispered that while Etheria wasn't the first or largest company developing such technology, their patented nickel-metal hybrid battery technology had positioned them closest to a viable market solution. When Reese made his entrance, the crowd parted instinctively, an unconscious acknowledgement of both his alpha status and business acumen. Everyone wanted a moment with him, their eagerness palpable in the air like a collective hunger. That attention, however, shattered when a different kind of energy swept through the entrance. Lucian McAllister, the formidable alpha heir of the Blackwood pack and president of the Pinnacle Group, strode in with Dorothy Miller on his arm, creating an immediate stir. Her elegant black dress accentuated her lithe figure, while the silver necklace at her throat caught and reflected the chandelier light with unmistakable brilliance. More striking than her appearance, however, was the quiet confidence she carried. The contrast between this self-possessed woman and the meek Omega many remembered from her marriage to Alpha Silverclaw was jarring. Gone was the submissive Luna of the Silver Creek pack, replaced by someone who moved through the crowd of titans with her head held high and shoulders squared, a subtle half-smile playing at her lips. The atmosphere tensed further when Alpha Silverclaw himself appeared moments later, his powerful alpha presence radiating through the room as his gaze locked briefly on his ex-mate with an unreadable expression. Ex-husband and current boyfriend, a female beta, whispered to her companion, barely concealing her delight at the potential drama. Think they'll challenge each other right here? Her husband's jaw tightened as he sensed the rising tension. Quiet. Neither Alpha is someone whose wrath we can afford to provoke. Plastering on his most diplomatic smile, he moved to intercept Lucian, who was rapidly becoming surrounded by opportunistic guests. With calm authority, Lucian introduced Dorothy as Pinnacle's new vice president, causing visible shock rippling through the gathering. The businessmen and women who had initially dismissed her as mere arm candy quickly recalibrated, introducing themselves with newfound respect as they assessed this unexpected player on the corporate chessboard. Across the room, Lyra Silverclaw stood with her followers, the young she-wolf's frustration evident in her rigid posture as she watched Dorothy command attention effortlessly. As the youngest of the Silverclaw pack, Lyra had always relied on her family name for status, and seeing her disgraced former sister-in-law rise so dramatically clearly rankled. Is that the ocean heart necklace? Talia asked, leaning toward Lyra with poorly concealed curiosity. Another pack member scoffed dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. That auction piece went for nearly $6 million last week. A wolf like her couldn't possibly afford something so rare. But it looks identical, Talia insisted, studying the distinctive silver pendant with its unique blue-white shimmer. She nudged Lyra, whose champagne glass was close to cracking in her white-knuckled grip. You were at the auction too, weren't you? Didn't you bid on it? Lyra's wolf snarled beneath her skin as she recognized the authentic ocean heart pendant adorning Dorothy's throat. The one-of-a-kind craftsmanship was unmistakable, the very piece she'd been outbid on by an anonymous buyer at last week's auction. As her friends continued marveling over Dorothy's apparent transformation, Lyra's anger intensified.